Okay, baby. How y'all doing? The world has been crazy lately. I don't know if you guys saw everything going on in the world. But why? Oh goodness. Should I just talk about the CIA for like 20 minutes? Should I make it so every sponsor just goes like, that's not a good idea actually. Let's calm that down. Uh-oh. No? Okay, that's fair. That is very fair. Sure thing. Okay, one person's on board. I knew it. Okay, yeah. You guys have similar thoughts. Thank you so much, Wami, for being here for 10 months. Tremitol, thank you for being here for 29. We are gonna watch Super Mansion. I don't think they care about this series. Oh, Large Winner. Thank you for the 100 bits. Let's see here. Also, Gooper, thank you so much for being here for 2 months. Yo! Okay, gotcha. For the shock value. Okay, gotcha. I'll try to remember. Thank you very much. Burns Cold Gaming, thank you for subscribing with your prom for 2 months. Fat Lucky Potato, thank you for being here for 10 months. Oreo Cookies, thank you for being here for 7. Silex, thank you for being here for 8. Jesus the capital G, thank you for being here for 34 months. That's a long time. Mizu, thank you so much for being here for 29. K Nugget, thank you for being here for 2. Appreciate it. And Large Winner, I replaced my chips with some melon and water, but I'm facing an issue. My clothes are getting a bit baggy on my body. Will I need to buy new clothes? Yeah. That's great that you're losing weight, though. Dang, what the flip? Good on you. So you replaced it with melon and water? Do you feel like you're getting enough calories each day? But if you are, great. That's fantastic. You've beaten the system. You've started losing weight. Do you feel healthier? Does your body feel better? But yes, you may actually need to. I need to go find a spray bottle emote so I can do that to Grimmi and stop right now. CIA. You got a new kitten day? Congratulations, Joshu. Please treasure them forever. You think the CIA was involved in recent offense, Grimbo? I think it's really... Let me have one. Let me have one. Let me have one. Let me have one thing I say. I swear, just only one thing. One thing. One thing. One thing. I think it was so weird that, like... No, I'm gonna have the one thing. Just the one thing. The person was wearing, like, a very, like, what's the word? They were wearing, like, a I Love America fit. But then they left a gun that just happened to be inscribed with, like, transgender runes that made it, like, okay, this has to be the specific type of group that we've been campaigning against gun violence, or campaigning for, like, removing guns from. That seems a bit weird. That they would go through all that trouble to hide themselves and then bring a gun that was like that would indicate, like, someone very specific. That's it. That's all I'll say. I think that specifically is really strange. And that's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. The Papa Pasta, thank you for being here for 17 months. Noise VR, thank you for subscribing with your Prime. I appreciate it. The Lolly Lule Low. Yes, also, I want to talk about this stuff in a non-political way because I think it's interesting. But yeah, we're gonna legit watch Super Mansion and see if they actually care, because I don't think that they've even noticed that. You said one? Okay, I said one. I said one, that's it. Gaming Bleach, thank you so much for gifting 2 subs, sorry. And also thank you, Akakuma, thank you for being here for 9 months. No conspiracies, no more CIA. I really want to, though, because there was another... The Trump AI video, where it glitches where he says Patriots. That is so Kojima. That is so Metal Gear Solid 2. Oh my god, I really want to play Metal Gear Solid 2, too. Oh my god, it was so legit. Yeah, okay, I said one, but it's so interesting. I'm not a political person, but I think it's cool. I'm just saying. It's insane. How is that real? It's Kojima, baby. It's Kojima. Thank you so much, Large Winner, for gifting a sub to Say 2 times. And also, Shizu, thank you so much for the raid. Yo. Here to cheer you on. Thank you. How are you guys? Guys, please go check out Shizu. I believe you like spooky games. We met like a while back on Block Wars. It's very nice to see you again. Remember the last time you said this and you got scared of being kidnapped and didn't stream for a bit? That is true. That is true. No more CIA talk. I get too nervous about it. We're all good. We're chilling today. The Lolly Lulelo. Yes. What are you talking about, Lolly Lulelo? Kaki kukiko. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you so much, Shizu. I hope you're doing well. How did we go from I want to play Metal Gear Solid to Super Mansion, totally not complaining? Someone on Twitter mentioned it to me, and I realized at this point, I'm pretty sure that this is a series where no one cares about it at all. I want to see if they'll even DMCA me at this point. I'm interested in this because I don't think they will. I just don't think they will. I don't think that they remember they made this, so maybe Seth Green will get angry. Grimmi's in her own little world now. I am. How are you? Did someone say the lolly lule low? I want to play Metal Gear Solid 2 also. Maybe we have something truly horrific where we have Super Mansion in one corner and then we have Metal Gear Solid 2 in the other, and we just go crazy, and it's not even really a stream. It's just like, it's just feeding like ADHD in your brain more than TikTok would. I'm just saying. That would be kind of fun, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be something where people could look back on the Metal Gear Solid 2 stream, though. If it got DMCA'd, I'm pretty sure they don't care that it exists at all. Grimmy knows how to stream, maybe I do! We should be playing Subway Surfers! Oh, wait, let me find it, actually. You reminded me. Someone sent me a... Let's see here, it was called... Backcoin, I believe? Yes. Someone sent me a key, or did they send me the actual key? Oh, they sent me a playtest. This looks lovely. Could I get a key for streaming? No worries if not. You can check me out at Grimmi. Wait, I don't have, twitch.tv/Grimmi. There we go. Hope you're having a lovely day. Yay! Grimmi. Yo! I think I nailed that one. That was a good email. Okay. What if they hated it? What if they hated me? Oh god. Okay, don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. A lovely 9/11. A happy 9/11 to you as well. Mari_en surpassed 100,000 in what's it called? Subscribers on YouTube. So it's a very lovely national holiday now, and we're gonna think of it that way. So happy 9/11 to you. Happy 9/11, everyone! Woo! Happy 9/11! Woo! It's now a nice thing. Just ignore the other parts of it. Mazu, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Shizu. That is very nice of you. And NZ, thank you so much for being here for 10 months. Everyone from Shizu's stream, sorry that I immediately just got on talking about the CIA. Nothing else, nothing else, nothing else, nothing else, nothing else, nothing else. Nothing else. Don't try it. They will DMCA it. One of the production company is Sony. They're adamant about that type of stuff. They forgot. I don't know if they'll remember it, though, is the thing. Because the thing is, they uploaded it to Amazon at one point, and they forgot to censor out their cartoon peepees. It was still rated the normal, rating on it, and they just uploaded the wrong files, I believe, for one of the seasons, so all of them had their genitals out. And it was still like a PG-13 show. But they had full dong on display. It was really gross. It was objectively really, really gross. That takes you back. I liked Super Mansion. Hidden Maximum too. Yeah! Super Mansion was actually really fun. Thank you so much, Large Widow, for gifting a sub to Cartoon Peepee. Make sure you save your money for taking care of yourself, though, too. You're gonna need new clothes, baby. You're gonna need new clothes, baby. Just saying. I still have energy and walking is easier? Oh! Well, congratulations. Sorry, I just scrolled up to see that. Also, Marie is goated, but if you have energy after just eating melon at night, maybe the other stuff was a little bit too heavy and you're doing good. That's a good improvement. You may need to buy new clothes, though, yes. You may also want to invest in a nice belt. And if your belt starts to get too loose as it goes down in size, you can also make a new hole at the end of the belt and continue using it. That's a little Grimmy trick for you right there. I've never heard of this show, but I'm excited to check on it with you guys. Yeah! Did someone say invest? Well, let's find out, novel. Silver price. Jesus Christ. $42.66. Hello, Santi. How are you? $42.67 actually. $42.66. It went down one. $42.66. Oh, thank you so much, Cerber, for the raid. How are you? Yo! How was your stream, baby? We were just looking at the price of silver. It's gone up. How has it gone up this much? This is crazy. And we were about to watch a lovely show called Super Mansion to see if they still care about it existing, because they have not most recently. So I hope that you guys are excited for it. Or if people talk me out of it, then we'll play Metal Gear Solid 2. It's a really good game. It's the Lolly Lule Low. They're out to get me. Oh yeah, baby. They always are. You seem very energetic today. Good for you. Greetings from the chat too. Hello, Caffino. I took the medicine that doctors prescribed me. I took Adderall. Occasionally someone will go, Adderall is really bad for you. And then I don't take it. And then I sit there for 12 hours doing nothing. And then the next day, if I so feel like it, or if my psychiatrist goes like, why are you doing that? I go, okay, I'll try it. And then I feel better. And then I clean up, and then I feel better when I'm not on it, too. So I hope you guys are all doing very well today, though. And thank you, Caffino, for the 200 bits. I hope you guys had a lovely stream. What did you guys get up to today? Let me actually check that out and see. I want to see if you guys had a good stream today. I want to see what's happening with you. You were chatting. Oh, those ones are fun. What'd you get up to talking about? Was it boys? Oh, was it something fun? Was it something sweet? Nival Horizons cowering while big silver prices whip them. Honestly, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be profitable at this point. You were playing Still Wakes the Deep? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hope you enjoyed it. I really like that game. I haven't played the DLC, which I've heard mixed things about, but the original base game, oh my god, it's so good. Did you finish it, or are you like in the middle of it? I don't want to spoil anything or like be too weird about it, but I really hope that you guys enjoyed it. That's one of my favorites from the last year. It was beautiful. So you finished it. You finished it. Oh my god, it's so good at the end. Yes. It's so sweet and so messed up and so weird. Oh yeah, I'm really happy that you enjoyed it. It was really sad. It's so sad. It has such a beautiful, like, weird, gentle, horrifying moment. It's so gorgeous. She was remarkably calm throughout. Oh my god, so you're really good at horror games. Congratulations. I love how they worked on that game. Like, it was so beautiful. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Guys, please go check out Cerber. She could enjoy a good horror game, and you should check on her for that. Go check her out. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. And Dragon Dude, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Cerber loves horror. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, I will. You came from this raid. You already knew of her. Subscribe twice. Make an alt. Never mind. Don't make an alt. That's actually illegal out here. That's actually incredibly weird. Sorry. I gave bad advice there. Never mind. Today, Lale Lule Lo will be my vocal stim. The Lale Lule Lo. The Patriots. Lale Lule Lo. Lale Lule Lo. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to be psychotic. Because I have no filters or boundaries for whatever reason. And we may, in fact, play Metal Gear Solid 2 as we watch Super Mansion. I think that's a good way of doing things. I think it'll be incredibly, incredibly draining, but it'll be kind of fun. So let's see if we can get that going. I don't know if I downloaded Metal Gear Solid 2, actually. I don't have it downloaded. But it'll slowly download. It's 23 megabytes at 5 megabytes, or 23 gigs at 5 megabytes. We'll figure it out. It's fine. It'll take some time, but we'll just chill. At the same time, wouldn't it be cool? You can also add Subway Surfers. Yes, that'd be awesome. I want to play that raccoon game for when we're watching media, so like we can like have something in the background and I can just be like, coins, baby, coins. There you go. Also, take me out. Thank you for being here for a full year. Yo, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Grimmi is trying, or Yama is trying to be Grimmi's filter and stop her from watching Super Mansion and getting DMCA'd. Will they actually DMCA me? I don't think they care about this show. I don't think they even have it listed in their, like, stuff, like, honestly. We can try it. What if we start with a clip tonight? We'll start with a clip tonight. How about that? We can maybe do some spooky videos, okay? Here. 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 Super Mansion clip funny. I don't know if this is actually going to be funny. This usually requires a great, very big amount of context for each of these characters. You really have to grow with them and understand them in order to love this show. I'm just saying, Rip Grimmi's stream the moment she starts watching Super Mansion. I want them to remember it. I want them to remember that it existed. They never do. I they care about this show. Alright, let's see. What's a funny clip here? What's a funny clip? I have some chips, too. This might have a Wangus in it. That one might have a Wangus in it, too. I'm realizing that all of these require context to be really funny. It's kind of like the Venture Brothers. I don't think any of these are going to be good out of... Did someone get naked at a baseball game and fall like 2 stories? Sorry, that was like a recommended video under here. What is happening with the world? Why'd that happen? Ignore me! I love the Venture Brothers. Nothing wrong with the little dong? Oh, absolutely in this context, though. Twitch doesn't like that. If it's narratively related, sometimes they forgive you for it, but I don't want to push him on it. I understand their boundaries. Thank you, Silpha, for gifting a sub to Lalelulelo420. I appreciate it. Oh my god, Naya Guitarist, things are getting crazy. I hope there's a VOD to watch tomorrow. I'll try my best to give you a VOD to watch tomorrow. I know I play a lot of DMCA stuff. Let's... Oh, but that's fun. Dread Central, exclusive clip. Oh my god, Dread Central. Let's watch this one. Let's watch this one. Dread Central is a buddy, and also a website that's not a person, but I think of them as the same. 100% exclusively, they are the same person. They're like a robot that makes the website and then also makes the Twitch chat comments. Now that I'm thinking about it, though, that's kind of insane. Here. Here. This one will be fun. This one will be enjoyable. This one will be fun. This one will be cute. Okay. All right, let's see here. Let me get this on screen for you. Okay. You're gonna love this one. Okay. Let's see if this one gets DMCA'd. Let's see, baby. That one's a cute clip. I think that one's funny. That's their Halloween episode. That's where the 2 characters I like being together started to really connect also, so it was a good episode. Thank you, Soulsby, for subscribing for 4 months. Yo! Alright. We're gonna leave that there. We're gonna see if it gets DMCA'd. That is our test for today. So it's supers who live in a mansion, and it's not just big super big mansions. It's one mansion, and all of the supers live together, and 2 of them are in love. Wait, one of them's an evil guy, so I guess they're not in the mansion. It's really confusing. Yeah, the Groaner. I really like the Groaner and Black Saturn being together, but it makes sense, and it was beautiful, and it had time travel, and it had obsession in it, and that's like my thing. It doesn't have to be 2 guys, it can be 2 ladies. Shout out to Roll Over and Die, really good light novel series. I love it. Shout out to Spear Hero, really good light novel series. He's pretty into Naofumi with a few of those loops. If you guys could think of any others, I'd be down to hear those too. Those are the ones I think that are like the most rockin' though. So, yeah. Was that an Adult Swim show? Not really. It was on a... This is what always happens when I try to play Metal Gear Solid. It was on an app called Crackle, which was objectively the worst streaming app I had ever dealt with in my entire life. The second you turned it on, there would just be loud helicopter sounds, and then the app would start to freeze as it continued to play them. It would immediately tune into something like that. There was no way to give them money to skip ads. Also, sometimes the ads would make the app freak out and start playing it from the beginning of the show. It was a really, really bad streaming app. It was also eventually bought by Chicken Soup for the Soul, which is a series of books for people that are having mental breakdowns in their 40s, primarily women. And they did not like Supermansion because it was about people farting and hurting their balls. So it was really a contrast to what they wanted on their streaming platform. And they got rid of it at that point, mid-season, as they were developing their next season, it seemed. So it sounds like an app that purposely tries to be annoying. Not at all. It was just really, really bad at doing what it was trying to do. They did not make money, I don't believe. Supermansion was apparently sold with Crackle to Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment, since when they went bankrupt, I have no idea if Sony owns any part of it. Yes, that's the thing. I have had a really hard time figuring out where to watch Supermansion, because no one cares that it exists anymore. I don't know if anyone owns it anymore. They uploaded it on Amazon and seem to have forgotten about it. I don't think anyone owns Supermansion. I think it is objectively Seth Green's show now. I don't think anyone owns Supermansion. Thank you, Doubly Vision, for the 100 bits. I did QC on most of the episodes of Super Mansion like a decade ago. Whoa, there were a lot of dead pixels, a lot. Oh, this is a little bit after the dumpster fire project for the Buffy remaster. What's QC? But congratulations. Sony's pictures to list Super Mansion under their own works? Well, now I know who to email about getting another season, finally. The Awesomes is another good comedy superhero show? That sounds wonderful. Quality Control. Oh, Quality Control. Wait, so they just sent you like a ton of like dead pixel files and were like, fix it, get out there. I don't want to have to deal with this. Get it out there, get it out to the kids. They'll watch it. They put it on Adult Swim for like a little bit, I think. I'm not going to war against Sony. I'll just send them baskets of flowers saying, please continue Super Mansion. I want to see the Groner and Black Saturn get married. Which they were gonna do. They were gonna do it. It wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when for once, so that was crazy. Oh, yo, Papa, what's up? How you? Guys, Papa Mutt's one of the nicest streamers ever. What were you getting up to today? How you? How you? What's good, y'all? What's good with you guys? Let's go! Papa Mutt's scary story, right? Oh my god! Wait, why is stuff getting deleted? Oh crap, if you have a link in your raid message or something that looks like it, it's gonna get deleted. Sorry everyone, it's not on purpose. Thank you for purchasing a Grimmi coin. I greatly appreciate it. Ghost stories around the campfire. That sounds awesome. Oh my god, what happened? You're just getting destroyed, I'm sorry. If you, wait, you might also be saying Grim Job or something. Sometimes that doesn't work. But guys, thank you for coming by. I hope that all the scary stories are great. I hope that everyone was doing them was having a good time. Please go check out whoever was involved with it. If anyone wants to mention whoever, why is it being deleted? Oh, it's Grim Job, yes. So that was technically a sexual term and people were starting to use it in raids, so it'll get deleted here to avoid people using it in raids other places. I'm not upset about it at all. It's just people were using it in raids with people I didn't know, and if that were to happen, I could get banned forever. I'm not upset about it. I'm not upset about it. I'm not upset about it. You guys say literally whatever you want to. I appreciate it. That's just the reason that you're getting your messages deleted. I'm just letting you know. So, time to look it up. I'm just extremely careful. No! Your messages! They're just killing you immediately. But it was very nice of you guys to come by. Please go check out Papa Mutt. He's a very excitable sort. He's very friendly. He's very funny. There's a lovely, I'm wondering if I should also, like, would it be rude to shout out your wife? Radical Mari is awesome. I watched Treasure Planet since talking to her. It made me feel happier again to remember. That was a good movie. I'm just letting you know. I felt the compulsion to let you know. Oh, yo, there she is, baby! I'm so happy! There she is, baby! Let's go! Let's go! But yeah, please go check her out, too. I really enjoyed it. And now I'm going to try to find a little bit of something that we can watch together really fast, since otherwise I'm just going to sit in the corner of the screen. I wanted to show you guys... Oh! This is what it was. I wanted to show you guys a creepy video. Let me see if I can't find it real fast. It's not about making guns with 3D printers. That was... Not gonna do that. Why is there a timer with over 600 hours in the top? Don't think of it. Don't worry about it. Did Marble Hornets have a new episode? We might watch the new Marble Hornets. That one was just getting really cool. Let's see. There was... I've been watching a lot of stuff on YouTube lately. Oh, that was it! Oh my god! Guys, the Silent Hill F opening intro is out. It's out. It's out, baby. It's out. It's out, it's out, it's out, it's out. We're watching it, we watching it, we watching it. I'm a huge Silent Hill fan. We watching it now. We watching it now, baby. If you aren't familiar with Silent Hill, that's okay too. It's gonna be very Japanese. Like, they're doing a new one where they're in Japan. So, this is the opening for the game. The first 4 minutes and 11 seconds. If you don't want to be spoiled on it, I completely understand. I figure since it's the beginning of the game, it's not a huge spoiler. And it's only 4 minutes. You'll get a sense of if you like it or not. And if you don't like it, that's okay too. Human of Earth, thank you for being here for 4 months. Yo, hope you're doing well. And Large Winner, thank you for gifting a sub to Radical Mari. That's very sweet of you. Yo. And Phantasma, thank you so much for the raid too. I hope you're doing very well tonight. All right. Okay. First viewing of it.
私は一人でも全然寂しくないの。仲間外れなんか気にしないもん。
ひなこ？お友達のところに遊びに行ったんじゃなかったの？
男の子と遊ぶ子はおままごとに入れてあげない。だって。
じゃあ、お姉ちゃんと一緒におままごとしよっか。
ほんと？
So Hinako's been a bit bullied.
お姉ちゃん。
Wow, this is
何か
completely
いいこと
different.
でもあった？昔を思い出してた。お姉ちゃんって小さい頃からずっとお姉ちゃんだったんだなって。ひなこ、私ね。
His sister is hot? You haven't even seen her head.
これお姉ちゃんにあげる。
Aww.
綺麗だわ。ありがとう。
Well, you're seeing the back of it now. This is so different than I thought how it was gonna start, honestly. Michael! What is it? Come here, baby! Also, yes, this is in the 50s or 60s. I think we actually had a specific date for it, I'm not sure yet. Now, Silent Hill. F. Or like a dagger in this font, which I think is really fun too. Also, yeah, the kid singing is weird. You can tell it's a Kiriyama still too, with the specific like sounds around it. F for female? Maybe. Was the bell cursed? I hope not. Michael, you can come in here. You don't have to just come here. He doesn't like when I stream at this time, which is not good. It's like streaming at this time. This looks lovely. Oh wow. Come here, Michael. Come here, kitty. Oh, this would be a beautiful night to just stay in and like read for. There's that nice guitar in the background. This is so interesting because Akira Yamaoka is a Japanese composer, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the first time that we've actually heard him compose with like Japanese lyrics and stuff for Silent Hill.
ひなこ、親に向かってその言い草はなんだ。
お父さんやめてください。
中高あんなにも高校娘なのに、どうして妹の前は何もかも正反対なんだ。
My God.
どこ行く？話はまだ終わってないぞ、ひなこ。
お父さん、ひなこだって分かってくれてますよ。
分かってたらどうしてあの態度になるんだ。これも全部お前がひなこをずっと甘やかしてきたからだろう。
She doesn't seem spoiled. She seems really chill.
ひなこ、お父さんはね、あなたのためを思って
友達のとこ行ってくる。
早めに帰ってきてね。
Oh, okay. That was really interesting. We got a lot out of just those first few minutes. Yeah, the voice acting is good. I know there's an English version, but I'll probably be playing it with the Japanese. Oh, actually, they're right there. We could watch it if you guys would like to. Mid to late 50s? Ooh. He's a functioning alcoholic? I suppose so. Also, Glintstone Knight, thank you for being here for 7 months. I appreciate it. Yo. Functional is debatable in this context, but... like, yelling at your daughter to the point that she's leaving? There's footage of the first 10 minutes of gameplay? Oh, nice. This comes out in like a couple of days, I think. Like, probably about a month. Like, does anyone know the exact date? Let's hear the English voice acting, just to make a... It also looks like it takes place directly after what we were watching, so it's perfect.
Better find another way.
Not the voice I'd imagined for her. The 25th? Oh.
I remember there was a shortcut up ahead.
This sounds a little bit like... I like the voice a lot, it's very pretty, but it sounds like she's a little bit older than she is in, like, the Japanese version. Like, she sounds believably like a 15-year-old or so in the Japanese version, but this sounds a bit more like a 20-year-old. Just saying, so... It's a very nice voice, though.
It's a curse. It has to be. How else could she die like that? I would never. Not that family. Shh. Someone's going to hear you.
Oh. They're gossiping about her. Those ladies both sounded fine for random gossiping old women going like, oh my goodness, did you hear? And stuff like that. You often pick famous people for English dubs of popular games instead of best suited. I mean, look at Final Fantasy VII Remake though, those are amazing. Look at Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. They're all lovely. I don't want to voice that gold thing. No, I like the character voices a lot. We've seen a lot of this so far though. We've seen this specific segment a lot too. It seems like it's skipping around a bit, like we've seen these specific like frames and stuff. It looks like someone gets pulled into like the weird otherworldly stuff and then everyone else runs. Oh, thank you so much for purchasing 5 Grimmi coins. I can't believe they went up to $4.60. This is absurd. It's absurd. This is unprecedented. The game is pretty loud. We could turn it down a bit if it's upsetting you guys. Because they're not really doing too much right now. This is how Krotos begins? She has a very long and sordid journey to get there. Also, Shimer, hello. For whatever reason, American voicing dubbing is always like that. Actors much older than the characters. I don't know about that. Like, I think Final Fantasy VII Remake did amazing with their voiceover. I think Barrett is probably one of the best voice actors I've ever heard in a video game. I think Cloud is perfect. I think Aerith is perfect. I think Tifa is perfect. I think Yuffie is perfect. I think literally every character in that game is, like, perfect. They did amazing with it. But they hired mostly TV actors and stuff like that, so it might have been, like, the casting choices went in a different direction for that game. Oh, gotcha. It makes it a bit hard to hear me. Thank you. I appreciate you clarifying. Also, hello, Claro. How are you? Are you doing well? You're playing through Rebirth? They did amazing with that. They did amazing with those voices. Don't Japanese women tend to have higher pitched voices? Yeah, I think the person voice acting for the English dub is... She's still high pitched, it just sounds like an older woman doing a high pitched voice, if that makes sense. I think she sounds a little bit more young and like innocent and scared in like the Japanese version. But I do think she has a lovely voice. I think she would be suited to a lot of roles. But that's just my opinion also. You can discard everything I say and go like, that's stupid, Grimmi, you're stupid. And I would be like, that's fair, I'm Grimmi. Doorman's VA? Who's Doorman? Is that the one from Deadlock? I really like that character, but I've run into the problem of everyone else on the internet being attracted to that character. So if you ever look him up, it's all just like, oh yes, I'm the sexiest man ever, oh goodness, oh yes. And it's like, no. I like that you're like crazy and you send people to alternate dimensions. I don't really want to see your wang. Ah. It's a living. That tracks, you know, it's... Have you seen the mod of him in a bunny suit? I have. You cannot look up characters like this. English voices just change more as adults. It's hard to go back and sound believable. Maybe. It's possible. I think that there's people that can usually, like, facilitate sounding like a teenager and stuff, and I think this person probably is very talented. I think it's just... I don't know, she just sounds a little bit older than I would have wanted her to. But we've already seen all of this material in Japanese, so... The Fujoshis got to Deadlock and found him. Fujoshis are different than, women that are horny. I'm just gonna be real with you. There's a lot of common mistakes and errors there. Fujoshis are people that want to see guys bang each other, and it's kind of become an all-encompassing term for, like, weird, obsessive, horny women. But some women are just freaks. And that's rad. I'm just letting you know. Silent Hill without Silent Hill is not Silent Hill, but a ripoff, just another paranormal survival horror. Well, the thing is, what I'd like to see from this game... Also, hello, Bagsterd. Well, where can I find... Well, where are all the freaky women at? I don't care if they're drawing guys banging each other, they just need to... They need to be in front of me. Where are they? Where are they going? Where are they? I think with... going back to Silent Hill, sorry, I think with what I want to see from Silent Hill... I want to see them connected in such a way where someone tries to summon something and it goes wrong. I think if they have someone get into the concept of summoning something from another world, it wouldn't matter necessarily where the curse was coming from. So if they have things like the Halo of the Sun, or what was their names? Like, gosh. I forgot all of the names of, like, the guys. Oh my god, how did I forget? Metatron, like the seals of Metatron, the Halo of the Sun, things like that. I think it'll be way easier for people to be okay with Silent Hill taking place in another world or another area, or another era. I think if they don't do that, everyone's gonna be super, super pissed off forever. So, I'd love to see even just a small, like, light, like, point to that. The seals of, Megatron, yeah, Metatron, Metaton? What was it? I don't remember them, I'm sorry. Samuel, or Samael, I don't remember them, I'm sorry. Megalodon, I know who she is, no. Metacross, okay, no. It's not Megatron, it was, I'm gonna look them up, you guys are being silly. Here. Crap. I dropped my phone, let me see. Alright, one sec. The names of the angels, yes. I think if we see the seals of Silent Hill seals, not the animal. Okay, here we go. The seal of Metatron, and let's see what other seals they have. There's quite a few different ones, but the seal of Metatron is one of the bigger ones. The Halo of the Sun, with the 3 circles in it and stuff, so... Meta-narrative? I think that's pretty much it, though. Like, if they have those in the game, like, then it'll be fine. If they make even just one point of just like, yes, we tried to summon a demon, etc., it was horrible. Now we're all here, this is gonna suck. Like, everyone will be totally fine with it and totally on board, and if they don't do that, everyone's gonna be pissed forever and be like, that wasn't really Silent Hill. And I kind of agree. I kind of agree. I like horror games, though. I'll probably like it either way. It's interesting to see. I do think what Kojima was going for with PT was probably a little bit closer, though. Oh.
Ringo!
She sounded younger there. Apparently Nintendo copyright summoning demons to fight? No, they didn't, did they? That's impossible. What about, wait, what? What about Atlas and all of the Shin Megami Tenseis? Combat looks a little weird, so it's just a little weird, but... Like, there not being really any sense of, like, connection with the enemies is a little bit concerning, but... I think it's fine so long as it's okay in, like, certain fights. I'm noticing a few things that might want to be tweaked here. Like, if they might want to wait until they're completely on the ground before saying, like, is it dead? Doll kind of cute, though. The women monsters in this game look really hype. I like them. They licensed the mechanic of summoning to fight for you? They can't do that. That's not gonna... Is that really what happened? They copyright Pokeballs in a very specific way. Oh. Well, how are they gonna make Shin Megami Tensei? Somehow they got approved. I think it's because a lot of patent offices don't understand what the hell a video game is, and they're just like, that seems fine to me, all right. You can patent something like that, but it's basically unenforceable. Yeah, that's the thing. Sets a bad precedent for copyrighting games and mechanics. I guess so. Huh. I really hope that they stop doing that then. Speaking of patents, did you hear Pokemon's newest patent? Wait, what's the newest Pokemon patent? Alright, I think we're good with this for now. Let me see here. Alright, newest Pokemon patent. So this is it? Okay. Shocking Pokemon patent raises red flags for game makers. The Pokemon Company and Nintendo Pal World fight intensifies. This is gonna go on for years. It's kind of crazy. You think they just let them do that and ignore them and, like, make games. They'll still make a ton of money. I heard there's a lot of misinformation with the Pokemon patent that's being spread. That's why I'm looking into it right now. Is Polygon, like, a very reputable website with that kind of stuff? 45-page patent? 45 pages? Alright, let's go. I don't have anywhere to be. I don't got anywhere to be. I don't have anywhere to be. We can just watch this. It's fine. It is what it is. It's okay. All right, let's watch this one real fast. So maybe that's how it got through. I wouldn't want to read all that either. Well, the thing is, you can patent stuff, and then you also have to, like, get it to the point where it's going to be enforceable. So I don't think this is probably going to be enforceable, but if they continue to patent stuff, they can continue to sue people. Wow, this is real. I thought you guys were embellishing this a bit. Oh, that's not good. An example of information processing system moves character on a field based on moveset. Okay, the information processing system causes subtract. So this is an abstract. 26 claims? Okay. This is just how the game works. Battle capture escape. They're making it so you can't make any capturing games and stuff? Wait, so this is gonna, like, outlaw, like, a handful of games on Steam. Like, at least 100 of them. Oh, no. Uh-oh. What about Monstronomy? What about... Oh, no. What about Digimon and stuff? Is this gonna be laughed out of a courtroom? It's not going to be laughed out. I think their intention is to make it so they can open cases against people and then make it so they have to show up to court. So it's less worth their while to just, like, give up. Automatically move? What is this? I think they're also trying to say that specific instances, so no Pokemon fights. If your Pokemon goes into that, they're trying to make it... Oh, that's messed up. So they're not only doing this, like their bread and butter, they're also making it so if your Pokemon runs and attacks something, like if you give them, like, a specific, like, command and they go and attack something, which I've never played Pal World, but I assume this is how it works. I've barely seen Pal World because I don't like seeing little guys get hurt. But, I think they're trying to copyright that, too. Capturing, okay, field processing, move player, control enemy character, and battle processing. Huh. Yeah, this is mostly Pal World stuff, but... I probably shouldn't be reading this. Nintendo probably will hope my head explodes, but... they're probably not happy. Thank you, Jack, for the 100 bits. It was recently, like 2000, they took out the patents, but the patents were recently taken out. Oh, the makers of Pal World previous game about capturing monsters in 2014. I see, so this was beforehand. This is a new patent, though, so it looks like they're trying to cover more of it. I don't think the patents are being exaggerated. If anything, I think they're being undersold about what they are, because this is a lot. A lot. What was the last diagram? Giving rewards for completing an encounter? Let me see. I think so. Well, I don't think this is good. I think it's about capturing. It's not individual patents, it's a collective requirement. I see. Imagine being the lawyer having to read all this mumbo jumbo. It would be very hard to actually take someone to court with this. I think it's more about just stalling out and, like, putting the person in a situation where they need to go to court so you can, like, take their assets and stuff. Or not take their assets, but, like, I guess drain their assets. They will probably just go after people who make Pokemon-like games too similar to their own. I think if they're, like, a big enough threat. I don't think many are gonna be like that, though, so... Sorry, Pokemon. Sorry, Nintendo. I know you're doing your best. I know that you're not inherently evil on every step, and I know that the people at, I know the people that make the Pokemon games specifically do it with a lot of love in their heart, so... You should continue to support them if you enjoy them, and, you know, weigh the options there. Just saying. I kind of tapped out of Pokemon around, oh gosh, when was it? Like, I think Sword and Shield is the last one I bought, and I think I only completed a little bit of Shield, so... They make a crud ton of money already. They do indeed. Yeah. You don't hate Nintendo enough. I don't hate Nintendo. I will admit, though, that I think having the carts in some of their recent stuff not have data on them is concerning, because we don't really have any way to make sure that we're going to have that game in the future. It's also gotten to a point where you can no longer take copies of stuff, like, you know, like just something that you'd have, like a game, and like lend it to a friend in a lot of ways, like since a lot of stuff is pushing towards digital. Speaking of Nintendo, have you seen the movie Tetris? Is the movie Tetris good? That sounds nice. I wish they would put Smash 64 on the eShop. Come on, that's probably not gonna happen. You gotta get the pass for the Nintendo 64. It's easier for me to boycott Nintendo when I don't have any money. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just thinking about, like, what they probably want to do with this. Public corporations are inherently incentivized to become more evil the longer they exist due to the shareholder responsibility to continue to grow forever. That is true. Yeah. That's pretty much it. I think if you like something by a big company, by all means, go for it. But eventually, I think if left unchecked, and if not helmed by someone that's extremely, extremely, extremely on point with, like, their morals and decisions to make something good in the way that they want to, it's gonna get to be like this. So I think what they did with the Switch, it too is terrible. You own hardly anything if you have one. Only in America and some other countries. In the UK, they actually have outlawed a lot of those features, so... also, I'm sorry, if you send a link, Nightbot will, like, just destroy it. I'm gonna boycott Nintendo, but in my stead, Grimmi has to buy me my games. That's not a boycott! One of the most, let's see. One of the most litigious video game corporations definitely sue indie devs if the game gets big enough. Most indies are probably fine considering some indie devs do patent. Yeah, I think the patent's probably not about, like, enforcing it and making it so everyone discontinues their stuff. It's about discontinuing things if they're big enough. Wait, Novel can't comment on it? Why not? I think they can. I don't know. I'm giving up. I'll just say literally whatever about anything. These are my opinions on Nintendo. I hope that they can get better. I hope that everything can work out. I think if corporations start doing bad stuff, they should think about if growth is really worth it compared to the lasting footprint they'll have on humanity. But at the same time, if you're publicly traded, you're kind of in a rough spot. Because if you don't consistently grow, people can sue you for not doing enough to make your company grow from within the board. And that sucks. We should all invest in precious metals. No kidding! I had no idea silver was gonna go up like another $1 in the next, in a week. So, anyways, and do you know why that happened? Why did that happen, though? What's going on in the world that's making things silly? If you make an RPG with capturable monsters and you happen to use a ball for your capture mechanic, you're screwed in the eyes of Nintendo falls upon you. Maybe. I need Grimmi coin. I hope you enjoy the Grimmi coin. It's a funny story going back to Henry Ford. Huh? What? Henry Ford? The car guy? Grimmi's gonna rug pull silver? I don't want to rug pull silver, no! Silver didn't go up, the US dollar went down. Oh, Henry Board got sued by, oh, yeah. So, if you like a big corporation, I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but if you're a big fan of like Coca-Cola or whatever, there's an inherent need for them to not care about people, and they just need to go towards expansion. The reason is that that's the thing. It's because Henry Ford wanted to give his company profits to increase workers' wages. That's really nice. It no longer works like that to that extent, but it's really nice to hear, and it's kind of him to do that. But his board took him to court for it? Wait, what? They took him to court so he couldn't award people higher wages? Oh no. What a nice guy. What a terrible outcome. Many such cases. It's okay to support the things that you love. Just, yeah. Supreme Court ruled that his responsibility wasn't to the workers or the customers, but his investors/board. Oh. Damn, dude. Damn. He was terrible in other ways. I'm sure everyone is, especially if they're running that big of a company. Like, there's never going to be, like, a completely, like, pristine, perfect person in that kind of position, I imagine. But, until he was hauled in front of Congress and threatened with treason. Oh, that's a lot to deal with. Yeah. That's a lot, actually. I'm terrible in cute and charming ways. Good for you, Gingy. How you doing? I think he had strong opinions on... Oh, no. Not really good when anyone has a strong opinion on any other ethnicity or religious group. Oh, no. I think that's not good, but you know what? I'm glad he was trying to do something nice in one way at one point, and I'll support that decision for him. And from there, hope that everyone can be less silly. All right. Okay. Alright, Disney. I don't really know much about Disney. I am not a Disney adult. I'm not a Disney person. I'm not like, oh my god, Disney, oh my god, they have the new movie. Speaking of which, I don't really know Disney's lineup, but I've heard that it's not gonna go well for them, probably. It's okay. Don't worry, it's all crazy, yeah. It's an ugly can to open, oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's something where I think it's best to just... I don't know. People are a product of their times. Everyone try to be good to one another. Oh, shareholders have such power, if not more, than CEOs in public companies. Oh, dang. Yeah. The thing is, shareholders also won't really know, like, what the best thing is for people. Silva, also, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Capitalism Gone Wild. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Thank you so much for purchasing a Grimmi coin. I feel like every day, more and more, like I don't know how to function. So I hope everyone can be okay. I don't know. It be what it be. I hope everyone can feel alright, and I hope everyone can eventually get to a good point where they're not being completely insane. And that's it. That's all. There's a story of Nintendo shareholders suggesting to paywall Mario's ability to jump? What? Okay. Kill them in Minecraft. Absolutely. Oh. I mean, that's kind of how Roblox is built, though. Okay, we won't get into that. There's like a lot of fun Roblox maps and stuff, too. They actually updated the Mystery Flesh Pit Roblox map. We gotta go back there at some point. And look at all the children role-playing and going like, that's weird. I just looked it up. Ford did do some things, even promoted his ideas with his newspaper. Oh, but recanted after widespread criticism in 1927. That's good, he at least calmed down. Starting to see something to conspiracy theories about rich people being aliens or robots or something. I I recently, like, thought about this a little bit more. Was it Ubisoft or EA CEO who said gamers will be fine paying to reload it in the... I think the only time that worked, and it obviously didn't work, was Let It Die. That game also had a horrible marketing campaign. I wish every day that Let It Die hadn't been the system that it had been, because that game was really cool and my favorite, like, atmosphere and, like, aesthetic from, like, any of Suda's games. It was really sad. But... I think you made me install Roblox and we never played together? Okay. Alright, we hopping on Roblox next week, Jinji. I gotta show you the mystery flesh pit, I'm sorry. Bring your wife. Bring your wife. I want to show her the mystery flesh pit. Bring your wife. Bring your wife. Okay. It's cool. It's cool. Your wife should see it too. It's cool. Alright, sorry. Unrelated to the stream. It's cool. So, I don't think that rich people are like lizards or aliens or robots. I think it's just that... How do I put this? If you have everything, buying like, I don't know, a trinket off Amazon won't give you any serotonin or dopamine. Like the returns are very depleting. Like they won't give you like that sense of like, yeah, I got it. So they could buy like a villa, an island, etc. But eventually they start to lack that from all of these actions, and they get really weird and warped and creepy. So then they start to go and start trying to break taboos and stuff, because that gives them a sense of like some positive emotion in their brains and like some sense of accomplishment and like some sense of like something interesting. And they just go down that road until they're doing consistently evil things constantly. And that's pretty much it. I think that's probably how it works based on people's, like, brain chemistry and stuff, so... There you go. That's very nice of you, Silva, but please take care of yourself, too. We got pretty great example yesterday. They're made of flesh and blood. Oh. Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about that, because I know a lot of people are stressed out about it. But what I would say is, people are going to get a little bit weird as they get a lot of stuff. Just saying. Just saying. There you go. I think if we can get people to maybe... I don't even know. If you're like hyper rich, going to therapy might not help. If you're like hyper rich, you probably would need like a dopamine or serotonin like detox. Like how they say it on like, I don't know, like Twitter. Just like you need a detox. You need to get off social media. You need to go just chill. Like they probably need to go out into like the forest and sit down for like a few days, and then eventually... they'll chill out. If anyone wants to give me 100k, I promise to spend it on my mental health. No! Although essentially that's the other side of the coin. If you're very desperate and not feeling good and doing a bunch of like rough stuff, like, and you're on the really intense, like not good area of like the poverty scale, like if you're like in a desperate situation, no, thank you, Bob, I'm sorry. Thank you for gifting 10 subs. I think people can become sociopathic in like both like extreme poverty and extreme places where they're super rich. Like, honestly, it would probably be better if we did have, like, some level of, like, dividing, like, our resources so everyone wins. Thank you, Bob, for gifting 10 subs. I appreciate it. People that are, like, very, very poor also tend to have, like, more sociopathic tendencies because they're trying to survive and because they have no sense of relief from, like, the everyday and, like, they feel overwhelmed. And also people in high society that have everything tend to feel overwhelmed because they have everything and nothing brings them joy anymore, so... Humans have gotten really weird, so... I don't know. I'm not a communist. I don't think that's a good idea either. That's because people can ultimately take advantage of that and then just, like, fund their own stuff if they're in a high position of power. What brings you joy? I have 3 cats. I have 3 cats. I'm a little bit depressed and I'm a little bit stressed out, but those 3 cats, oh baby. They're very lovely. Conditions drive actions. Most people would rather steal than die. That is very fair. I think there's also a sense of, like, being overwhelmed and wanting to have any sense of, like, relief from that, so you kind of get messed up in the head when you put your whole self into making money by expanding and growing it, becoming everything. Yes. I think that's definitely fair, and I think that you see the... How can I say this politely? Thank you for purchasing a Grimmi coin, I appreciate it, thank you, sorry, novel. I guess I'll just come out and say it. I think we can see the most extreme negative repercussions with making a ton of money and having it be your personality with the dudes that are like most visibly and noticeably autistic, like Elon Musk and the dude that owns Facebook. I don't think those guys are normal anymore. I don't think they're happy. I don't think they're doing well. I think they needed like intervention a long time ago. So, and I'm not saying that in a mean or rude way. I think they just are not doing so hot. So, and they're searching for anything with meaning very outwardly, so I don't know. Good luck, dude. Thank you. Good luck. Anyway, is Elon the future of America, boss? I think he started fighting with America. So, lizard people, they're not real humans. They are all real humans. The lizard people stuff is just to distract from the fact that they are real humans and give conspiracy theories so people don't equate people's actions to like them being human and them just slowly going down an insane road of like getting worse and worse over time. So, anyway, there is a study that found happiness has diminishing returns after a certain amount of money. That is very true. Hi, Michael. I think it was around 70K before, but now with inflation, it's probably more like 120K. And then after that, it could probably be a little bit detrimental to like your health in some ways, which is kind of crazy to think about. But hi, Michael. Hi, baby. Hey, good boy. Hey, kitty. Get yourself a cat. Get yourself a cat, baby. Doing nice things for others without any intention of getting something nice back from them also makes you feel a lot better. So I'd recommend that. That's not something a lot of people will want to do because it's not something that seems like it will pay off for people though. So I don't anticipate a lot of people doing that if they're in positions of extreme wealth or extreme poverty. So sorry, cats, I'm allergic to yous. We gotta get this guy a treatment. We gotta figure out what'll help him. You got fish instead? That's nice. Yo. Anyways, I used to be young and poor, but with time, hard work, and dedication, I became old. I'm so sorry, no! Let's see. Elon would be a little bit more respectable if he wasn't a fake gamer. He paid someone to level up his Path of Exile 2 account. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, he is, like, trying to find anything that'll give him fulfillment. And I think that he eventually wanted people to love him and, like, have a legacy of, like, having fixed the Earth and, like, having fixed humanity. And everyone got really angry at him, and he didn't really like that. So he's desperate for approval. I think he's desperate to find meaning, and I think that's something all of us are a little bit. I think he should probably just, like, donate money and, like, maybe, like, help poor people, and he'd probably feel a billion times better, but it's very hard to convince someone of that, like, when they're in that situation. So I don't know. That legitimately would make him feel better. Like, he's not a psychopath, I don't think, so anyway, the thing about giving just because it feels nice innately, you should look up the gift economy sometimes. If it's a cool book, I'll read it. It's not even something where people notice what you're doing. Like, if you do it in that sense, like, it might make things a little bit weird. Like, it can sometimes come from, like, a narcissistic place. But if you do things just for yourself and, like, just for others without anyone really noticing, it can be very fulfilling, weirdly. I don't know. This is just my experience. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? Maybe Elon's doing better than I am. My meal today was bread with fake cheese, so who knows? I could be wrong. Also, no, Caffeino, not that. I mean, like, I don't know, like, you could also volunteer your time at, like, a cat shelter. You could find a new way to, like, help others. You could try to, like, you know, build homes for, like, people that have had them, like, wiped out and stuff. Like, you could find different organizations. There's a lot of ways to feel fulfilled, but it takes time to find them and put yourself out there for them. If the world would be better without billionaires, though, I feel like we would have different problems, like unchecked government power, like problems wouldn't disappear but relocate. Yeah. I don't know. The thing is, I think there's always going to be people that try to take advantage of people. That's pretty much it. There's always going to be people that try to take advantage of others, and it might just be inherently human nature. And unless someone's raised to, like, go, like, okay, think about how that person's going to feel if you do that. Think about that. Think about that. It's probably just going to continue. Swift, oh no, I hope you're okay. You be good. You be good. You be good. And Ender, thank you for gifting a sub to philanthropy. Yay! Large Winner, thank you for the 100 bits. You should run for president, boss? No. Also, no, don't kill people. I don't think I would want to run for president or have any level of power ever. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea to strive for that. I think it would just be stressful. I like being in my house with my cats and I like chilling out. And these are all just Grimmy opinions and they could be Grimmy wrong opinions, so just... Okay, Silver went down a little bit. Okay, sorry, I need to stop looking at Silver. It's okay, Mikey Mike, what are you doing? He just likes when I hang out with him around this time and he's like, you are not in the place where I want you to be. I'm sorry, Michael. I'm gonna do this for a little bit. I'm gonna do this for like 5 hours at least. Yeah, let's watch some Marble Hornets. Let's not listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. And I never will. Because being a human is horrifying. But there's a new episode of Marble Hornets out. And last one was really good. So this is Rosswood Part 3. If you guys are unfamiliar with Marble Hornets, it was a 9-hour-long series from like 15 years ago. The first kind of like big web series ARG, besides like maybe like I Love Bees with Halo and stuff. And it was about men that accidentally filmed Slenderman when they unknowingly hired a man that had been tormented by him for years. In a student film, they accidentally filmed Slenderman, and then Slenderman went crazy. He went nuts. In case do listen with that code from Grimmy G Subs and Cheeky Soap. That's very nice of you, Novel. I like the soap from Cheeky. I had a piece of furniture delivered, and I actually tipped the people in soap from Cheeky. And one of them just immediately said, "Do I smell?" And I felt really bad. But I was like, no, it's just soap. Please, take it home. It's nice. Please, enjoy it. And they were like, okay, I like the anime ladies on it. This is cool. So, Grimmy, that's A+ grandma behavior. I'm glad they enjoyed the soap then. I'll have to be like, oh yes, well thank you. Thank you boys for coming by. You did a lovely job with this. Oh, it looks so beautiful up there. Oh my goodness gracious, yes. Unbelievable, it was real. At a certain point, let's see. Your online was half of... Huh? Your online was half of Iron Mouse's? I have half of her internet? I'm not stealing Iron Mouse's Wi-Fi. I don't know what's going on, I'm sorry! Give it back! I didn't take it! What furniture did you get? I got something cool. Actually, no, it's quite horrible. It was a TV that was on, like, super sale. And I was like, oh my god, I can have a 75-inch TV for this cheap? And then I quickly discovered why it was that cheap. Did you know that televisions aren't currently made? Also, let me put this on screen so we eventually play it. TVs aren't currently made, so they make money off of you purchasing them. They make money by forcing you to give so much of your details that they can sell it to, like, marketing companies. Yes, smart TV advertisements, and also, they can also take your information about what you watch. They have a ton of stuff that they do. You now need to, like, sign up for, like, one of their services, so I had to, like, do a Samsung, like, account. It wouldn't let me turn on YouTube without making a Samsung account. They wouldn't let me turn on YouTube without making a Samsung account. I'm just saying. So there you go. My dad fell for the same scam. You want to know what's crazy? To get a non-smart TV, it would have been like 7 times as much. To get like a TV with nothing on it, absolutely no smart features, nothing like that, you just plug different things into it, it would have been like 7 times the price. You found a non-smart TV? Yes, there actually is a brand that makes non-smart TVs, but the thing is, they don't subsidize your purchase for it. They don't go like, okay, we're going to make this much off of ads for this person. We're going to make this much selling like their data from this person. So they charge you the full Monty of like what they need to and like, you know, a profit for themselves. So let me actually look it up really fast. There was one brand that does it. What brand you get? You're just like, I'll pay $2,000. I can do this. Let me find it again. Okay, so it was... Okay. There's a few places that still offer them. But oh my god. So Scepter. Scepter is one of them. Scepter. Scepter. Let me find this again. Scepter TV. So it's okay, you have to spell it in a really weird. Yeah, thank you so much, Naya Guitarist, for spelling it correctly. Scepter. Scepter. And to get a, let's see here. And also, I think only some of these are like that. And also, it's not going to be the best picture quality. Okay, let's see here. They do not have smart TV functionality, but they provide basic HDMI ports. Scepter. They're gonna not have the best picture quality, but they're pretty solid. They're pretty solid. This is more expensive, though. Like, in terms of, like, how the TV looks that I got, it's, like, a super, like, ultra 4K, beautiful. Like, this one's not gonna be that. It's gonna just be your basic TV, and it's gonna have different ports that you can use. I own a plasma TV, which isn't smart. There you go, baby. Or just get a big PC monitor. You could also just get a big PC monitor. It's interesting to think about, though. This is kind of crazy. 180p is enough for me? Oh, yeah. Like, it's not more expensive than a monitor. That is true. Oh. Oh. It's actually not a bad time to buy a Scepter TV. For some reason, they've gone down in price a lot. Okay, $545 is what I'm seeing for the 75-inch Scepter TV. It will not have smart TV functionality. It won't have access to Netflix or anything like that. It's just going to be a TV that you plug HDMI stuff into. So if you have DVDs, if you have tariffs, oh, but it's cheaper now. If you have DVDs, if you have a DVD player, if you have a PlayStation, it was because of the accident. What? What does that mean? Am I in a coma? What are you talking about? Why would it get cheaper with tariffs? You just hook up a PC to it to watch Netflix or YouTube. That is a really good idea, honestly. It's not your fault right now. Honestly, just get that and a Fire Stick. It's a good idea. Grimmy, wake up. No. VPN, a tablet to the cast TV. Very good idea. It's been 32 years. Please wake up. I'm sorry. Just get a Roku and a cheap TV or hook it up to a PC. That's a great idea. So you can get this nice 75-inch TV, which will be gigantic, humongous, for $530. Or you can go for one that's like $300, and you'll have a bunch of stuff on it, and it sucks. Yo, Heavenly, how you? TV sucks, bro. Fire Stick is all you need. Unironically, for real. Unironically. It took me about 20 minutes, first of all, to install an update for this TV. And then I had to make a Samsung account. And then I also had to make an account for, like, different things on there. And there's like, you need to sign into these accounts. We need your sign-in info. It was miserable. But it was very cheap. I have a whole home theater computer built from my old computer components. Whoa, that's amazing, though. So, can you install software onto the TV to get around needing to make an account? So it depends on where you live. In America, we have this thing where if you try to do that, I'm not throwing shade at Nintendo. I'm really trying not to. But if you do that, like to say your Switch 2, it can brick it, and then it will be something where you have to take it into the shop, and they can get really angry at you, and they can go like, no, you just don't have this anymore. You broke it. No more. And then some of the TVs also do that. So you need to be careful of those specifically. Hook up PS3, then you got Metal Gear Solid 4 on the 75-inch TV. There you go, baby. Voids the warranty. Yeah. So what I would recommend is if you have a computer that's capable of running media, you can hook it up to that, and you can get like a non-smart TV that won't spy on you and go like, you mentioned Canada 3 months ago. We're going to send you Canadian ads.
We heard someone speak Spanish in your house roughly 3 weeks ago. We're gonna just start sending you a bunch of ads in Spanish. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's not how it works. No, we're not spying on you. Don't worry about that. Just a few days ago, you were talking about toothpaste. I think we're gonna send you a bunch of ads about toothpaste. It's interesting. I don't think the government's spying on you. I think that a lot of these government mandates are so they can sell your information to, like... Are we allowed to shout out Heavenly? I know he doesn't like attention, but he's very nice. Just once, maybe. You might not even notice. Just once. Go check him out. But anyways, I think, like, the government probably wants to just sell your data at this point in a lot of instances. It's not even so much Big Brother. It's just, like, they can get money for it, so it's kind of weird. Grimmy is about to get a lot of silver and soap ads. I am the silver and soap ad, baby. Nothing is a coincidence. You've been talking about silver and soap, you end up here. Absolutely. If your TV detects Spanish, it becomes an... Oh no! Gingy, no! A cheeky shout-out as a treat, there you go. I actually really like Cheeky Soap, and the people that I tip them with, like, they really like them too. Government doesn't spy on you, the third-party companies spy on you, and the government buys it, so it's legal. I don't think the government even buys that info. I think they're selling it, honestly. I don't think they care enough. If I'm gonna be real with you, I think they'd much rather, like, sell info and profit off of it. Like, things got weird. Things got really weird. So anyways, no, they do buy it? Wait, for real? When have they bought it? Oh my god, this is crazy. Silky, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Silver Baroness. Sounds like a Queen song. Beautiful. If they buy it, they are doing it with your tax money? I guess that's true. I saw someone almost die after eating the Grimmy really wants to kill you sauce. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Yes, the Grimmy actually wants to kill you sauce is really intense. Gingy, that joke is hilarious. The government doesn't want to spy on you, the government. Well, I believe it. If someone said it out loud, I believe it. This is part 3 of Marble Hornets, because otherwise I'm just going to talk about the government all night and different conspiracy theories. So they were in this building, and it was light
Nothing.
out.
It just keeps ringing.
And now it's dark out.
Did you try calling yet?
After just a few seconds. And they got really scared when there was a time anomaly.
Who should I call?
It doesn't matter. Anybody.
The only people on my phone besides you are my coworkers.
Call one of them. You might have a better signal than me.
That's really sad. I feel you though, Biddy. There we go, baby. I got chips and Marble Hornets, I'm happy. The world could be falling apart, but I got this.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why?
I mean, we clearly don't know our way around. We just walked around and then ended right at the front again. And it would be way worse if we got lost in the middle of the woods. So I don't think we can try again until we have more light.
So what's the plan until then?
I think the plan is what the plan always was. We hunker down. We can film whatever we want to tonight, and
they
then
actually are in a crazy situation.
We'll figure it out. We'll try again.
Okay, but all of our stuff is in the car still.
Okay, well, silver lining, that
Silver.
makes for a better episode. We're roughing it.
I'm really not too interested in what I'm shooting right now anyway.
Well, I am interested in it.
Alex is just
I want to capture
dying.
as much of this as I possibly can, so just keep recording, please. Can you do that?
Yeah, if you say...
Really quickly, I just want to point out that it's interesting that we can now, like, ghost hunting has become such, like, a normal job that we can now have people that are, like, failing at ghost hunting and being like, it's a rough time out there. Oh, geez, like they're a down on their luck ghost hunter. That's kind of, it's kind of absurd now that you think about it. I don't know, it's weird. Like, this is now, like, a legit story, just like a down on their luck ghost hunter. You know, all of those big shot ghost hunters out there making it work, and these guys are just kind of like, you know, they're new to the scene. They're trying, like Papa, yeah.
Say so.
I do. How are we doing?
Thank you for purchasing a Grimmy coin. Slenderman got one.
40% left on battery pack 1, which I have right now. Then the other 3, are fully charged.
Good. And we have one full SD card.
Yeah.
That hasn't shown up yet in the new series. This is an alternative universe where these guys became ghost hunters at like 35. I can't talk, I'm like 109 years old. And I think what I do is a little bit more insane and pathetic. Couples don't exist in the Slenderman universe? Not really. There was almost one. Don't leave Jay alone, that is quite mean, yeah. Jay's gonna get Slendermaned. He's gonna throw him 60 feet into the air and then catch him and scare him. 109, everyone is a baby to me, exactly. I'm geriatric, baby. Yeah. Also, yeah, you don't know what you'll go up against with ghost hunting unless it's in a controlled environment. It could be in an abandoned house, but there could be people living in it. Also, thank you, Love Loves. I hope you're doing well too. Grimmiatric, there we go, baby. What's the secret to living so long? I guess good genes. And also being trapped in like a big giant haunted mansion that altered time and space and your perception of reality and slowly made you go insane as you survived for 90 years in a place beyond your comprehension. Your body unaging, but your mind constantly adrift.
Okay.
But mostly good genes.
There's our door.
Lentils, yeah, like a good
Earlier.
diet helps too. Like, you know, fiber. Fiber helps. Lentils, broccoli, fiber helps.
This is the back side of the facility.
Same queen,
and
same
the
exactly, baby.
utility
Also, hey Papa,
room
how
is,
you?
I think over there.
Ooh, what pair would you recommend? Are you talking about, like, in terms of, like, shipping stuff? In Slenderman? I don't know if there's... No, there are... Wait! I forgot about this! Okay, we gotta watch this after. Slenderman... Happy day to you too! Slenderman has an entire... Like, Marble Hornets has a gigantic fanfiction community with characters that never existed in the series. It's weird. I was confused by that. We did get glitching also. Did we actually get a Slender sighting? Did you see it? Did you? Oh! No, that's a sign. That's a tree. That's a tree. Slenderman's not there. Okay. Wait, whoa, the window? I think the graffiti. Oh! Oh! That's subtle. Like 1 second. Bro, he's right there. I'm Grimmi.
Alright, so... Okay, down there is one of the front entrances.
The coughing is what was happening in the last one too, as they were starting to get psychotic visions.
Okay. Not the most comfortable sleep I've ever had, but...
Oh my god, we should read Mother Horse Eyes.
8:13 a.m. Yet, as you can see...
Oh my god, we have to read Mother Horse Eyes after this.
Completely dark.
We have to.
Even though we are well past...
We have to, yes, yes.
Sunrise. Fortunately...
It's so good.
We don't have any reason to believe that we're in any kind of imminent danger. And aside from it being dark out, everything seems to be pretty normal.
Aside from it being dark outside? Aside from it still being
Morgan,
dark
you will
outside,
give
okay,
me 7 eggs. Thank you.
For being here for 7 days.
What we're going to do now is we are going to gather our things and we are going to try to
Slamus, don't leave.
get to
We're
the
reading
car,
Mother Horse Eyes.
hopefully this time without getting turned around. So
Slamus, don't leave. We're gonna read Mother Horse Eyes after this. It's really good. I'd usually say it's fine. You gotta see Mother Horse Eyes. No one, everyone. Okay, look. It's gonna change your life. It's the best creepypasta I've ever read in my entire. It's my favorite creepypasta. It's getting more popular. Tonight's the night we read Mother Horse Eyes. We read all of it, maybe. Last time I tried to read it, there was some dude that kept making really gross jokes that I wasn't noticing at the time. But this time I'll notice, and this time we're reading all of it. We didn't watch Super Mansion. We watched a clip. We're gonna see if that triggered the DMCA. Okay. But we're gonna finish this and then we're reading Mother Horse Eyes. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Wait, Gingy, what'd you do? What'd you do, Gingy? Gingy, what did you do? Did you just ban a random person or something? Large winner, thank you for the 100 bits, but it's like 10 hours, boss. 6. I think I can get enough sleep. When does it? I think I collaborate with 4 p.m. Okay, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. Yes! Okay, cool. Yeah, we're reading Mother Horse Eyes after this. We can do it in parts if you guys really want to, but it's really good.
just keep shooting.
I know.
It's really good, baby. He's still coughing.
What, did you see something?
No, I'm just being cautious.
Why is Alex always evil in this? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like my model. You. And Brain System Enjoyer, thank you for the 100 bits. Speaking of Mother, have you watched the YouTube horror series Mother by Channel Product? Ooh. I'll write it down right now. We need to watch more horror stuff. There's like a lot coming out in terms of games, in terms of stuff on YouTube. It's great. This is also lovely to see them. They've really grown from the first series they've done.
Oh, yeah. That's where we turned in. All right. Keep going.
Like them going to another world where like everything is dark during the day. Very interesting concept and very easy to do. They once set their porch on fire with real fire because they were broke, so I'm interested to see what they'll do now that they might have like adult jobs with adult money.
What?
And enough money for a fire extinguisher instead of sand. Portrait of God. Ooh, I haven't. That sounds cool.
I swear we were walking in a straight line.
We gotta watch Portrait of God. Let's do this, baby.
All right, let's turn around and try again.
Also,
This
thank you,
time-
Samist.
Keep looking back at it to make sure it's behind us while we walk.
I'll walk backwards.
Yeah, just walk
man.
backwards if you have to.
Sorry, Slavis.
All
Thank
right.
you for the 100 bits. Mother Horse Size is very specific. Don't worry.
Careful.
You'll see. You'll see. I might...
Still there.
Are you allowed to say slurs in like a narrative sense? Like, I don't really want to do it, but it kind of sets the story because some people are really racist in it. And I don't think
okay?
they're particularly good people in the story.
Wait.
This?
Wait,
Yeah,
no.
it gets a little bit weird.
This is the utility room that we were in yesterday.
It has those... Yeah, I'm wondering. I don't know if I should... I'll just skip them.
But
I don't really
how?
want to
This is
say
at the back
them.
of the building. We were just at the front. Ow.
No idea.
I think what I'll do is I'll just say bleep.
No, we need to be more worried about leaving because I am so tired of shooting all of this.
I don't care.
Oh, not thinking like that.
I don't care.
They're small slurs,
Ever
from what I
since
remember.
Whatever happened. You've just been hounding me about leaving. I don't want to film. We gotta stop shooting.
No, I would never
It's been
say that
nonstop,
word. It's
man.
the,
See this from my perspective, okay? You have a steady job in the production business, right?
The R word.
Yeah, I mean, steady
Exactly.
enough. You know that.
And you know what's gonna happen when we get out of here
Like-
and we stop shooting. You're gonna go back to that job, right?
Yeah.
Why is he so
And you're gonna go
angry?
back to Riley. And you're gonna go back to your house. And you know where I'm gonna go?
Home.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go back to my crappy little apartment alone.
Alex.
And then the next day, I'm going to go to my crappy little day job
Alex.
at the call center. And
Alex.
get yelled at all day.
He's helping you.
That's a job that I'm probably gonna be laid off from soon. Just so you know.
Alex.
Sorry.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Don't apologize.
NMC Gaming, thank you for
Just
being here
listen
for
to
6
me
months,
for a
yo.
second. You know what I'm doing at that job when I'm sitting at my desk between calls?
The one for what?
What?
I don't
I'm
like
writing
the
down
R
ideas
word.
for the series. I'm trying to think of ways to make it better. Trying to think, what can we do? Where can we go? Do you know why?
Why? I'm listening.
Because it's all I have. And now we're out here. And we have something.
Alex, this is
big.
unhealthy. You shouldn't be screaming at him.
We actually have something. Something that nobody has seen before. We have, on camera, definitive proof of something paranormal happening. How does that not excite you?
He doesn't want to get
I
killed.
just want to go home, Alex.
So do I, man. Of course I do. But if I can leave here and have something to
This
show
guy is
for it,
evil, Papa,
something that
but-
can pull me out of this hole, I want that. I need it. Look at me. I need this. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Don't mm-hmm me.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So film everything.
Okay.
Dude, calm down. Oh, have a good one, Gingy. Sleep well.
What now? What?
I have an idea.
He made this whole
What, you don't wanna go down there,
personality.
do you?
Uh-oh.
I mean, we've been in the woods a couple of times now.
Papa
and we
Mutt's
keep
evil
ending up
twin,
at the
Father
same place.
K9.
Maybe this goes somewhere. Maybe it actually goes somewhere. And maybe that somewhere has the sun up. I don't know.
This was from the original series, but it looks a lot dirtier and
I haven't
scarier
tried
now.
it yet. I guess there's only one way to find out.
Why are you sending him in for? No. This is where he was chased in the original series. It was really scary.
I just want to leave.
Oh
I'll
no.
try anything. Let's see. It's actually more
I'm shooting
more
in ships,
spacious in
right?
here than I thought it would be.
Well, that's something.
No.
Move in so I can hop down.
Oh no. Oh no. I saw a really cool picture of Slenderman today. I think you guys will think it's sexy. Let me find it really fast. That reminded me of that. Let me get that for you really fast. But okay, one sec. Here we go, baby. I'm of course gonna link this in the chat, but there you go. Okay. Here, let me link this and let me also put it on screen for you. Okay. Sorry, it just reminded me of it. I'm sorry. There, you guys are gonna like this one. They should make a movie where Slenderman looks like this. Get him into Dead by Daylight with all the weird women going for it. Just saying. Why can't I pin that? Why do you not want me to pin that? What's wrong? What do you mean I can't pin it? Oh well. This would have been my middle school wallpaper? Yeah. Not shirtless, so well, I don't know what he'd look like if... I mean, he has, like, growths and stuff. That's not Slender, that's Buffman. I think he's very tall still and, like, spindly. I think that's why people associate it with him. Do not pin Slenderman. I know he doesn't like being looked at, but, you know, here you go. But that was Marble Hornets, episode 3. I think they're doing really, really good. No, Jay Cannon, I don't think he's particularly attractive. He's not an object head. He's just kind of like a scary man in the woods, which is kind of something I fear every day of my life. Anyways, but yeah, that was Slenderman. That was Marble Hornets episode 3. I think they're doing a really good job with this reboot. I think you have to get a mod to pin your message in chat, Grimmi, for some reason. Oh, that's odd. Well, thank you so much, Yama, for pinning it. But there you go. I think it looks really cool. I thought that was a really good episode too. I'm just saying. It was a really good episode. I liked it. This person also does a lot of really cool art of different, like, scary things. A lot of Slenderman, though. A lot of Slenderman. Please let this person have Slenderman get in the Dead by Daylight. I think that would make them happy. So, there we are. Alright. And now, we're moving on to Mother Horse Eyes. He looks like he's going to tell you you didn't meet your quarterly sales goal. Now it's truly a scary concept. Mm-hmm. Alright. I'm trying to figure out where to read this is the only thing. So I feel, how do I put this? This is gonna be the most pretentious thing I ever say. And I really am sorry. I don't think Creepcast did a really good job interpreting Mother Horse Eyes. I at times I was upset because I felt like they didn't really get the vibe of it. And I want to read it to you. And that's it. I still think it's really cool that people experienced it, but I think it should have a very, very uncomfortable feeling to it as you, like, go through it. Like, I think it should be something where you feel like you're very unnerved and you feel, like, weird about it. So, also thank you, Large Witter, for the 100 bits. I think Wendigo and Creepcast are really great. No, I don't think it's negative. I just think that that's not pretentious. That's called having an opinion. I guess so, but, you know. Anyways, so we're gonna go through the chronological Mother Horse Eyes stuff, and we are gonna go through every single specific comment to see everyone going, what the hell are you talking about? On Reddit, so yeah. Also, yes, we are gonna start a big read through, so it's been about an hour and 50 minutes, so we're gonna take a quick commercial break, and then we are gonna read one of the best things ever written. This is well, I shouldn't say objectively. This is objectively my favorite. I can say that. This is my favorite creepypasta by far. I think it's the best one that's ever been made because I think it's in a really weird position where it feels like it's part of reality but slightly off, and it works really neat. It works in a really neat way. So you don't think I've heard of this? You're gonna love it. Get a nice little blanket if you're getting ready to bed. Go to bed. Get a nice little glass of water. Get ready to tuck yourself in, and we're gonna have a very nice time. Yeah, get your snacks and blankies and drinks. Yeah, absolutely. Get a nice glass of water, something like that. I have some water that I've been drinking, but I should probably get more. Like being at a Denny's at 3 p.m. I feel like this, maybe it won't even stack up to like what I remember, but I think it will. I think it will. Mother Horse Eyes before horses were turned into anime girls. I saw that the little lady, the little pink horse died. But I keep seeing fan art of Rice Shower going and hanging out with Ura and like going to pick her up after she's passed away, and they keep making me cry a lot. I'm just, okay, that's an aside. That has nothing to do with what we're about to read. Haru Ura. Urara. Actually crying. It's so cute to see, though. Hurry back so I can listen while I go to sleep. Okay. Good night, Foggy. Thank you for the 100 bits. Alright. We're gonna take a quick commercial break. I also don't know what's gonna be on your commercials, so I apologize if the ads are just like, throughout the story, just like, and then they passed away silently in their sleep. For $5.99, you can get the new chicken tenders at KFC. KFC is making some great new strides with our chicken tenders. You don't want to miss out on these chicken tenders. Like, that would be weird, but it's probably what's going to happen consistently throughout the story. I'll try to make it so we take breaks around the time that we're doing that, though. So, okay, I'll be right back. She lived a very long life and was very happy the last 10 years of her life. That is true. She was probably very relaxed. Uh-oh. I don't know why you got your comments deleted, but I hope you're doing well. If you posted any link, and then let me unpin this. Alright, kind of like when the Grimmy's coin sound pops up. I was legitimately gonna take that down if, like, it kept happening during Kronos. Just like, where am I? You're from the government, aren't you? But she was the only person that mattered to me. Or add some spice to your life with a little bit of Grimbo sauce. Now for only... God, I don't even remember how much it is on the website. I've been a little bit out of it lately. Okay, quick break. Quick break. Quick break. Quick break.
Hey, baby. Sorry that took so long. Thank you guys for being so patient.
Are you ready now? For Mother Horse Eyes?
Yes. Let's see if we can also find some good music to put on in the background.
I think I know what I'm putting on.
I think I know what I want. There's actually some really good stuff that I've heard recently, but it's all copyrighted and we live in hell where robots can detect that, so... Let me put on this. Enjoy this. Here, let's see if this one works with it. And if it doesn't, that's okay. You guys can go, that's not quite the vibe, Grimmi. I don't like that one. Haven't heard this one. No, this is perfect. 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 Yes. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Also, it looks like this isn't fitting the full screen, so let's... Michael's really upset because I'm not playing with it right now. He was like, oh my god, finally, and then... I had to go back. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry, little Michael. So this is how Mother Horse Eyes is supposed to be experienced. You're supposed to find it in the middle of the night and you're supposed to be like, what's this? That's strange, that's a weird name. And then you're supposed to be looking at a random place of Reddit. I don't know what Tifu is. Probably today I effed up by accidentally making napalm in my friend's garage. You see, when given a lighter, and that's also really loud actually. There you go. Michael seems like he's always upset. He wants me to play with him constantly, or he wants his brother to be awake. You see, when given a lighter, combustible material, a lighter, and boredom, what do you expect me to do? Well, spray paint burns and styrofoam does too. I'm not sure what trick ticked in my mind, but I decided to spray paint this huge... I decided to spray paint this huge block of styrofoam and set it alight to see what happens. Being the man-child I am. Thank you so much for purchasing a Grimmi coin. Michael, we're gonna relax now. I'm sorry, buddy. We'll play later. I really do need someone to watch this little kitten. And give him attention. Like, 24 hours a day. He's really pissed off. I'm sorry. It caught on fire very quickly. But didn't seem like anything too serious until several seconds. In less than a minute, it was this flaming block of styrofoam. It was this flaming block of styrofoam from hell, not only blazing out of control, but completely fills the garage with black smoke, even with the garage door open. I almost choked before running out as I watched my friend's garage get consumed by the abyss. The fire went on for ridiculously long. Why do people on Reddit type like this? When the garage finally aired out enough to go back in, I was greeted by a burned mess of black shit melted to the garage floor. Hopefully he won't notice. I should have done this outside. TLDR, accidentally performed Vietnamese war tactics using household materials in a safe, intelligent manner. Mother Horse Eyes. In Vietnam, the US government tried to pacify the country village by village using the Strategic Hamlet program, basically creating villages where there was little or no Viet Cong influence. They tried more extreme experiments where they completely isolated villages or groups of villages, allowing absolutely nobody to enter or exit for- Dude! Michael! No one's- Michael, come here. Michael, come here. We're trying to read about the Vietnam War, Michael. You have to be educated. You have to be educated or history will repeat itself. Isolated. Villages or groups of villages, allowing absolutely nobody to enter or exit for periods of up to 4 years. In some of the villages, people simply starved to death. In other, more self-sufficient villages, the people managed to scrape by. It was noted that in many of the villages where the technique was tried, Masonic or Malarian movements sprang up. In 16 separate incidents, villages were able to independently invent flesh interfaces and non-electrical portals.
and it was summarized that these villages were being collectively dosed with LSD for long periods of time, and their intellectual mutations allowed for these advances. The flesh interfaces were eventually destroyed by North Vietnamese armies at a terrible cost in lives.
And so, everyone that was like in this thread 10 years ago was just like, what? What are you talking about? What? For someone whose account is a few hours old, you have some effed up comment history. What are you smoking? What is a flesh interface? So these are all real comments at the time from people there. No one knew what was happening. And then we go to the next one. Oh, that wasn't even the first post. This was it. Title: A Unite, a Stage, a Coup. Let's read the first one then. The cover of George Orwell's 1984 became less censored with wear. Ooh, that's so cool, honestly. A unite, a stage, a coup, a revolution, a bring, a genocide, a new world, In the MKUltra experiments, the CIA dosed unwitting subjects with LSD to see how they would react. What has not yet come to light is that the MKUltra was an intra-agency project. The CIA created new departments within the CIA and fed them steady doses of LSD and other psychoactives to see how the departments would diverge and mutate away from normal departments. Thank you for purchasing a Grimmi coin. Whole projects and hierarchies were created with everybody involved being more or less unwittingly under the influence of LSD. This is how the restraint bed portals and flesh interfaces were first created, i.e., from a heavily psychomutated hierarchy. The entire thing had to be eliminated, but the technology it created has been revolutionary. Yay, I'm happy you like the coin. That was the first one. But as you can see now, they moved on from experimenting with the CIA to experimenting on people. And then... Sorry if any of this is like pornography or racist, by the way. Today I learned Winston Churchill, along with many of the Royal Navy's highest-ranking men, came very close to death after the ship they were on was fired at by a U-boat with 3 torpedoes. All 3 struck the hull of the ship, but all failed to explode. I'm surprised they use nuclear subs in the Falklands, considering the battle's proximity to the undersea incident zone surrounding the so-called Artigas portal. As I understand it, the portal was opened because of the experiments taking place in the CIA's Antarctic station in the early 80s, and the Falklands quickly became a center for portal research. Being underwater, the portal had an enormous incident zone, and segmented whales and other undersea debris would regularly wash up on the island's shores. They found one whole whale had been segmented cleanly in half by an incident zone disturbance, proving a perfect cross-section for the creature. They also found hundreds of chitinous cruciform creatures, certainly not terrestrial in origin. Hi. Michael, no. We're doing something, Mike.
Anyway, if a nuclear sub had wandered into the incident zone, it could have been disastrous, but I guess they considered the risk acceptable.
Ooh. You have the page up on a second screen, check it first before showing chat. That is a good idea, actually. I can do this. And then also what I really like is just all of the comments are always like, why? What? What? I don't know, man. What? What are you talking about? Is this a conspiracy theory? Like, everyone just thought this was like normal and real for a little bit. Hey, Michael, don't eat that. Michael, don't eat that, baby. That's not... Okay. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry. Okay, is this pornography? No. It ain't pornography. Okay. Oh, I can also put this on in the background, actually, like, while we're not on that page. That seems like a really cool idea, to be real with you. Let me do this. Ooh, this will be nice. This is gonna be real nice, watch. Hey. Michael, don't eat that string. Michael. I'm sorry. He wants to eat string and die.
I'm really sorry, you guys. This isn't the atmosphere for this either, if a little kitty is trying to, like, drive me insane. He's a really good boy, though. He's really good. Okay, we'll just go back to this for a second. The quality of driving in a country correlates with the quality of government. A country driving like maniacs suggests a bad government. The Soviets designed large portions of the Ukrainian countryside designated large portions of the Ukraine countryside as harvest populations. Basically, their food and water supplies were dosed with LSD until they had achieved what the Soviets called integration. This meant that the local populations had independently invented flesh interfaces. The Soviet army would then quarantine the area and try to remove the flesh interfaces for their own use. This was usually without success and with great loss of life. Many of the soldiers and scientists were segmented, as often happens in an incident zone, so they ended up with people missing limbs, cut in half, etc. What's interesting is that the people could live for quite some time despite segmentation. This is what led the Soviets to believe that their missing body parts still existed, albeit in some unknown place. So one of the leading theories of the time was interdimensionality. Quite mistaken. Oh ho ho ho. Those replies? Yeah, wait a second. I really like that every single time it's just like, what are you talking about? Like, portals or something. I think he's a time traveler, funny novelty account. This is becoming my favorite novelty account. That's not what novelty means. Why are you so mean? Why are you so mean, little guy? Who made you so angry, buddy? Also, Jack, thank you for the 100 bits. From runners of the program in the 80s, well after it ended, a really good read if you wanted to get inside the heads of what they were doing. Oh, interesting. Well, this is not exactly on Kale Trap. Get in there, baby. I think this is something where people started to experiment with stuff beyond their comprehension. I think he's a time traveler is one of my favorite comments from this. I think this is supposed to be something where, because the work was segmented and in a weird place, it's kind of mirroring that in the story that they're presenting on Reddit. I'm also gonna make another one of these really fast. 1 second. We need another. I think I can just do it through this actually. Yeah, I'll just put it through Audacity. Okay, another window. I'm just making a second Opera browser thing so we can have something cool in the background as we go through this. We'll have this big and bright baby. We'll have this looping baby. And then... okay. This will set the scene, I think. This will make it a little bit more beautiful in such a way. Michael, I'm really sorry, dude, but you're gonna have to let me do this right now. I played with you all day. I hung out with you all day, Michael. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mikey Mike. I'm sorry. Okay, I think that's gonna work. And then will this work too? Also, thank you so much, Chris, for gifting us up to Ichigo. I appreciate it. Will this work too? Opera. Okay, yes. There we go. I think that looks very nice as we read this. That looks cool. Look at that. That's fun. Ooh. Ooh, I like it. Ooh, okay. Okay, here we go. I desire all the attention. He can have a little bit of attention afterwards, but I think this was supposed to just be kind of I don't know. I think this is kind of about, at least in my opinion, people messing with things beyond their comprehension when it comes to the human mind and our connection to a source or another dimension that we don't fully understand. And I think that's what's kind of referenced throughout it. We're about to see some new stuff too here, so let's see here. We're on the 5th one, the Dubai incidents. Let me make sure that none of this is racist. Okay, this one has also been archived, so we can't even really see what they said. And then I'm actually gonna do this, so we have a cool background, because Reddit looks a little different. We can make this look a little cooler. Aha! Hee-hee. Oh, I think that looks better. Alright, there we go. I think it looks cooler. Maybe a little bit more centered. Okay. Is this centered? I guess it's centered. Okay. When I tell people all the countries I've been in while in the Marine Corps, funny. Dubai probably has the highest rate of free-forming non-interface incidents of any major metropolitan area in the world. In one incident, a large group of migrant workers was segmented in an underground facility. Perfect cross-sectional segmentation along the frontal plane. You could see their lungs working, food being digested, blood pumping on the inside of the heart, everything. They lived for almost 5 months in these conditions. Absolutely fascinating to see in person. There was also a group of school children who were very slightly segmented. Just the ends of fingers and bits of calves and such, hardly fatal wounds. Yet they all died within 2 months. Some showed signs of intellectual mutation. There are no known flesh interfaces in Dubai. However, it is summarized that the architecture is actually based on an interface geometry and carries some latent interface-like powers. Mass segmentation remains one of the most mysterious aspects of interfaces. They seem to show that interfaces do indeed concentrate on flesh, living up to their name. Oh, Corps? Marine Corps. Oh, you taught me a new word. Appreciate it. So, I think what this one is saying is that once they started having these flesh interfaces come about, they didn't quite fully comprehend them, but someone was like, this looks cool, I'm gonna make something with it. And that's when it all got even weirder. That's when it all got even weirder. Okay, I don't think Elizabeth Bathory will have anything too scary. Huh? What does this have to do with Elizabeth Bathory? I think I'm gonna leave this here without comment for a few seconds because I don't really want to. How has this not been turned into a book? I think it'll probably be turned into a movie now. We look at Elizabeth Bathory as an example of pre-LSD enlightenment, i.e. someone seeming to attempt to build a flesh interface before the invention of LSD. How can this be explained? Perhaps she ingested some ergot or some other naturally occurring psychotropic chemical, or perhaps her mind was simply attuned to whatever intellectual process needed to occur to invent a flesh interface. The Book of Revelations is also considered a description of a flesh interface, especially in the description of New Jerusalem. My problem with this is that it's all speculative. It's like when modern psychologists diagnose historical figures. I'm uncomfortable with this level of speculation. I will always regard the first instance of a flesh interface to have occurred in Treblinka, 1944. The geologic disturbances, partial tunnels, so-called interdimensionality, and wealth of clearly segmented bodies leave no doubt of its existence. The Soviets have documented this. This gives me WWZ vibes in a way. Yeah. I am intrigued and terrified of you. Is this some sort of fictional work I should know about, or did someone forget to take their meds? Huh. Can you Ellis this whole comment for me? I'm so lost. I don't know what this is. Basically, when you look at the stories of Elizabeth Bathory's behavior, it seems like she's trying to build a flesh interface. But it is known that in order to invent a flesh interface, one must be under the influence of LSD for extended periods, as LSD hasn't been invented during her life. It's probably just a coincidence. Still, a tantalizing theory, though. I like that they replied to someone completely randomly. Explain like I'm 5? Oh! Interesting. Interesting indeed. Alright, on to the next one. I don't think any of these will have PP in them. Okay, I think this was just the next one, yeah. We read this one. I see your post many mentions of flesh interfaces. Care to define what that is for us, as well as can you use text at least? Obviously, I can't define a flesh interface in terms of purpose or composition or mechanism. I can only list the various phenomena which are related to them. Chief among these is the creation of an incident zone wherein objects are spontaneously segmented. Parts of the object simply disappear, yet the objects continue to behave as if the missing parts are still present. As you see, you see complex tunnels created in the earth. These have been termed ant farms. In undersea interfaces, you get chitinous cruciform organisms. These sui generis organisms are thought to be the result of an evolutionary process which took place in an environment other than Earth. This is speculation, but in this case I agree with it. Then there have been giant metallic cylinders which appear and experience continuous spontaneous segmentation. These are at least 10 meters in diameter and get much larger, and only occur in very large interfaces, i.e. portals. Beyond this, the phenomenon are too various to mention and different for each interface. Making LSD is like building a rocket to Mars in terms of complexity. No one on the illicit market does it because it's way too expensive and complicated. Whoa, really? Huh. Interesting. Will this be on the test, Grimmi? This is just someone talking. Who knows what it's about? Who knows? I don't know. I'm sad he's gone too. If you draw a mustache on Rihanna's face, it's like he's still here. Many people think that a portal is simply a large flesh interface. A portal is a large flesh interface. This is true, but it's also more than that. A portal is, as the name implies, a way of sending objects between the portal site and wherever the various locations that have been found beyond the portals are located, the so-called alien sister cities. Portals are usually, but not always, accompanied by large, fluctuating metallic cylinders. The largest above-water portal that I know of occurred in Novaya Zemlya, and existed for several weeks before it was destroyed by the Russian so-called Tsar Bomba. In this case, the metallic cylinders were miles high and covered with features rarely seen on other cylinders. Blinking lights, nodules, so-called antennae, or antennae. They took on a very artificial appearance, i.e. they seemed to be constructed technology rather than naturally occurring phenomena. After this, are the cylinders themselves artifacts being sent through the portals? Or are they phenomena created by flesh interfaces in the way a mushroom cloud is created by nuclear explosion? This is unclear. I wish I could show you guys pictures of the Novaya Zemlya cylinders. They were truly beautiful, rising miles into the clear Arctic air, like great alien towers, tinged blue by the vastness of the distances involved. Though it was certainly necessary to destroy them. We owe the Soviets a great debt for their tireless efforts to collapse the interface. I sometimes wish they were still there. At least then, there would be something. Some evidence. I like this. Wrong thread. Are you lost? Are you okay? This is a picture of Prince or a picture of Rihanna with a mustache. This is not where you should be. I like that one though. I'm gonna try really hard to get these names right as we go through it too. I like how he's writing this in random Reddit threads about Prince. Yeah, this was honestly a really interesting way to get people involved in like checking this stuff out too. This is their 10th post. The paint peeling off the sign makes it look like the logo for a metal band. Evacuation Assembly Area 1. In response to what the CIA has accomplished with their Antarctic stations in Artigas, the Soviets built a larger station in Novaya Zemlya in the Arctic. 30,000 prisoners and an exceptionally pure gas concentrate created a flesh interface which went through all 7 stages in less than 13 minutes and became a full-fledged portal. Within a day, the typical fluctuating metallic cylinders were visible, and within 3 days, they were extending miles into the sky. The Soviets quickly realized that the portal was growing out of control. In previous instances, they had simply bombed the site from the air, but in this case, the enormous cylinders and attendant incident zone extending to the edge of space prevented this, as well as missile strikes.
there was also an exceptionally large lateral incident zone around the portal, with segmentation occurring miles out from the site. Alarmed by the zone's uncontrolled growth and the growing underground tunnels, aka ant farms, the Soviets worked feverishly to construct a hydrogen bomb of unprecedented power, which could be detonated from outside the incident zone and still collapse the portal. The steady rate of growth in the incident zone provided them with an exact deadline, which they managed to meet with only 2 hours to spare. Any later, and the bomb could not have been placed so close as to collapse the interface. In short, the world came within 2 hours of being subjected to an uncontrolled flesh interface, and perhaps the end of civilization as we know it. Before the portal was collapsed, however, the Soviets had gained first-hand knowledge of one of the so-called sister cities. In other words, someone had gone into the portal and come back.
Oh. Michael, what is going on? He's just not accepting this at all. I'm sorry, baby. This next one is where it gets really interesting. I did not need to hear the term flesh interface before bed. No, stay awake. Listen to this as you go to sleep. It'll give you cool nightmares. Right, Mikey? Okay, he's finally calming down a little bit.
Title: Lisa's Dream.
This wolf looks horrified. They do.
I've always found Lisa's Dream to be a good starting place when trying to understand the psychological effects of travel. Lisa was 9 years old and sent through the Groom Lake Interface in 1975. The Groom Lake Interface connects to the so-called sister city, technically persistent locus, known as the Hanging Temples. She stayed there for 5 days of normal time, but only 48 seconds of beyond time, a marked discrepancy. Upon returning, she did not recall anything beyond becoming drowsy for a moment. She slept well that night, and in the morning she recounted a dream to the doctors, before dying later in the day. A direct transcript of the audio from her interview.
It was spring, and it had been raining all day, but the rain stopped just before it was going to be sunset. So all the clouds were purpley and the sky was really orange, and the grass was all wet with rain, and there were fires of flies around the fireflies, like all in the sky, way up in the sky, big ones. And me and my grandma went out to these hills way past the edge of town, and under the hills there were people sleeping. Not in caves, they were buried under hills. The people were asleep, but they were hugging each other. Families like moms and dads and little kids just packed together. A few thousand. The hills were just blown up like balloons because they were full of so many people. Like a pregnant woman's stomach. My grandma told me to lie down, but I didn't want to. So she laid down and got sucked into the ground. I heard her voice coming out of the ground telling me to come inside. This is where people get confused. I like that this person's LARPing just like I'm part of this too. I should also probably update my title to not be about Supermansion now that I think about it. Sorry. We read in... let me actually get the exact name of this. Whoa! Come back, Reddit. I like this story a lot. There we go. Actually, we can just make it the title of the stream, just... You know what? No advertisements this stream. No, nothing, just this. There we go. There we go. But yeah, I like this. At this point, you bet the SCP authors are shoving threads to get involved. It's like, I also am a mother horse eyes, yes. Hi, Steve Chappelle. Or, sorry, not Steve, Dave Chappelle. Today I learned Prince used an image of Dave Chappelle dressed as him on the cover of his 2013 single, Breakfast Can Wait. When asked about it, Chappelle said, "What am I going to do? Sue him for using a picture of me dressed up like him?" That's checkmate right there. That is Steve Chappelle. There you go.
It's Prince's brother.
It would have been easy to say that the Soviets discovered the secret of survivable travel because they were more ruthless, more willing to sacrifice innocent lives. But there was really no lack of ruthlessness on the part of the CIA. It was just really a matter of approach. The Soviets approached the mystery of the flesh interfaces the same way they approached their space program. The first humans in space, the so-called lost cosmonauts, who were never officially acknowledged, were just ordinary people, culled from the gulags with no more control over their missions than Laika the dog. The Americans, on the other hand, started with professional men, usually from the military. Likewise, when it was discovered that objects and even animals which entered the flesh interfaces occasionally returned unharmed, the Americans began training their men to enter the interfaces. Because they culled their men from certain military ranks, they were all of similar ages. The Soviets, however, used prisoners, who had a much wider age range, and so they were able to discover the essential correlation. The younger a person was, the more likely they were to survive travel, and the longer they would survive after travel. They discovered that 20-somethings were much more likely to survive, albeit in a horribly altered state, than older people. They discovered that people in their early 20s fared better than those in their late 20s. Teenagers fared even better. So despite all moral
I don't even know this word.
compunction, so despite all moral compunction, it was a really matter of time before they sent a child through. And it was only after the first round of children went through that they gained any idea of what was on the other side.
Compunction. Ah, truly enlightening. I just blew this.
Thank you, that's it. Okay.
This is getting kind of messed up and sad, though. I wouldn't put it past the CIA, though.
The village.
Are you guys liking it so far? I like it.
Until we found the village, we had suspected that the detectors were just props. Just toys given to us by the CIA guys to reassure us. Nobody trusted the...
Well, this is also a bad word. I can replace it with, what's it called? I think they call CIA people, glowies? You can replace it with that.
Nobody trusted the glowies. 3 days through the jungle, and these detectors had not detected a fucking thing. But before we even saw the first hut, the needles on all the detectors started moving in unison. If they were phony toys, it was a cool little special effect. The needles swayed back and forth. All the little metal boxes let out this spooky woo sound in unison, like an old school choir. Very weird. We turned them off.
Wait, that's worse? I didn't know that. Is it really bad to say glowy? Wait, sorry.
One guy, crap. As instructed, we treated every Vietnamese as a combatant and killed them all. There wasn't any resistance, though. A few had weapons, but most were unarmed. None fought back. They didn't even run. They were just sitting around lazing in the sun, and we shot them when we found them. Thank you for purchasing a Grimmi coin. This is unrelated. And we shot them where we found them. Grim work and very weird. That's probably what spooked us out of most of the detectors.
That's okay to use it that way, though.
It was like they were waiting to die. After clearing the village, we didn't know what to do, so we turned one of the detectors on and wandered around to see what was up. The detector started going nuts around one of the bigger huts in the middle of the village. We had already cleared it, but we went in again. There was a big altar inside with candles and Buddhas and gold signs with...
I think that's a slur, too.
Writing on it. And shit. We figured maybe one of the Buddha statues was setting off the detectors, but no. The hut was very hot and muggy. Even by the incredible humid standards of Vietnam, it was incredibly, incredibly humid in there. Even the Buddha statues were sweating. Their faces were literally coated with drops of moisture. everybody noticed that there was something weird going on with the air. There was something off about the pressure, so we tossed everything, picked up all the shit and tossed it out of the hut. Sure enough, when we picked up a big platform that held the altar, there was something under it. It was a pit made of flesh, maybe 5 feet across, going down about 20 feet before curving out of sight. When I say made of flesh, I mean it looked like the inside of somebody's throat. Wet, reddish flesh-looking stuff. We had heard of them building tunnels, but this was... We really couldn't even understand what we were looking at. It was breathing. The flesh kind of rippled and this hot air came out. And it felt and smelled just like somebody breathing right on your face, enough to make you sick. They told us we would know it when we saw it. Well, we saw it and we knowed it. We radioed the coordinates in and got the fuck out of there.
So this is where they first start to encounter like these really, really large ones. And now we have a really, 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 really long comment. So what we'll do is we'll go over here and we'll see what this was in relation to. Oh, it got deleted. They were like, this is not related to the movie. China official says the Martian shows Americans want space cooperation. That's nice. Me saying the F word is kind of nice. Let's go. I don't think you can give a horrifying, gigantic anomaly a mint and have it go okay. Sorry, I have a nice boba to drink. Okay. Encasement. Encasement was certainly not something we were expecting. It literally changed our whole perspective on what exactly was occurring. We thought that the flesh interfaces were just like pipes that went from one location to another, perhaps extra dimensionality or some other magic. But when the first subject came back encased, we realized that... Well, I'm not sure what we realized. We realized for the 1,000th time in our dealings with the flesh interfaces that we were dealing with something really beyond us. That's why I called it magic. They were so far beyond our understanding, it was basically like meddling with some kind of black magic. The first subject to come back encased was an 8-year-old girl we had named Jingles. Don't give them cat names, that makes it harder. We started naming the kids dogs' names to try to depersonalize them, to assuage the guilt. It's not how that works, it makes it worse. This was done by the recommendation of CIA psychiatrists, but it didn't work very well. We all felt like shit. But what choice did we have? Could we just ignore the flesh interfaces and not study them? Perhaps, but you must realize the Soviets were also studying them. That changed the whole equation. If they... Well, the ethical issues have been debated to death. What's done is done. We dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. We gave those blankets to the Indians. And we sent those kids through those portals, and now it's all just part of history. Anyway, we sent Jingles into the flesh interface, and an object returned 2 minutes later, which is a pretty long time for an interface. It was a large organic sac lined with veins vaguely resembling a human lung, about 4 feet long. We x-rayed it and saw the tiny skeleton inside and cut it open. Sure enough, Jingles was inside, naked and covered with blood, with no hair on her head. There was an umbilical cord attached to her belly button, which was attached to some sort of placenta. We had a problem with the surgeons trying to harm her. It was later realized that her blood, its blood, the blood from the sac, had high concentrations of an exotic LSD analog. It was getting absorbed through the skin. The placenta was like an LSD factory pumping out millions of doses. This particular blend made people pretty violent, so we had to put containment suits on. Jingle's skin was flawless, like a newborn's. No wrinkles on the back of her neck. No wrinkles on her palms except the major ones. She had the form of an 8-year-old girl, but seemed a lot newer. We did MRIs on her bone plates and found they were all still highly underdeveloped, as if she was a newborn. We wondered, is this really Jingles or some kind of clone? What sort of apparatus could have possibly produced this clone, and why?
after a day of observation, she awoke. We weren't sure if her mind was still there. Perhaps she had been wiped clean, so we waited, asking her questions. At first, her behavior was like that of an infant, just smiling and gurgling and clasping her hands. It was pretty eerie seeing that kind of behavior from an 8-year-old. Really, it was pretty eerie looking at her at all. Her skin was so pure and glowing. She looked like an absolute angel. Well, anyway. After a while, she started babbling, saying little phrases. In a matter of hours, she seemed to progress through the various stages of developments, her sentence structure and awareness becoming more and more sophisticated. As soon as she could understand sentences, we started questioning her. Who was she? She said her name. She knew her past. She wasn't just a blank clone. This may or may not have been the original girl, but she seemed to have the same mind as the original. So then we asked her the question that we all wanted to know. The question that had plagued us for years, the question that had led us, in the face of all humanity and morality, to send a child into a living apparatus of death. What did she see? What was on the other side? Her expression grew thoughtful. She was always such a thoughtful, bright girl. We chose her for her intelligence. So young and bright, and we just threw her. Anyway, she thought about the question. And it seemed then that she would finally give an answer, a real answer. I remember the sense of anticipation in the room. It was like nothing I've ever felt before or since. Remember, I quit the program that day, so I was never able to question another subject. Anyway, she said to us, inside the chamber, I started to feel drowsy. Then everything changed, and I knew what I saw. I had seen it before. I said to myself, this is like the room in Grammy's house, the quiet room. We asked her what she meant by this. She replied with these words. Her final words before she simply stopped living and sat there dead with her eyes still on us. She said, "Come unto these yellow sands."
Hey, Rizal. I don't know if this is winning. I like this story, but it's scary. What's in the hyperlinks? I don't know, actually. I don't think it's gonna be pornography, so we can just look at it. Cool. I don't know what it means, though. Does anyone know this phrase? How you doing, Rizal? How you doing, everyone? I don't know what it is. It is a hyperlink blocked. I've seen so much spammed on Twitter lately. It's been kind of nuts. It's been kind of crazy. I can see why this is your favorite, Grimmi. I really like it. You're getting into playing Pokemon cards now. Oh, that's nice. But otherwise you're good. Oh, wait. Oh, this is a problem. Get that $8,000 EV, baby! With the risky click without a worry? I didn't think it would be that bad. Okay, so I remember them being really racist about Japan, so we might have to censor some things. This is probably it. Let's see what this was a comment. Oh my god. In relation to... I'll probably go back here because this one's long and I want the paragraph breaks. This one apparently was okay to stay up, though. Okay. Well, this one has paragraph breaks. We can read it here.
China official says the film The Martian shows Americans want space cooperation.
You lost all your Pokemon data. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's horrible. Still trying to afford that $20, what? I don't know what Pokemon that is, but I'm happy for you or scared. Legit.
In explaining our cruelty, which I admit was quite beyond the scope of all humanity, I feel I must remind you of how we lost the war. We lost the war in the cruelest way imaginable. Island after island fell, and the enemy drew closer and closer. More and more bombs fell onto our cities. Food grew more and more scarce, people starved, houses burned, people burned, children burned. We were punished by our own sense of dignity, by our own inability to admit the inevitable and total defeat. It was like watching a sword slowly being sunk into your chest, millimeter by millimeter, but you refused to cry out, refused to whimper or beg for mercy, and there is nothing you can do but watch the metal disappear into your weeping flesh. By the end of 1944, it was clear that both Japan and Germany were doomed, barring some divine intervention. Yet the stories we knew from childhood told us that we had been saved by divine intervention before. When the fleets of Kublai Khan were on our shores, moving from island to island, conquering and raping until a miraculous typhoon sent their ships to the bottom of the ocean. Though we were modern men and trained in Western science, we still believed there was some sacred destiny in store for the Japanese people, and we kept an eye out for something, anything which hinted at the divine. 2 intriguing pieces of news had come to us via Germany, developments which suggested that perhaps the tide of war could turn suddenly. Both, however, were ominous. One was that America was developing a superweapon, a bomb that could level an entire city, which used the latent power of the atom, unleashing very forces which held existence together. We assured ourselves that this was American propaganda, that no such weapon actually existed, but our scientists acknowledged that it was theoretically possible. The second was a piece of news that was much more puzzling. It was said that Swiss scientists had synthesized a chemical which, like the American nuclear technology, could unleash latent forces. This time, the forces of the mind. This chemical was said to fuse various disparate areas of the mind and allow for incredible insights. Apparently, teams working under the influence of this chemical for long periods of time were capable of inventing techniques and devices previously unheard of. By the end of 1944, various high-ranking Germans were slipping out of Germany like rats from a sinking ship, often trying to fund their escape by selling various pieces of artwork, technology, intelligence, etc. It was from one of these that we obtained an enormous supply of this wonderful chemical, LSD, which was supposed to be secret, even from Germany's allies. Along with the chemical, we were given pieces of news which was potentially tantalizing, given the position we were in. According to our contact, experiments with LSD had been conducted at the Treblinka extermination camp. A group of prisoners were given the drug for a period of several months, and the results were so impressive that somehow the prisoners were able to convince the camp leaders to take the drugs as well. Soon the entire camp hierarchy was taking the drug and working together on a new device that was some sort of destructive radar, which could bring down planes as easily as ordinary radars found them. It was said to be powerful enough to slice bombers right in half. Of course, we found this piece of news hard to believe. Nazi death camp commanders working side by side with Jewish prisoners to invent a magical radar? It was utterly fantastical. Our good sense told us to ignore it, and yet, how could we? The Americans had already taken back the Philippines. Soon they would take Iwo Jima, then Okinawa, then all the home islands. We were facing the end of the Japanese as a free race, perhaps the end of all Japanese existence. The Germans would have easily compared to us? Many Americans were German in origin. There was a blood affinity between the countries. This did not exist for us. The Americans would burn down our cities, rape our women, and enslave us, make us servants. Like, I can't say that one. Beep. We would be crossbred with the whites until we had become some degenerate half-castes. Japanese culture would crumble. The stories of our childhoods would be forgotten. We were watching a sword disappear into our hearts, and we were desperate for some kind of divine intervention. So in late 1944, a glass jar of LSD crystals, enough for several million doses, was taken aboard a submarine and slipped under the cover of the sea. back to the home islands. We were looking for divine grace. What we found was a hell beyond our darkest dreams of destruction.
Thank you, Kamu, for subscribing. I appreciate it. So, can someone explain to me what the F is going on with this comment? I'm high out of my mind and can't figure this out. Oh no! He just wanted to hear about movies when he went to Reddit. Historical fiction, indeed. It plays into like different parts of like our reality and pulls us back consistently as well. And then this one is, hello friends. Self-post in a subreddit now locked. I placed it here in the timeline. There you go. Old sites disconnected from the new webgate and controlled by large providers where old grudges and malice still live can only be found by clicking a broken link. Interesting. Little did they know anime girls would take over America. Hell yeah. They did, baby. Hi, Giraffe. How are you? The ambient music I'm using is Silent Hill 3 OST. Sun. The song Sun extended and slowed. I thought it would be good for this story. This is Mother Horse Eyes communicating with us for the first time.
Hello, friends. Thank you for your interest in my posts. I want to apologize to the community at large for posting them to threads whose relationship to their content is at best tangential. I simply had nowhere else to post my information where anybody would read it. Previously, I was operating a website wherein my information laid out in a rather straightforward manner. I was quite convinced that the undeniable truth of this information would attract attention on its own accord. I was quite sure that somehow this grand truth would shine out as a beacon and resonate with receptive people, and quickly become widespread. As I recall, my best month brought about 400 visitors, and a total of 4 non-spam comments. 75% of these recommended psychiatric intervention. So here we find ourselves. I am attempting to use the technique of fiction and suspense to hopefully generate interest in this information. Your subreddit furthers this aim. I sincerely thank you for creating it. I should clarify that this information is not fiction, nor is it true. It's a mix of things which happened and things which almost happened. Things which were not things which could have been. You must understand that the present moment in which we exist is simply a nexus from which trillions of possible pasts and possible futures branch out. The important thing is to realize that these unreal pasts and unrealized futures are related to each other. By examining what might have been, we can come to understand what might come to be. I am writing about what has never been and what must never be. Unfortunately, our generation has been given a special burden. We are doomed. As the
This person's so smart.
As the apocryphal Chinese curse has it, to live in interesting times. Soon, technological advances in the field of information technology and bioengineering will fundamentally reshape human existence. There are a number of possible outcomes, and I believe most of them will result in the human race entering an unending era of absolute slavery.
Ooh. Kinda topical, but okay, go off, Queen, okay.
As a free species, we have seen totalitarianism before, and we have destroyed it. But when it arises again, aided by advanced information and biological technology, it will have a new unprecedented ability to envelop the entire Earth and place humanity in an unalterable state of total mental and physical slavery that will last for unaccounted millennia until the Earth becomes uninhabitable.
Okay. Oh, also, yo, Dribbly, thank you for the 300 bits. That must have been really fun. We're reading something scary.
Not only do I believe that this outcome is possible, I believe that it is overwhelmingly likely. Out of all the trillions of possible futures arrayed before us, 99.9999 of them result in this outcome. As Christ said, "Wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But narrow is the gate and narrow is the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." We must enter and find this narrow gate, but it will not be easy. In order to find it, we must sort through the many possible paths to find a possible future, which results in humanity's free to live and die as humans, and not an unholy amalgamation of mindless flesh. However, we must fight against the forces of slavery and death. It will be precisely our instincts towards the preservation of freedom and life that will lead us to destruction. In short, we live in precarious times.
That's not good. Amalgamation. It's amalgamation, not amalgamation.
I want to make it clear that while this post shows clear and appalling signs of megalomania, I am actually aware that I am not a prophet or an expert. I am a 30-something American male without the benefit of a college education or stable job. Sadly, I have spent most of my life drunk. My post will contain a number of historical errors, both intentional and unintentional, as well as bad spelling, bad grammar, and laughably overwrought prose. Readers with a proper education will easily see through my attempts at erudition. Erudition? In short, I have no proper formal qualifications for the task I have set out for myself. But I have personally experienced the intellectual mutations of which I write. Through repeated self-experimentation, I have fractured the time state of my brain, and it now exists in an ever-shifting state between various paths which didn't happen. As such, I have been given what I believe is a special insight into our possible futures. They are dark. The shadows of past atrocities pass and overlap with the shadows of future atrocities. Time is short. Recently, I have been beset with a persistent creativity that seems to grow stronger as the days go by. I fear this state is unsustainable. Perhaps eventually this productive mania will turn into an unproductive psychosis. And soon, on a larger scale, mankind's productivity will turn into its own sort of psychosis. Billions of years ago, the so-called primordial soup arranged itself into a self-replicating form which multiplied and flourished, and diversificated into countless species. Even from our vantage point in the present, this singular moment of origin has become lost in the mists of time. Equally obscure to us is the future singularity towards which we are heading, the end point, in which all countless species are once again reintegrated into a new singular form, a new abomination. We are on the verge, all of us. Times are dire. We are about to be gathered again into the arms of the Mother, to become one with her, the Mother who gathers lost children, the Mother I have seen in the dark spaces since I was a little child. Back when I called her the Mother with horse eyes, we are about to meet her again. We are about to be unborn.
That's creepy. The magical space what? This one's actually the most intense one. Like, these ones that are titled like this seem like really silly, but they're the most scary actually. The second one is really intense. Russia's military to spot 5 bottlenose dolphins. What? Oh, okay. Well, now we know that. I don't usually read audiobooks or do too much voiceover because I'm usually a little busy, but I like reading this. I actually really wanted to upload all of this onto YouTube at one point. I have music in the background though, so I can't use this reading. I'm also kind of stumbling over words as they start because I haven't read in a while. This is one of the scariest, well, I don't think it's this one, but you'll see.
Magical space pussy. I'm glad you like it, Witch. Yay! I approve of Grimmi audiobooks. I'm glad you like them.
When you're hanging out with a tribe of Nazi acid heads, magical space pussy doesn't seem to ever register on the weirdo meter. I mean, they talked about so much weird shit, and so much of it was total bullshit. I didn't pay any fucking attention to it. It was the 60s. Talking about magical space pussies was like asking someone to know how their day went. It was just conversation to me. But to them, it wasn't. That was a strange time in my life. I had spent the last 6 months going from commune to commune, just checking them out, and they were all bullshit. Every one of them was just some guy on a power trip with a bunch of women who'd grown up with bad fathers hanging on his every word, hoping he would solve all their problems. That's the only way the commune system worked. The guy got control of the women, and the women attracted a few guys to do manual labor, but in the end, it was basically just a new system of pimping. I mean, I'm from Brooklyn. I've seen pimping. These chicks had tried hard to escape society and just gotten themselves pimped out. It was tragic. But too tragic for me to give a shit about. So I went to Death Valley. Why did I go there? Why does anybody? Because it had a cool name. It was called Some Scorpions and a Bunch of Fucking Rocks, which it actually is. Nobody would go. I had decided I was done with the counterculture. I was done with the regular culture. I was done with all of it. I would go where nobody would bother me and just try to figure myself out, get a little peace and quiet. A month later, the Manson family moved in next door. And for a while, it was just a nice little guy named Paul and some girls living a few miles from my shack. Seemed harmless. Then the whole family came in. Charlie, too.
What a moment to buy a Grimmi coin. Thank you for buying a Grimmi coin the second Charles Manson entered the scene.
They had already committed the murders at this point. It was big news, but nobody knew who did it. I surely didn't connect to this band of weirdos next door. They seemed too stupid to pull off anything newsworthy. That's another bullshit commune. Once Charlie got there, the family seemed to spend most of their time driving their dune buggies around, pretending to be fucking...
Africa Corps? Huh. I don't know what that is.
I mean, Charlie would put on a helmet with a swastika and lead them in maneuvers. I'd never met racist Nazi hippies before, but there's a first time for everything. Some have even talked about Uncle Adolf and how he knew the score and how he should have won the war. I was a mechanic in the army, so I helped them out with the buggies and got to know them a little. Slowly, their little philosophy trickled down to me. They thought America was on the verge of an apocalyptic race war. Blacks on white, helter-skelter, the whites riot, in every city. That part actually seemed pretty plausible.
What?
I mean, you have to understand, this was 1969. The country had been getting weirder and weirder, more and more violent every year. Nobody was quite sure how the world would end, how it would end. Nobody knew that in the 70s, the counterculture would just kind of peter out into a bunch of fucking James Taylor albums.
What? What are those?
They said they had to come to the desert to find a hideout so they would be safe while the helter-skelter race war went on.
What? Skelter, they're saying your name a lot.
They said somewhere out in the desert there was a bottomless pit full of wonders and treasures. In the Bible, Revelation speaks of the tree of life, which bears 12 kinds of fruit, one for every month. They said this tree was growing inside the bottomless pit and would give them all the food they wanted while they waited out the war. When it was over, they said, they would emerge and Charlie would rule over the world as the new Christ. So that part was a little bit less plausible. And then I started hearing about the magical space vagina. I had been friends with Paul, who was actually a nice guy, just wanted to fuck the girls and get stoned and didn't seem to get into the whole Nazi thing. He said they were searching for the entrance to the bottomless pit. He said that the entrance would be made out of flesh and growing out of the rocks like a giant pussy so you could stroll right in. I told him he thought about pussy way too much, but he was serious. He said that the technology to turn rocks into flesh was from outer space, and its secrets had been taught to Charlie by Uncle Adolf. Until then, I thought that Uncle Adolf was their name for Hitler. Slowly I learned more, and I started to realize they were talking about somebody that was still alive. Somebody they actually knew. And they told me he was coming soon.
Oh. Let's see what this comment is. Soldiers running drills on LSD in the 1960s. That seems right up this one. It is getting really weird. Also, hi numbers. Yo, thank you for being here for 41 months. Yo! How you doing? Is this still the same creepypasta? Yes. It's all tangentially kind of ish related. Boba's pretty good. I'm good, just chilling. Nice, nice. 41 moons, it's true. Euphoria and terror. This kind of psychological mirroring was exploited in the design of the flesh interfaces. When a human body is embedded in an interface, the independent, non-human interface glands produce a massive amount of LSD, which cause intellectual mutations, time fracturing along with several dozen axes. Meanwhile, independent hormone regulators produce an emotional oscillation between two states, euphoria and terror. Thus, we have the typical sound of an interface, alternating between waves of giggling and screaming that move through the interface population, running along the length of the interface as the hormones travel along the independent conduits. These successive waves of giggling and screaming create a steady rhythm that washes over the traveler as they move through the interface. Natural empathetic responses, mirroring, prepare the traveler's body for the process of embrace. What does that mean? I'm glad you like it, Sleepy. It's good. Oh. I read some about Wild 60 psych experience on nonverbal autists with LSD and MDMA. Did it work? I doubt it. That's crazy, though. I heard about a documentary, actually, where someone... This was really messed up, but I believe it was like a nonverbal autistic man. And a crazy woman that was essentially like his caretaker, that pretended that he could write and like make these beautiful poems and like write this beautiful stuff with like a keyboard. And she was just writing it all and telling his family like, look, he's doing so well, this is wonderful. And then eventually it got to the point where she began writing about how much she, or I guess this nonverbal autistic man, wanted to be with her in a romantic relationship, which was not possible, considering. Really messed up documentary. I think it's interesting to check out, though. You can tell the family is just like, oh, I want her to die. Like, you can tell, like, the entire movie they're on the verge of just like, she should be murdered. Love has no limits. Well, the thing is, he wasn't able to communicate at all, and she was just faking what he wanted. Like, she even had him like change his name. It was really messed up. Just because he was nonverbal and unable to communicate didn't mean that he had his own, like, you know, stuff going on and like way of interacting with the world. You can't just insist upon that kind of stuff. Title, New Mommy.
When I was little, they took Mommy away and put me with a new mommy in a smelly, dark house. They said she was a real person, but I knew she wasn't. They made her. Her face was made from pieces of an animal. Pig cheeks, hairy goat jaw, old horse eyes. They sewed her together badly, and the seams were crusty. I hated her. Real Mommy called for me from underground. I opened the attic window at sundown and let the spring breeze flow in. I heard her song floating on the cool air, singing from the grave. Okay, I don't know which one.
I don't know what that's... Okay. Okay. Found this in my university stall.
I can't see what it is, but... it's about to get a little bit creepy.
Watching the flesh interface process known as embrace is kind of like watching those Japanese subway groping videos. That was honestly the first thing I thought when I watched it, but of course I wasn't going to put that in the official report. You ever seen those videos? Oh, you wouldn't admit it if you had, right? It's a whole genre out there. Not the most progressive stuff in terms of gender equality, but compelling nonetheless. The videos start with the woman standing in the subway minding her own business when some guy starts feeling her up. She protests demurely and attempts to deflect his roaming hands, and he persists. Other men on the subway, perhaps sensing her weakness, join with the groping. A sort of group madness takes over the subway occupants. The men are transformed from ordinary travelers into an amalgamated mass of arms and hands and fingers grabbing every part of the woman's body. The woman's attempts at protecting her personal space are always absurdly ineffectual, and as soon as she is divested of her clothing, depending on the video's subgenre, a variety of acts ensure, most of which are surely violating local transportation statutes. Embrace is kind of like that. That combined with a school of piranhas stripping a live cow of its flesh.
It sounds really weird to describe it that way, but it is a very scary thing that'll occur, possibly. I learned that the word amalgamate is a linguistic boss fight for Grimmi. I could not figure it out, I'm sorry. I'm really bad with, like, language and stuff. And I'm a person that reads stuff on stream all the time. But I'll try my darndest. Boba tea is really good. Should we put disclaimers for this reading? Probably. But I like that it's just mother horse size. I think it's okay. I do apologize if anyone's ever went through that. I don't think that it's polite that they're referencing it, but I think it gets across that, like, the people in the story are drawing specific references to that stuff, and I apologize. The island. I think this is like one of the weirder ones. Lying in the hold, listening to the bombardment, there is no sleep. The booming of the guns travels through the shivering metal of the ship. Hour after hour without end, the arsenal of democracy rains down on the tiny island. Oh, there's another slur. What could it be like for the beep huddled in their bunkers, surrounded, doomed? Do they know they have no hope? Do they expect death? Do they wish for it? Death. The island is death, waiting for them, ancient. Waiting since before they were born. Thousands of young men have crossed vast oceans to come to her, following paths they could have never foreseen. Thousands of young lives will converge on her shores, converge and end. After 3 days of round-the-clock bombardment, a clear and bright morning whispers through the hold about the problems with the shells. Many of them's never exploded, disappeared in the air. There have been stories of bombers being cut in half, of bomb crews emerging limbless from their planes. What is on the island? Some kind of new weapon? Something the Japanese have been saving until now? Just talk. The men feel the death out there waiting on the island. The landing vehicles ride through the waves, and the Marines climb out onto the beaches of ash, an alien surface crumbling under their boots. There is no fire. No sound but the motors and clinking of gear, and the sergeant shouting, urging them on. No movement from the interior. Then screams, bloody stumps, men cut in half, but still no fire. How is there no fire? More men screaming. Groups of men on the ground howling, bright red lumps where limbs had been. How? No sign from the beeps. No fire, no shells. More vehicles land. The beaches become crowded, screaming nightmares. There is something here, something beyond their understanding, invisible, killing at will. Is it the island itself? A few men manage to advance up the steep beaches and cross the rocks, but soon they are cut apart as well. Other men follow the advance farther. They have been trained to advance, take the beach, forward, always forward. Slowly the men find their way farther and farther into the island interior. Through horrible trial and error, they begin to understand. They don't speak of their discovery, they don't believe it, but their overwhelming will to go forward and their overwhelming fear of death teach them that what their minds cannot accept, teach them lessons about the island. They notice tracks through the ash and rocks where there is no grass.
These tracks are not foot trails, but deep tracks carved by strange angles, serrated like dry streams, place where it seems the ground is simply missing. They realize they must avoid these tracks. If they step on them, or let any part of themselves pass over them, that part will disappear, whether it is their fingers, or feet, or limbs, or even their heads. Sometimes parts of their bodies disappear even when they don't cross the tracks, and they realize there are unseen tracks through the air, invisible boundaries which they must not cross. If they lose part of their bodies, the blood does not flow, but there is pain. Pain beyond flames or knives or bullets. Pain unbearable, unholy, inhuman. There are screams all around of men who have accidentally run afoul of this invisible power. There is no time to understand this, to reason it out. They simply adapt, moving carefully, holding out blades of wild grass or shirts or gear, probing, waiting for part of the object to disappear, then stopping, testing for a way forward. Sometimes they find it. Sometimes they are forced to turn back. In less than an hour, they have forgotten entirely about the artillery and snipers and bayonets. There are no soldiers, only entrances to empty bunkers, abandoned pieces of artillery, some cut in half, but no enemy. They are playing a new game now, taught to them by unseen teachers, playing it with total concentration, playing and winning. The Marine wounded with their strange unbleeding wounds are taken away. Their screams fade. Orders from command are unchanged. Take the island. So they move forward, up, towards Mount Suribachi. The mountain is shaped like a bowl, a dead volcano. They approach by various paths, each man following another, taking a narrow path of safety. Makeshift markers are set up to show their boundaries. A Marine turns and sees, floating like a butterfly, a severed human arm. It turns and floats away and disappears altogether. Minutes later, a disembodied pair of legs scramble past. The Marines curse and speculate, even giggle, but keep moving forward. There is no time to understand. They expected to spend weeks taking the island. Now it seems that it could have happened in a couple of hours. A shot rings out. The first shot since the confusion of the landing. A Marine is firing at the mountain. Others peer through their binoculars and spy a man sitting on the rim of the mountain. Simply sitting, alone. Just a vague shape. Snipers are called in and they fire on him, but the island's air seems to swallow the bullets. The man is untouched. They press forward. The deadly tracks wind around them, growing more numerous. Some of the men find themselves at dead ends. One Marine slips and disappears entirely without so much as a shout. They come to the foot of the mountain. It is small. It is small but rugged and steep, and the lone man sits over them, looking down on them. They hear the sounds now, coming from the other side of the ridge, coming from within the giant bowl of the mountain. Human voices, many of them, thousands. The sounds of laughter, giggling, and cackling, and howling laughter. Like a wonderful party where someone is telling a hilarious story. The Marines listen to it dumbfounded. Slowly, the laughter fades, and there's a new sound. A strange rushing roar that quickly breaks apart into discrete sounds, screams, shouts, gasps, weeping, tear. The sound rises and rises, and the Marines shudder. This too fades and laughter returns, and these two sounds trade places over and over, fading in and out above the sound of the waves. A Marine trains his binoculars to the mountain again. The man is still sitting there, Japanese, wearing a uniform. His head is floating several feet above his body. The body is in several pieces with lines of sunshine between them. His face, sweat dripping over the smooth eyelids, shows no emotion. Slowly he raises his hand as if to wave to them, and the fingers float away from his palm.
Jeez.
So I think we can gather, based on what we've read before, that's one of the largest flesh interfaces, and that was a very cool part. Thank you for the 100 bits, large winner. Yeah. I really like that part too. The whole volcano, yeah, they must have made one that was gigantic. This would make a sick music video. Yeah, if one of the SCP fellas wanted to like make something like this. It's especially just so creepy to think about being part of a flesh interface and constantly being extremely happy and extremely tortured. Like constantly experiencing like this complete and total dread. And then also just a sense of like happiness probably beyond anything you've ever experienced in your life. This guy does write really cool. Okay. I have it, Jack. Is it interesting? Let's get this now. Oh. Crippling alcoholism. This is just something that Mother Horse Eyes actually wrote. This is interesting.
Ah, the simple nemesis. When novelist Philip K. Dick was 42 years old, his fourth wife left him.
Damn, really? That's a lot to deal with. 4? In a row?
Lonely and devastated, he opened his home to whoever wanted to stay there. This being San Francisco in 1971, the house quickly became filled with drug users. Dick himself was heavily abusing amphetamines, eating pills by the literal handful, and foregoing sleep for days. The mood in the house quickly became paranoid, and at one point, multiple occupants were sleeping with guns under their pillows. The house was broken into, and Dick suspected government involvement, thinking he had gotten too close to some kind of secret in one of his novels. He moved away shortly after.
Is this really, like, how this went for him? I've read a lot of his books. Did this happen to him? 4 is a lot. I also like that we have these show up occasionally in the background. That did happen to him? Dang.
But his time at the house hadn't been all paranoia and firearms. There were also many good times. Dick was a mesmerizing conversationalist, with an easy command of facts and theories about art, religion, philosophy, and numerous exotic esoteric subjects.
Be a good VTube.
He and his new friends, usually kids in their early 20s, would rap for hours and days about everything under the sun. He grew close to many of them. Many of them were runaways or otherwise clinging to the margins of society. After the break-in, Dick went to rehab and quit speed. But as time went on, many of his friends fell victim to drugs. In the epilogue, To a Scanner Darkly, a fictionalized account of this time.
Wait, what? What the hell, dude? Sorry, I read that book.
In an epilogue to A Scanner Darkly, a fictionalized account of this time, he wrote,
I'm looking at what novelists go through.
This has been a novel about some people who were punished entirely too much for what they did. They wanted to have a good time, but they were like children playing in the street. They could only see one another after one of them being killed or run over or maimed or destroyed. But they continued to play anyhow. We really all were very happy for a while, sitting around not toiling, but just bullshitting and playing. But it was for such a terrible brief time. And then the punishment was beyond belief. Even when we could see it, we could not believe it. For a while, I myself was one of these children playing in the street. I was like the rest of them, trying to play instead of being a grown-up. And I was punished. We were forced to stop by things dreadful.
Dang. Do you have a book collection, Grimmi? I could take a picture of it if you want. I have a couple of books. Probably actually like 1,000 at this point. I have a lot of books. The only thing I do besides stream is read. And like have panic attacks. Like most people on the internet.
In the grip of withdrawal, I read that epilogue many times, read it and wept. I remember, after a week-long binge, lying in my bed, weeping, nightmares crowding my mind, my hands shaking, the mental suffering unbearable, thinking to myself, should I really be punished like this? What have I done that was so horrible? Was it so wrong to drink, to want to feel comfortable, to want to feel okay, to want to forget about things for a while? Was it so horribly wrong? Such a crime that I should go through this mind-crucifying torment? But it really wasn't a matter of right and wrong. It was simply a matter of cause and effect. My brain had adapted to the inhibitory effects of alcohol, and once the alcohol had been removed, I had entered a state of hyperactivity. The adaptation had become a maladaptation.
So this actually happens quite consistent. Thank you so much for purchasing a Grimmi coin at a moment like this. This happens quite often with substance abuse people. Like if you're using a substance, it can put you in a state of psychosis, and then if you stop the substance, it can make it like go way worse. It's interesting, but eventually you get through it and like you calm down, but I've seen it many times. That was all. There was nothing out there administering the suffering as a punishment. My only crime had been knowing that this would happen and drinking anyways. I had been a child playing in the street. Dick wrote in his epilogue, in Greek drama, they were beginning as a society to discover— thank you so much for purchasing the Grimmi metal card, I greatly appreciate it. Discover science, thank you so much for purchasing the Grimmi coin as well, I greatly appreciate it. I hope it serves you well. Which means casual law. Here in this novel, there is a nemesis, not fate. Because any one of us could have chosen to stop playing in the street. There was no magical fate causing my suffering, just the impersonal cruelty of casual law. That was my only nemesis. Perhaps one day they will invent a substance which prevents the neuroadaptation to alcohol. That would be awesome, honestly. I don't know why we're not working on that. And I don't know about drinking forever, and we will be able to drink forever, like the Greek god Dionysus. We will drink and dance and laugh, and there will be no nightmares. We will be made children again, and we'll play forever on the street where there are no cars. Until then, we will be suffering beyond belief. Damn. Other horse-sized buying Grimmi merch? That'd be cool, baby. I like this one a lot. So, I'm gonna keep that one up because I want to look at that quote again and like read A Scanner Darkly again, but before anyone thinks that I'm educated, please know that I read a lot of Five Nights at Freddy's novels. If Heavenly is somehow still here, thank you. I got real into them, they're actually very nice. They're cool. I don't care that they're made for 12-year-olds, they're fun. Alright, let me see if we can't get this going.
Deleted by user.
Absolutely nothing in this thread to indicate what it was about, but that kind of adds to the mystery and the mystique. I don't love Hemgreg. That was Cece though, that was Cece's fault actually. Cece Hime, go check her out.
They crawl up the mountain, bare hands on the sharp volcanic rocks. The sun beats down on them. It is a grueling test. The island has a secret that it doesn't want to reveal. They draw close to the man at the top of the mountain, keeping their guns trained on him. He has no weapon. His body is fragmented like an image in a broken mirror, various pieces floating without connection, the brightness of the sky shining between them, the blood on his insides bright red. His head is like a balloon floating several feet over the rest of them. "Hello, America," the head calls, breaking into a sickly smile. The whites of his eyes are clustered with red hemorrhages. Sweat rolls down the face. The Marines don't know how to respond. They ask if he's armed. The question strikes one of them as funny and he giggles. A tide of giggling comes from the other side of the ridge behind the fragmented man. The giggling turns into screaming. "What's going on here? You alone?" a Marine asks. The man doesn't seem to understand. One of the Marine tries his basic Japanese. The man makes a sour face. "No, Nippon, Korea person," the man says, and a disembodied hand points to a nearby fragment of his chest.
I can't read this because it's in Korean.
"I, Christian." The man pulls a necklace out of his shirt. On the end of it is a small metal cross. A tiny suffering Jesus gleams in the sun. The Marine tries English again. What's happening here? What?
I wish I could read this for you guys.
I don't understand. A wide smile splits the Korean man's face, and he lets out a loud laugh. And the smile flees, and suddenly he is weeping. His emotions seem to follow the giggles and screams that come from inside the mountain. The Marines feel it too, the strange urge to laugh followed by harrowing fear. The sound beyond the ridge rises, the screams becoming higher and louder. A wave of manic giggling joins the screaming so that both sounds fill the air at once. Electric feeling touches the skin on the Marines' arms. They find their minds filling with strange, dark thoughts. Somewhere in a castle in Japan lies a mad god emperor who has sent his men across the ocean to defend his glorious empire with their blood. On the other side of the world lies a great humming factory called America, the heart of an empire of commerce, one which once forced Japan to join the world in trade. Machines and flesh now flow along tendril-like courses, delivering goods and death, ensnaring the globe. The sun goes dark, like a light switch turning off. The Marines instinctively duck, then look up and gasp. Above them, extending miles into the sky, is an enormous metallic cylinder, filling the sky and blocking out the sun. It spins slowly above them, pieces on it flickering and disappearing, like the image in a broken movie projector. In a day filled with madness, they find themselves confronted with something wholly beyond their capacity for surprise. They simply mutter soft curses and get closer to the ground. The earth seems to tremble with the sound of the screaming and laughing, which swirls like a storm all around them. Somewhere near the beach, a Marine pats another Marine on the back, interrupting his stunned gawking, and shouts something into his ear. The second Marine pats the man in front of him, and the message goes up a line until it reaches the Marines talking to the fractured man. Pull back. They are to withdraw from the island. The men do not question their order for a moment. They turn and crawl away from the Korean man. Below them, the ashen island flashes with pieces of sunlight that manage to slip through the flickering cylinder. When they are almost at the foot of the mountain again, the man stands up shouting something over the hideous screaming. The Marines cannot hear it and would not understand it anyway.
So at this point he was saying, I'm Christian. What's happening here? The devil came here? What? The soldiers had built a gate as the child of a command. And this is, the devil took Jesus, went to the mountain to show him all the kingdoms of the world glory. If you fall down and worship me, saying, I will give it all to you. The last sentence is a quote from the Bible? Oh. That's scary. That's scary. Google was close, I see, but not 100%. Yeah. They used Google Translate probably 10 years ago. That's scary how people's interpretations can be. I guess in a time of like incomprehensible, strange stuff, just like, yeah, Jesus did this, it's fine. It's when the devil tries to tempt Jesus into worshiping him. Oh, in return for giving him the world. Oh. The devil is here. What? The soldiers built the gate at the boy's command. Oh. Interesting that he was Korean also. I wonder why. Maybe it's supposed to imply that they were sending people out there that weren't related to it. Also, Nipple Salad, thank you for being here for 2 months. I appreciate it.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
Lawyers for David Miscavige are mounting an 11th hour attempt at preventing the publication of a new tell-all about the Church of Scientology leader. The author is McGavin's own father, Ron McGavin.
Miscavige, I don't know this guy's name, Ruthless. This would be an interesting book to read, actually. Did it come out? I wonder.
Many people believe that Michael Jackson died to propofol? Not so. He was murdered. He actually had been taking propofol nightly since around 1980, not in order to make himself sleep, but to suppress REM sleep. After several months of REM sleep suppression, the user becomes receptive. In other words, they enter the same state achieved by prolonged continuous immersion in aerosol LSD. The brain can physically restructure itself simply through thought. By reordering thought, one can physically reorder the brain. LSD, or long-term propofol, use makes the brain neurostructure malleable. High-energy rays from outer space are able to penetrate the body, and these can lead to random mutations and cancers. And sometimes they can lead to changes that are not random at all. Changes which have been intentionally programmed. Changes designed to bring about civilization-level transformations. Michael Jackson was unaware of all this. He merely knew that propofol allowed him to enter a sort of waking dream state of heightened creativity. The side effects were horrifying paranoia and obsession, but he felt that he was strong enough to endure these side effects. A success of thrillers seemed to vindicate his theories about propofol, and unfortunately, he was damned by his own success. So how did he die? Through the lyrics of Another Part of Me and the vegetable part of Wanna Be Startin' Something, it is quite clear that he had become receptive and neuro-altered in line with Master Design 9. But he was considered to be a minimal threat, and even perhaps an asset, until his mounting financial problems made him a liability. He was terminated, though I'm not sure of the exact means.
I really like this random lesbian just saying you're totally bullshitting with this communist. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for just being like, nah. Your ideas are intriguing to me and I wish to subscribe to your newsletter. Yay! Huh. I like some people just being drawn in and being very confused. Well, I don't think there will be anything weird, but let me look this up. Okay, yeah. We're good. It won't be totally on screen unless I, actually I can just do this. This is fine. I'll put it back after. These are the lyrics that they referenced. We are taking over, we have the truth, this is the mission to see it through, don't point your fingers, not dangerous, this is our planet, you're one of us. We're sending out major love and this is our message to you, message to you. The planets are lining up, we're bringing brighter days. They're all in line for you, can't you see you're just another part of me? Out from a nation, I feel the truth, the final message will bring to you. There is no danger to feel the truth, so come again, we need you. We're sending out major love and this is our message to you. The planets are lining up. We're bringing brighter days. They're all in line waiting for you. So know the truth. You're just another part of me. We're sending out major love and this is our message to you. Message to you. The planets are lining up. We're bringing brighter days. They're all in line waiting for you. Can't you see? You're just another part of me. Another part of me. We're taking over. This is the truth, baby. Another part of me. Oh, that's interesting that they... Scared to death. I thought that, like, oh my god, that scared the crap out of me. I thought that was, like, just my, what's it called? Exercise equipment making noise. It was just my kitty, Jachi, was sitting on it. So he had activated it and then it turned off. You're a good kitten. You scared the crap out of me, Jachiwa. I thought there was someone ready to kill me. You're a good Jachiwa, baby. Alright, on to the next one. This one's my favorite part, I think. This one's my favorite part. So, Lock in, everybody. This can get a little bit weird. This one's called Magical Space Pussy 2.
I suppose it's time to tell you what's inside the magical space pussy. You can believe me or not, what do I care? I'm the guy who's been inside the magical space pussy. My life has been pretty much downhill since then. I mean, fuck Neil Armstrong, what did he see? Bunch of gray rocks? Big fucking deal. I saw a cooch growing out the side of a canyon. Top that, NASA. You... What the hell, dude? This guy hates NASA. You tang-drinking cocksuckers.
Anyways, this will be presented without comment, because, I really like this one right after this, so...
Anyway, where was I? Yeah, Uncle Adolf. So I was living in Death Valley, hanging out with the Manson family, and Charlie kept mentioning this guy, Uncle Adolf. I figured he was talking about Hitler because he's sort of into the white supremacy thing. But then I started realizing that he's talking about a guy who's still alive. Then one day, the guy showed up. They asked me to come over to their cabin, and this old guy was sitting there, white hair, deep tan, lined face, pale eyes. He introduced himself as Adolf, and he's got a German accent. He made no secret of the fact he was an ex-Nazi. This made me nervous. It's kind of something you keep under your hat. He said he found Charlie at Berkeley, and that Charlie was perfect for my purpose, and I asked what his purpose was. He said, testing. I kind of shrugged because I didn't really give a shit about his coy answer, but I got up to leave when this...
Is this a slur? Beep.
Motherfucker they called Clem punched me straight in the face. And suddenly I was on my ass. There were a couple of girls there and they jumped on me and held me down and tied my hands behind my back. If I had known what they had done to Sharon Tate, I would have been unspeakably terrified. But as it was, I was merely really scared. They tossed me in the back of a dune buggy and drove me out into the desert. It was midday and the sky was just one giant glare. We drove for over an hour and eventually they got me out and hauled me down to this deep sandy arroyo. And they started marching me down. They had put wooden stakes in the ground at various points, and when they came to them, they seemed to be really careful and always stayed between the stakes. Later, they had chains tied between the stakes, and we'd all have to go under the chains like some sort of obstacle course. I didn't know what to make of it. I had a lot to process at the time. I started to notice that the rock walls of the arroyo were abnormal. They were strange, striations through the rock and looked like the cross-section of giant insect tunnels. I've never seen rocks like that. The whole thing was just very alien. Then I started to hear screaming. Up ahead I could hear people's voices. Thousands of voices. All of them screaming and howling all at once. Slowly, incredibly, the screaming changed to a kind of laughter. An insane laughter, giggles and chuckles and titters. I wondered if it was in my head. If I was so scared that my mind had cracked, or if they had dosed me with LSD or something. Finally, we went around the bend into the arroyo, and well, there it was. They said he would be a pussy, and I guess it kind of looked like one. Maybe some kind of drastic dildo mishap. It was just flesh, wrinkled, lobed, flabby flesh, growing out of the rock like mold or something. It had hair, pores, and freckles. Some of it was pale, some of it was black. It was taller than me, and in the center there was an opening. Pink and wet, like a pussy. The crowd told me he wanted to see its level of development. He took a revolver from one of the girls and pointed at my face and told me to walk inside. It was either get shot or go in the big mangled pussy. It was honestly a tough choice. There was something completely fucked up, completely not right about that thing. Something in my bones told me to not go in it, not go near it. Just take the bullet in the head. I figured maybe I could just go in for a little bit and then wait and for them to leave and get the hell out of there. Not a great plan, but the best I could come up with. So I went in. The entrance was just barely wide enough to slip into. All I could see was this glistening pink flesh ahead. There was this sound like laughter, then screaming. And laughter was coming from deep inside. The walls were blood and warm on my shoulders. The smell was, well, what you might expect, not great. Let's just say it was not great. I pushed forward and the walls kind of gave way. Found myself moving through the slimy, suffocating flesh, and I'm starting to panic because my hands are still tied behind my back, and I'm feeling like I'm about to choke on this stuff. And the walls are moving, like pulsating, like I'm being digested. Then suddenly, I'm pushed through into this kind of chamber. Talk about out of the frying pan into the fire. This chamber was just a nightmare. I mean, I've just never seen that. It was unholy. There were faces and heads and legs all kind of fused together. The walls were just crawling limbs and these terrified faces and fusions of teeth and cheeks and their hair and fingers coming out of their knees and just... all those people, were they still people? Had they ever been people? Had they been made a part of that thing? I started to scream. Everything around me was screaming. All the mouths on the walls were screaming, and I was screaming too. Then I was laughing, and I felt hands and mouths all over my body, and they were tickling me, touching me all over. Then I was screaming again, and I had to get out. I had to get out of the nightmare. I started pushing back towards the entrance, but the hands were all over me. I felt something bite into my hip. My mouth was biting me. I screamed at the sharp pain and moved away from it. I started to think that maybe I could get one of the mouths to bite through my ropes. Then I would at least have my mouth free. I struggled to turn around and move towards the mouth, but just when I got in position, the mouth bit right into my finger instead. The pain was incredible, but I was giggling, just laughing and laughing. The mouth pulled the flesh from my finger like a chicken wing. Another mouth bit into my shoulder. I was chuckling away at this point. The hands were grabbing me, pulling me apart, tearing my arm right out of their sockets. Fingers were digging in between my ribs. I was slathered with blood and screaming as the fingers dug into my eyes. Well, I guess at this point you're probably wondering how I, your intrepid narrator, managed to escape the bottomless pit. How I managed to survive to tell you this tale. I simply didn't. I never escaped the bottomless pit. I am the bottomless pit. I am the tree of life.
That's not good. That's very intense. That's beautiful. Uh-oh. So don't go into weird holes? Probably not a good idea. A lot of people die in caves, but not usually this bad do they die. That's probably my favorite part of it. Super cool touch at the end there with the voice. I'm glad you liked it. I liked that part a lot. And I think it's cool to imagine that someone stops being themselves and starts becoming an amalgamation, but it's a natural condition that they don't notice. I would not go into that hole, no. I would go crazy and want to die. I would want to be shot. I think there's things that are worse than death, and that's probably one of them. Surviving forever to constantly be in a state of agony and also bliss. I think the links go nowhere now. Sometimes they go places. The Abyss in Religion, the Tree of Life. I think these are references that the person that cataloged these made, not Mother Horse Eyes. Sharon Tate the Arroyo, Clem, like all the people that existed in real life and stuff. Did we see what that post was tied to? Not yet. I imagine everyone's like, what are you talking about? I always have a bag of these around. Happy flipping whatever. What is... Did I just read? No. I
like this person. The comments make it really good just because these are all things that people would say if this was legit. I think that's honestly my favorite part. We don't have to read anymore. That was my favorite. No, there's other good stuff in this, but that was just my favorite one. I like it a lot. Going into what people feel as they become part of, like, the horrifying death thing. Do you think Mother Horse Size just waits for posts like this, cracks his fingers, and is like, my time now? I think maybe, like, he waited for specific ones and was just like, that's fun. I'll post this now. Just random Redditors reacting to this guy posting insane science fiction under. It's really funny to see. I like it a lot. So now we're going back into it. Body horror, especially the kind where the person is absorbed or loses their humanity or mind in some way, is always super interesting to me. Yeah. That's why I like that one the most, even though it had a very weird name. It's very one of a kind in that sense. You see someone with, like, a desire to find themselves accidentally becoming part of, like, a larger thing that is ultimately, like, their doom in a very complex and messed up way. Also, let's see if we can find what this comment is linked to. Arnold visited my friend who's serving in Kuwait. Yay! That's nice. He's here to terrorize people in this comment section again. There's nothing as bottomless as the bottomless pit is what you can see is bottomless. I guess it's bottomless in the sense that, like, you no longer are yourself. Is this the Lolly Lule Low? This is kind of Silent Hilly, maybe not Metal Geary, but at least PT, I think PT is probably the closest one. No, maybe Silent Hill 3, like all the flesh stuff in it is really cool. The North Korea situation in the 1980s was unique, as most North Korea situations are. They built something he hadn't seen before or since, an independent flesh interface of enormous size and power, but within a contained incident zone and no metallic cylinders. We detected it via the cosmic ray information signature, which was concentrated on a secure, shielded facility outside the Hoswang prisons camp. This was a huge underground facility, which they had been constructing for over a decade. We anticipated that they would construct a portal-level interface and were fully prepared to bomb it before it became uncontained. What we didn't expect is that it would achieve a level 7 cosmic transmission rate, without all of the normal signs of a full-fledged portal. We considered bombing it anyway, or using our Brilliant Pebbles kinetic orbital strike system, but instead we managed to get 2 agents into the facility to take a look at it. They achieved high-level security clearance and found that the Koreans were using the flesh interface as an information processing facility. This was quite novel, as we had always considered it to be a potential weapons system. Our curiosity was truly piqued. Clearly, is that a slur? Just in case, clearly that knew something we didn't. Unfortunately, our agents weren't able to access the enormous mainframe chamber, which actually housed the interface. All they knew was that it was in a huge chamber full of temperature-regulated water. We instructed them to breach the chamber and look at it, then send us data by satellite. We knew full well that it would probably cost them their lives, but we pumped them up with lots of do-it-for-the-planet rhetoric. So one night, they put on dive suits and went into the chamber. It was basically like a huge lake contained within a massive, darkened steel box. Imagine a flooded warehouse with endless rows of dim ceiling light shining down on rippling black water. They jumped into the water and, pretty quickly, they picked up some interesting audio signals with varying frequencies. A kind of squeaking, mewling sound. They recognized the sound for what it was right away, but had a hard time believing it. Whale songs. The chamber contained several adult humpback whales. Now people are... I'm not gonna open these, but these are very, very intense names. Oh my gosh. How do I explain Mother? What was she?
Translation of Greek to English, Great Babylon, the mother of prostitutes and the abominations of the earth.
I used to lie in bed, the blinds pulled against the summer sunlight, listening to the sounds of other kids playing outside. I lay there for hours, not sleeping, wondering who had made Mother. She was made of all different sorts of animal parts. One of her feet was a big hoof. The other was a tiny little kitty paw. I could hear her clumping around downstairs. Her smell, the smell of cigarettes and disease, was everywhere in the house, pooling in the darkness. Slowly night would come, and I would imagine floating out my window, floating up into the deep starry blue, looking down at all the houses shrinking into tiny boxes, the clean breeze blowing on my face. Oh, how I would cry in my little bed. I was very young when Mother first came. I had another mommy before her, a good one, who wore pearls and had a voice like music. Then one day, I got sick, a fever. I was crying all day, and then it went on for weeks. I guess my first mommy couldn't take it anymore. One night, she left forever. When I came downstairs for breakfast, the next morning, this new thing was waiting for me in the kitchen. At least, I think that's what happened. Mother never talked. She just snorted and made horse noises. Awful. Her parts were sewn together with yarn, and there were patches of wet burlap. I didn't see her eyes until she had been there almost a year. Have you ever seen horse eyes up close? They're like goat's eyes. They have a sideways pupil. I would come home after school, and there would be kids sitting at the breakfast table. She gave them medicine, so they did whatever she wanted them to. It made them just sit there staring and shaking. Then she would take them into the basement and make them into things. She tried to make me do it too, but I didn't want to. I realized she was afraid of the Bible. I realized it had power. Blood power. When I read it to her, her different pieces would shudder and pull apart, and she would howl like a wolf, and blood would run from her segments. The Bible brought transmissions from the cross that floated in the red summer sky. Everything in time is arranged from around the epicenter, wherein the nail drove into Christ's hand. Lines of possibilities radiate outwards from it. Kingdoms rise and fall, men grow and die like flowers in a field. Great Babylon, the mother of prostitutes and the abominations of this earth. What the hell is happening? The beast you saw was, in CDRistan, the future Avenalian. The beast you saw was and is not, and is about to come up out of the abyss and go to destruction. So that's what they were maybe trying to say? Huh. That one's scary. This is all getting a little bit much. I'm really sorry to everyone that's like, I'm gonna go to sleep. Oh, never mind. This is not fun. That is very fair considering. Come to Jesus moment? I don't know if Jesus is... I guess Jesus is helping. Horses do have horizontal pupils. Yeah! A lot of horses talk today. Big month for horses. I'm not going to go to sleep. I'm going to keep watching and get even more scared. I'm sorry. Best Super Mansion stream ever. I changed the title at some point. I'm sorry.
Breached the underwater chamber. So 2 of our agents had breached the underwater chamber containing the North Korean flesh interface and found nothing but several humpback whales. Now this was a head-scratcher. We knew that it was the flesh interface because it was receiving information-rich rays coming from outer space, yet how could it be taking the form of humpback whales? All previous interfaces had taken on a decidedly less conventional form. Well, then our agents decided to get a closer look. There were 3 whales, 2 adults and a calf. They appeared normal in every respect, though it was difficult to get a close look at them. They seemed to be in quite a bit of distress, though the agents were not biologists and had limited understanding of what whale distress looks like. The agent noticed some very loud, low-frequency percussive sounds coming from the bottom of the chamber, which was entirely hidden in darkness. So they headed towards the bottom, a distance several stories. There, they shined their lights around and made a fairly alarming discovery. Bones. Enormous curving rib bones and jaw bones and vertebrae. They were apparently whale bones. They also noticed a large circular gate on the floor of the chamber, which was closed at the time. At this point, one of our agents began to panic. He came to the conclusion that the whales were not the interface itself, but were merely food for the interface, which was being perhaps held in another chamber below this one. There were some problems with this theory. Why use whales, a fairly rare and very difficult animal to corral, when they could just use a large amount of smaller fish? Well, it's all just speculation. The agents quickly swam out of the chamber and never found out what was behind the gate, if anything. Later, gave us some very valuable information on the facility's information processing capabilities, which were staggering and quite appalling to imagine in the hands of a regime such as the DPRK. Since there was no incident zone and segmentation wasn't an issue, we were able to solve the problem quite neatly by releasing a nerve agent into the water chamber. The cosmic ray download stopped shortly thereafter, indicating success, though it did result in a loss of both agents and major loss of life at the facility overall.
Damn, poor guys.
Anyway, that was our first encounter with MBIS, Massive Biological Information System, and a near encounter with what we could later come to call a skin ship. Its destruction has allowed for the continued validity of prime number-based encryption systems, though some of the secrets uncovered by the DPRK during that time have forced us into the unpleasant position of supporting the regime. Blackmail, basically.
They started blackmailing them? Whoever this was specifically. Not always the case, as cats have slitted pupils. Cats are very cute. Also, Cornel, thank you so much for being here for 10 months. Yo, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And Jester, thank you for being here for 6 months. I appreciate that. I'm sorry that I've only said this now. It was very nice of you. I have just been so into this story. It's a good one. Pardon me, it's a good one. Alright. It's not cats, but we got something. Let's see if we can't get a comment from... Oh my god, long one. Golden Retriever puppy in training. Baby! God, puppies are so cute. Angel, angel, angel. Ooh, very cute. I dreamt I was a dog. Last night, I dreamt I was a dog. I lived on a small family farm somewhere in the American frontier, back in the time of plow mules and butter churns. It was one of those long dreams that feels like an entire lifetime. I remember the end of the dream with an awful clarity, but the beginning seems like something that happened many years ago. The first images are vivid but disjointed. I recall the shape of my master walking against the sunlight overhead, the smell of his leather boots, the shadows at the edge of the forest, a little pigtailed girl hugging me, fresh mud in the spring, warm floorboards in the winter. Everything had a peaceful storybook quality to it. Except one thing. Sometimes, late at night, I heard singing. It came from outside, out there in the far distance, from somewhere in the deep forest beyond the boundaries of my world. Some nights it was one voice, but usually it was many, singing a strange, aching song. It sounded like a haunted crying. When I was little, I had whimpered and cried like this to my mother. But who was crying out in the middle of the night? What kind of dark mother was listening? When I first heard the singing, I was filled with a blood dread. The hair on my back bristled. I groaned and barked at the darkness. Even after the night went fully silent, I trotted around for hours in vigilant anger. Later, as I heard it more often, I learned to accept it with a sullen unease. Of course, the singing was the sound of wolves howling, but I didn't know this in the dream. In the dream, I had never seen a wolf in my life. One winter,
I began to see them prowling around the woods. To me, they were ghost dogs, shadows sneaking between trees, eyes glinting in the twilight. I growled and barked at them, but didn't pursue. For several months, they never encroached on my world. They finally came on a late winter's evening. The sun had sunk into an orange glow beyond the edge of my world. The family was in the cabin, and I was out trotting through the snow, anxious to get back to them because I knew food would be coming soon. Then, atop a small hill by an apple tree, an apparition. My body snapped to attention and I growled, the hairs on my back standing on end. It was a wolf, just a stone's throw from me, its silvery coat half lit in the dying light of day. It came toward me in a sleek, soundless jaunt. I barked and snapped at the air. It slowed and stopped just beyond my lunging distance. Now crazed with fear and anger, I saw that it was a large female, healthy, well-fed. The gorgeous coat, misty gray, the color of snow seen at winter's distance. Its smell was alien, confusing, but laced with a clear and potent confidence, a supreme assuredness. Indeed, it did not seem to be afraid of me, nor did it threaten. Its mouth hung slack, and steam issued from its muzzle in steady, happy puffs. This calmed me for a moment, and the next moment redoubled my anger. I growled from the deepest, most murderous part of my dog's self. It spoke to me. Its mouth didn't move, and there was no sound, but by the logic of the dream, it spoke to me in a clear, dignified voice. "Hello, child." I snarled at it. It took another step forward, and its eyes caught the last of the sunlight, glowing in a fantastic array of yellows. Those eyes, rimmed in jet black like mascara, projected a powerful aura. Allure, not aura, an otherworldly glamour. You bark and snarl, but look at my face. Am I not your kind? It asked. I could not answer. I could only growl softly. Is my face not like your mother's? Do you remember her? The sudden scent of distant memory came to me. I felt a pang of loneliness. I had not seen my mother or any other dog since I was small. Since I had come to the farm, my only family had been people I lived with, and a few more tolerant pigs. I searched now for dim fragments of memories of my mother. I felt her huge bristled muzzle licking at my face. I saw her giant sweeping legs as I followed them through high fields. She had seemed taller than a horse then. I remembered the softness of her teats, feeding from them with my brothers and sisters. What had become of my family? I had spent every day with them, and then one day, all gone. The wolf paced back and forth now, keeping a small distance from me, its eyes ranging over the farm. And again I saw something strange, haunting glamour in them, something glittered with secret, distant power. The people in that house, they're not your family. We are. We share ancient blood, it said, its voice deep and resounding with the rhythm of wisdom. My master had a voice like this, but it didn't have the total authority of this alpha female or this alpha female's. I sat with alarm. Two dark shapes came over the hill by the apple tree, more wolves moving silent with their heads lowered. I barked at them. You hate us and love them. But do they love you? What are you to them? Aren't you the lowest of low? Always getting the last of the food, the smallest of scraps. Imagine living differently. Imagine taking your own food, killing, drinking lifeblood. Being a master over there, over others. The two other wolves slunk down the hill. The skin on my back tightened again, but the strange hypnotic power of the alpha wolf held me still. You could leave this house and come with us. We ranged the forest. We've seen rivers wider than this whole valley, mountains that go up into the clouds, lakes with no end, but the end of the world, places with no houses or men at all. You could be with us. We could be your brothers and sisters. The other two wolves came closer. They were unmistakably female, both young and well-muscled. Their confidence was not absolute as the alpha wolves, but they showed no fear as they came to me. I stared at them. I smelled on them a strange longing, a deep winter's desire for warmth. The alpha wolf stepped closer. close enough that her steaming breath tickled my nose. Her eyes danced with cold, burning light, and she spoke in a voice that made my blood hum. "Outside your life waits everything you've ever known," she said. "There are worlds, child. There are ecstasies." I then recognized the allure that lit her eyes, the unspeakable longing that glimmered in their depths. It had seemed this whole time to be some fantastic alien desire, reaching out to me from a distant world. Perhaps it truly was. But more simply than this, it was hunger. Plain hunger. That ancient, unsleeping hunger, older than the first furred thing that ever gave rise to the races of dogs and wolves and men. Hunger that brought this wolf across rivers and mountains and endless plains to meet me in that moment. I can still see her face, the final image of the dream before the other wolves tore into me, and I died and I awoke. Her face with eyes that spoke of open loneliness, her face so noble and gentle and motherly, her face as beautiful and ancient as the stars.
Oh, that was intense. Is this the kind of long and complex dream people get while in comas? I think so. I think it's supposed to be like they were having a past life regression thing. Straight up Lovecraftian? Yeah, I also like that it kind of mirrors like all the stuff we're seeing about the flesh in her face is like absorbing people. People getting murdered and stuff. I'm glad you like it. The weirdest ASMR I've ever gotten cozy to. Let's go, baby. Must be in a coma? I think sometimes people just have very long dreams. But I think it's starting to kill the dog. 0 out of 10. It was very intense, but since it was a human in another life, it felt a little bit less intense to me. But I think it's supposed to be like a mirror of how something very primal and very evil. But even though it's not really like evil, it's just its nature. The whales were sad. I felt bad for the whales too, yeah. I thought that one was intense though. 28th post. Yo! Also we can, that was a cute dog to look at first though, that was kind of sad. Bleeds and sweats and pees LSD. What do you do when a child who bleeds and sweats and pees LSD goes missing? We conducted a massive search. As massive as we could manage. Almost every mentally elevated CIA department was involved. We didn't trust anybody else. We never trusted anybody else. Shit, we didn't even trust ourselves considering it was one of our own who had taken the child. We searched for about 2 months, but never really had any leads. Since every other returned child had died within a few days of being freed of their amniotic sac, we scaled the search down pretty quickly. It's one thing to search for someone like Bin Laden when everybody knows when you're looking for him. It's another thing to search for someone you had just worked quite hard to erase from official existence so you would be free to perform tests on her. We felt that search itself was more of a security risk than the missing child, since she was almost certainly dead. There was also a feeling that maybe it was for the best. Maybe she would survive. Maybe she would have a happy life. Maybe it was best not to know her fate. But then, about 7 years later, we learned what happened. If you'll allow me to wax philosophically for a moment, I'd like to quote a poem by Achilles? Achilles. I don't know this guy. Achilles, that I've actually never read. Even in our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart, until in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God. While I am no literary scholar, I believe this means learning can hurt sometimes. So she had survived. Her genes came up in our program to collect global genetic snapshots, a total boondoggle, by the way. So where was she? In some Russian laboratory? Living out in the jungle, being worshipped as a god by some doomsday cult like Johnny Hutu? Floating through space in a bubble to Jupiter and beyond? Estonia. She was found in Estonia in a Swedish-speaking village on the hill of Hyuma. She was living a normal life.
Apparently, the issue with the bio-LSD had resolved itself after detachment from the placenta. Otherwise, anyone who got a kiss from her would have found themselves going on a very strange journey. She was about 13 years old at this point and had survived travel far longer than any other child. This meant she was an asset we absolutely had to obtain. She contained the secret to survivable travel, something that had eluded us for years. It would have been convenient if she was living a life of abuse and druggery in some orphanage somewhere. We could have simply considered her a victim of fortune, but she was actually living in a quaint little village on the edge of a beautiful forest, with an old couple that had been given some phony story by our former agent. It was a nice life, quiet. Maybe a little boring, but a nice one. We took her in the middle of the night back to our facility in Colorado. In the end, she wasn't a victim of fortune. She was a victim of us.
Damn. So sad. Hi Yoshi Hunter Zero, thank you for subscribing. And thank you Criddle for being here for 10 months. Appreciate it. And thank you Bryce the Lord for being here for 18. Poor little lady. Good night, Big Hat Logan. Sleep well. Did she speak a That's a very good point. I guess she had to learn it. Author self-post. Video post, thank you for making another subreddit? This'll get DMCA'd. Here. I'm gonna post this in the channel for you guys. Or I guess the chat, I should say. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna post this in the chat for you guys. This is just what Brother Horse Eyes chose to put in here, so check it out if you'd like to. If I could be a fairy queen, and I would hold a magic key to reveal the hidden secrets of the mind, then I could see the darkest blue, the mystery that's part of you. And I'd weave a spell to take away your sorrow, fairy queen, changing teardrops to a smile, holding daydreams for a while, fairy queen, sees your shelter in the night, the guardian angel by your side, fairy queen. If I could be a fairy queen, I'd find the long-forgotten dream that's deep inside the memory of a child. If I could hear what words don't tell, from way down in the wishing well, this is very much like everything going on in this, then reality would turn into illusion. Fairy queen, changing teardrops to a smile, holding daydreams for a while. Fairy queen, she's your shelter in the night, with guardian angel by your side. Fairy queen. If I could be a fairy queen, then I'd take a walk behind the scene, where the puppet acting plays that never ends. I'd pull their strings to set them free. They'd play their parts mostly perfectly, and my magic harp would make them live forever. Fairy queen, changing teardrops to a smile, holding daydreams for a while. Fairy queen, she's your shelter in the night, the guardian angel by your side. Fairy queen. Not Dairy Queen, no. That's intense, though. I think it's supposed to, like, mirror a lot of what's going on in the story so far. I'm almost done with my tea. I have one more boba left in it. Excited for it. Come on, give me that boba. Give me that boba. Come on, baby. There we go. Okay. What type of boba tea did you get? I got, white peach oolong milk tea, but made with oat milk. Cause I have a milk allergy, baby. Alright. Okay, this is getting a lot to read, but I like it so far. I never want to stop. How much do we have left, I wonder? If we're on the 29th post, how many are there? Ah. Okay. Well, we'll figure this out, won't we? We seem to get longer too at some points. Okay. I think we're gonna do probably 10 more of these and then we'll continue it next time. I have read Mother Horse Size before. I just read it a while ago and I did not remember it being this long. Oh my. You're awake? Good morning. Classic Grimmi underestimating the psychotic rotter high on Ellis. Yeah, that's fair. That's interesting. When I was working for the CIA, we found that animals could often survive travel through the flesh interfaces better than humans could. We regularly had success sending dogs and cats through. Somebody hit upon the idea of sending some Gracula regigulosa Hilmina through the interface because they are adept at imitating sounds. This was the next best thing to sending a tape recorder. The interfaces did not accept non-living objects. We worked on grafting a tape recorder to a turtle, but this was unsuccessful on several levels. We sent birds through and they returned unencased but covered with typical fluids. Those of us who subscribed to the alien theory had high hopes that they would record alien speech. Instead, or indeed, they came back imitating strange flute-like speech music. The music was quite interesting, though having all the birds sing at once created distinctively unpleasant effects. Somebody in the department ended up killing all the birds, though we never found out who. What? Damn, dude. There is no historical evidence for any pirate ever having owned a pet parrot. Damn, I like that one a lot, though. That's really funny. Okay. I did not fall asleep to the stream. This reading is intense. I'm sorry. That's fair. Incinerated. After the orbital array incinerated the city, they dropped our platoon to take a look around. We had seen it before. An endless graveyard. Everything ashes. Ash building. Ash people. For 6 days, we trudged through the dead city before finding the first sign of life. On the edge of the blast zone before frozen winter fields, a small flowering bush. Perhaps the heat of the bombardment had tricked it into blooming early. We all looked at it for a silent moment and quickly moved on. We were all young and tired and just miles from rendezvous. Yet sometimes at night, the silent moment returns, and I see them fluttering again, and the cold and caring wind, doomed flowers, soft and pale. I like this. Someone's like, yay! Wait, what? That red liquid in rare steak isn't blood, it's actually water and a protein called myoglobin. Oh yeah. Myoglobin, hemoglobin. This is so intense. I often think about that sometimes. This isn't something you should think about, but I don't know, it kind of goes with the story. If you ever have children and they go on until the end of humanity, there's eventually going to be a point where they don't want to be born at all. Where there will be some like horrifying, upsetting thing where people aren't even like functional anymore. Or eventually things will just go and everyone will be gone. I wonder which will be better. Probably the second one, huh? It's gonna be weird. None of this is forever though. Very strange to think about. Yeah. Many people are already there. I hope things can get better. I have a lot of problems and I have a lot of anxieties and I have a lot of intense moments and feelings that I go through. But I hope that things can be better. Huh, he believes that his kids wouldn't have wanted to be born into this world? I think that's not entirely accurate. Who's gonna take care of the kittens? We need more people. We need people to try to make things better somehow. There will always be hope. Some people are not having kids because of the uncertainty of the future. I personally would not want my future child to have a worse upbringing than I did. I think it's possible to be kind, though. You still have responsibilities towards your cats. Yeah, maybe the kittens will evolve. They'll evolve to just have... I don't want them to evolve to have normal jobs. I want them to be happy and little fat potatoes that don't have to think about stuff. One of them sleeping on my desk right now. I think it's Mikey. Yeah, Mikey's sleeping on my desk. There is a lot of good in the world that's worth fighting for. I'll never give up in a world where there's cats. If I'm ever feeling bad, I can always make sure that I go and help a cat. There you go. It'll mean a lot to them. They didn't ask to be born either, and they're really tiny and cute, and they like to purr, and they like to look at you, and they like to sleep on you. Oh, they're so cute. Title: Terraform. I'm not sure who came up with the idea of sending a dead body through the portal. It's such a simple idea, and yet at the time, it had made no more sense than buckling a dead body into a space capsule and sending it up into space. We wanted to find out what was on the other side of the portal, beyond the event horizon. We had been studying the so-called flesh interfaces for years, and all of the mysteries that surround them, the portal phenomenon, the apparent teleportation of objects which occurred within the fleshy tunnels, was the greatest mystery of all, so sending a dead body made little sense. Remember, this is what we knew at the time. If an inanimate object went into the portal, it returned a short time, 3 seconds, later at a random location within the interior zone. Cameras and sensors picked up nothing of interest. If an animal went into the portal, it sometimes returned, either alive or dead. Most returned altered. If an adult human went into the portal, the person was likely to return, but would either be dead or too altered to describe the other side. Those who returned alive died shortly after. If a child went into the portal, the child was likely to return alive, but invariably altered. However, the altering was relatively mild, and some even remained cognizant. Unfortunately, information gleaned from them was cryptic and seemed to generate more questions than answers. They all died shortly after. Sending children through the portal was distasteful to us for obvious reasons, and we were searching for an alternative. One day, during an experiment, someone was about to send a group of genetically altered mice through when they noticed that one of the mice was dead. Perhaps out of curiosity, they sent it with the others anyway. All the mice came back alive. This was obviously of great interest. Now we were not only dealing with teleportation, but with resurrection. Of course, we immediately started sending all manner of dead animals through the portal. We joked that if the portal was actually some kind of alien office mailing tube, they'd probably be pretty pissed off about all the dead rodents. Many of the animals were rejected in the matter of inanimate objects, but occasionally, if they were quite freshly dead, they would come back alive. Not only that, but none of the returned animals seemed altered at all. This was exciting. Naturally, we progressed to people. We wanted very fresh, very intact corpses. So we had to face the question of how to kill a person with the least harm, as the official recommendations absurdly phrased it. We settled on a method of stopping the heart with electricity. Very neat. The first 16 subjects were rejected by the portal. We felt pretty low. In our attempts at resurrection, we were racking up quite a body count. Finally, the 17th subject came back to us. Not only that, but he was cognizant and seemed entirely unaltered. Now, finally, after decades, we were about to find out the secret of the other side. Thank you so much, Jesse, for subscribing, and Rizvia for being here for 8 months. Wanted to share cool news, managed to grab a pixel art keychain. Yo! Oh, that's so nice! Did you get that from Kawa? Kawa's lovely. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for letting me know. I hope Expo was a fun time, too. I love SCPs, Snowy. I love SCPs. I'm really into SCPs. It's a bit of a problem. In 63 BC, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus marched his soldiers across the kingdom of Judea to lay siege to Jerusalem, its heavily fortified capital city. Known to history as Pompey the Great, he was 43 years old at the time and one of the most powerful men in the world, an ascendant general tasked with expanding the mightiest empire on earth. He's dealing with the occupants of the obscure kingdom of Judea. He surely had become aware of their peculiar devotion to a mysterious god which they worshipped, to the exclusion of all others.
a strange notion for a cosmopolitan Roman, accustomed to the bustling marketplace of competing gods and cults. He also knew that at the heart of Jerusalem there stood a great temple, even more well fortified than the rest of the city, where the curious gods resided amongst angelic statues of gold and other symbols of occult majesty. The temple was the holiest site of the in a holy kingdom, and contained within its walls a small sanctuary chamber known as Kodesh HaKodeshim, or Holy of Holies, where the very presence of this god said to dwell in the darkness. Nobody in the kingdom was allowed into Kodesh HaKodeshim except the high priest, then only once a year, on the Day of Atonement, to sprinkle animal blood on the ground as an offering.
Dang, what the flip? What's going on with these guys?
The Kodesh HaKodeshim was separated from the rest of the temple by an elaborate curtain, and the high priest was required to ritually cleanse himself before entering. It was said that any unclean person who entered the Kodesh HaKodeshim would be met with death, and legend has it that the high priest only entered a sanctuary with rope tied around his ankle, so that if he died therein, he could be pulled back out. How much did this Pompey the Great know of the day the city finally fell after a 3-month siege? On that day, he and his soldiers slaughtered 12,000 Jews who were defending the sanctuary, and he strode through the entrance of the imposing temple as a conquering hero of the Romans and a murdering intruder to the Jews. Inside the temple, he saw the glittering wealth accrued from faithful Jews throughout the region. But rather than wealth, it seemed he was more interested in finally laying eyes on this reclusive god he had heard so much about. Ancient historians recorded that he did not relieve the temple of its treasure, but instead went to the Kodesh HaKodeshim. Maybe he wanted to see what sort of magical creature could maintain such a peculiar hold over its faithful, that they would not abandon the temple even after it was hopelessly overrun, that they would stay and die by the thousands, sacrificing their own blood on its grounds. Perhaps he was unaware of the tales of death surrounding the Kodesh HaKodeshim. Perhaps he didn't know that this was a god which had leveled the world with a flood, which had rained fire on cities, which had delivered the Jews from the yoke of the mighty Egyptian empire, which had destroyed armies and kingdoms. Or perhaps he had heard these stories and simply didn't believe them. At any rate, history records that he went to the inner part of the temple and pulled back the curtain which hid the Kodesh HaKodeshim from the world, so that he might gaze upon the very presence of God.
This is strange. Also, thank you, Catskills. Thank you for also being excited for the next 6 months. I'll try to do more streams like this if you guys like it. Would have thought this was an SCP-2 if I wasn't here when she started. It does feel like a very long SCP. And also, thank you, my King Potato, for the 100 bits. I appreciate it.
The man was an illegal immigrant from Honduras. Illegal immigration had always been a great help to us. Why bother to erase people when they can do it to themselves? Anyways, he was under the impression that he had been in custody of immigration enforcement for the last few months, while we ran the standard battery of tests. He was 24 years old, 171 centimeters tall, above average intelligence. We stopped his heart with electrodes and put him inside the flesh interface. He came back quite jittery and minimally responsive. Posing as doctors and nurses, our technicians took him to a medical room for testing and interviews. We assumed he had been altered, but we tested his blood for the presence of exotic LSD analogs that accompany alteration, and there were none. Slowly, over a period of several hours, he began to calm down. Then he began to talk. We asked him what he remembered of the last few hours. He was under the impression that his experiences had been merely a dream, that some sort of calamity had happened during his sleep which left him reeling. He assumed that the part where we dragged him out of bed and stopped his heart was a dream too. He said that after that part of the dream, he suddenly found himself inside something that looked like a giant sausage casing, like a tunnel of meat. This was very exciting to us, because it roughly corresponded to the appearance of the flesh interface which contained the portal. But given how he was brought into the interface tunnel dead and returned within the interior zone, he couldn't possibly have seen the interface tunnel. Therefore, we summarized he was describing the interface on the other side of the portal. This was our first concrete knowledge of what was on the other side. What did Pompeii expect to find on the other side of the curtain? In many Roman temples, there was an image of an honored god occupying some central place in the structure. It can be assumed that he expected to find one of these, but did he expect to find the actual presence of God? Could he have possibly expected this? Or if he had believed in the Jewish lore, wouldn't he have also expected death? Wouldn't he expect to be punished for defiling the temple? Would he have been so cavalier about pulling back the curtain? Perhaps in his polytheistic mindset, he assumed that his gods, which he had seen fit to give him another glorious victory, were more powerful than this backwater Jewish god. What did we expect to be on the other side of this portal? Some kind of intelligence that could explain the bizarre living technology of the flesh interfaces? If the interfaces were the product of an intelligence, was this really something we wanted to make contact with? Did we expect this intelligence to be some kind and benevolent? If so, could we have sent so many living creatures, so many people, so many children to their deaths? What would a benevolent intelligence possibly make of our ruthlessness, our rapturous quest for understanding? According to Tacitus, the ancient historian, when Pompey pulled back the curtain and gazed upon the Codex Aquodicium, it contained no representation of the deity. The sanctuary was empty, and the Holy of Holies untenanted. He found nothing. An empty room. Nor was he met with death. Instead, he strode out of the temple alive and healthy, destined to go on to greater and greater political glory, until 15 years later when he was finally stabbed to death on the shores of Nile Delta after his defeat to Julius Caesar in the Roman Civil War. As the man spoke of walking through the unearthly living tunnel of the flesh interface, he said he saw a bluish light ahead and heard what seemed to be music, almost like flutes but much deeper. As he told us this story, sitting on the edge of the hospital bed wearing a loose gown, his hand wandered to his chest and he touched the skin above his heart. There he found 2 slightly singed patches of skin where we had attached the electrodes that ended his life. I still get chills when I recall how his face changed when he realized that it had not been a dream at all. It was a pitiful, almost childish look of terrible, unwanted understanding. Tears quickly flooded his eyes. This man who had been brought back from death itself by an unimaginable technology, by forces beyond all of our understanding, slowly went limp and died for a second time. And so we were left with disappointment once again. More mystery, more frustration. We had already heard from our child subjects about the strange flute music, but always in cryptic, disjointed terms. We had hoped that this man would give us something more concrete, but the answer had eluded us once again. So we went back to our experiments, selecting a new round of subjects to send through the portal. We had already sacrificed so many lives in our quest, there was no reason to stop then. Knowing what I know now, sometimes I wonder, was Pompey lucky when he pulled back the curtain and found nothing?
This was an article on Vice? What? That's super weird. Mother... Huh? Huh? This is just a Vice article. Whoa. Super weird, but... okay. Oh. That's such a bad excuse. We did horrible things, let's continue doing horrible things. They think that they're competing with other countries, though. This is how the CIA and all the other ones, like, always end up doing insane oh, bless you, Jechua. He's on my leg right now. He's a good kitty. You're a good kitty, Jechua. I love you. You're a good Jechua. Ah, no attacking my leg. I'm sorry, Jachua. The cats have been very feisty lately. Ow, 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 Jachua, no. Jachua, no. No bite. No bite, no claw. I'm sorry. Okay. I think we'll go. Jachua! Jachua, no. Jachua, no. Jachua, kitty, stop. Is Jachua normal bitey? He's just really bored. I think the cats get really active around this time and they want me to look at them and hang out with them. But this is when I like to stream. I hang out with them all day. And then they're just like, now. Now, mother. This is our time. I'm surprised they haven't sent hundreds through yet. They probably have sent hundreds through. Maybe even, like, just tons of people. Okay. I'm gonna really quickly use the restroom if I can. Okay, Jachua, let go. I'm gonna really quickly use the restroom, okay, you guys? So I'll even just. I'm gonna leave this up. I'm gonna leave this up because it's gonna be fast. Boom, baby. Okay. We gonna go for more, baby? Grimbo's gone. I'm back, I'm back, I'm back, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Let me check the price of... Also, welcome back. Thank you! Claro, I wish I could show you what Clara just sent me. It's so good. Well, actually, that was several hours ago now that I'm looking at it. But the next outfit is gonna be crazy. It's not gonna be for a while, but it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be so cool. Price of silver. It went back up to 42.63. Damn. I'm really sorry, Novel. I really hope you're okay. Alright. Glad you like it. It's so good. Will it have exposed armpits? That is not something you should ask people. Thank you, the large winner. You were true to yourself. But no, it won't. Sorry. But I'm happy that you can find such happiness in such simple things. Title, The Children Returned, 31st post. One heart shattered. I'm sorry, there's no armpits. I'm a little bit, no. Gold is coming up too. Congratulations, all the gold will pay for the silver. Title. Pardon me. The Children Returned. Of all the children who had been returned from the portals, only one survived in the long term, though we didn't even realize it until years later. She had been stolen or rescued from us by a rogue technician shortly after, and was thus lost to us for many years. We finally found her in Estonia, and kidnapped her from her adoptive family in the middle of the night. She was 7 when we lost her, and 13 when we found her again. We did a preliminary interview. She seemed normal in every respect. Mind you, this girl who entered a massive, possibly alien biological device called a flesh interface disappeared from existence for several minutes, then returned encased in an amniotic sac, attached to a placenta via umbilical cord with enough LSD in her bloodstream to turn all of Utah into one massive orgy. Naturally, we expected some sort of mental changes, especially since every child who returned from the portals had shown signs of mental aberration. Then again, every other child had died shortly after return, so she was clearly something special. But now, she was normal. Frustratingly normal. So we started prying into her past. She was a recipient, but young and fairly trusting, and it wasn't hard to get information out of her. She said she was born in Brazil, which was correct. We had acquired her from a Brazilian orphanage, where she had lived since infancy, the daughter of a dead prostitute and unknown father. She had vaguely remembered her time at the orphanage, and they were not very happy memories. She began telling us about her first day she met her adoptive parents, but we wanted to know about the time in between. When she was in our possession, when she went into the portal and then came back. We asked what happened before she met her adoptive parents. She said she remembered a long, boring boat trip to come over to the Estonian islands. We asked her where she had lived before. At this question, she grew distinctly uncomfortable. She said she didn't really remember. We pressed her. Her face began to twitch and shudder. This was the first time she showed any sign of abnormality. We kept pressing her on the question. There was this one summer, she said quietly, after I moved out of the orphanage, but before I came to Estonia, when I lived with a woman who said she was my mother. This was news to us. Our files had it that she had lived continuously at the orphanage. We asked her about the exact time, but all she knew was that it was for one summer. This was curious because she had been in our possession for one summer 7 years ago. The timelines matched well, but the events were entirely different. We asked her to elaborate. She said that one day a woman had come to the orphanage saying that she was her mother, and the Americans who ran the place had made her go with the woman. They had gone to a crummy old house and she had lived there for the summer. As she said this, she began to sob. She said that she had forgotten all about this and that she hardly remembered it at all, and that she didn't want to talk about it. She wasn't my mother, I knew. Face wasn't right, it wasn't a real face. Today I learned that after flights were grounded on 9/11, one plane was allowed to fly. It carried anti-venom from San Diego to Florida to save the life of a snake keeper suffering from a deadly
taipan bite. The only other taipan antivenom was in New York.
Whoa. I didn't know that. That has nothing to do with what they were talking about, but I guess it might actually. Maybe it has to do with why she survived and stuff. Your cat likes to lay across your neck or headbutt me, face till I give her a forehead kiss. Oh! Your hair is so beautiful, Grimmi. Oh my gosh, that's very nice of you. I'm the best VTuber ever because of my hair. Oh! That's a very strange, specific thing, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Why not?
You go do. It's a nice compliment. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired.
Was the antivenom kept at the zoo with the snake there or something, I wonder? I have no clue, honestly. Maybe there's like big places where they just keep snake venom.
Oh no, this one is real. This is always the first thought when waking up after a blackout. After hours of flittering between different varieties of nightmares, you start to dream that you're lying sick and insane in a stained bed in a shithole apartment that smells like cigarettes and spoiled ham. Your slowly crystallizing consciousness begins to note that this particular nightmare is more persistent than the others, and this has a certain uncanny clarity to it. Oh no, you realize. This one is real. You wake up to the utter ugliness of your reality. It's too much, too awful. What is the last thing you remember? God, it wasn't even midnight before the madness set in. You look at your hands. A tiny vibration runs through the fingers. Your entire mind reels, or feels like the raw, meaty patch that isn't left after a fingernail is torn off. How many hours were you blacked out? 3? 4?
Also, what the hell? That has never happened to me. That's scary. We're listening to Mother Horse Eyes, Mr. President. Oh, you're my favorite VTuber because you do not have exposed armpits. Thank you.
You sit up and look around for evidence of mischief, smashed plates, bags of takeout food, a nightstand drawer filled with vomit. All clear. You feel your face for bruises, nothing major. Wallet and phone, president accounted for. Your phone says it's 2 p.m. Not bad. You check the calls and texts. Nothing unusual. No 2-hour conversation with your boss starting at 5 a.m. You log into your bank website and take a look. $94.56 spent last night. A king's ransom by your standards, but at least you didn't go on a 400 blowout. You sit and wonder why you have this feeling of black guilt in your stomach. Is it just a hangover? Just your poor brain snapping back from all the depressant you gave it last night, entering a hypervigilant state, a paranoid state, an intolerable state. God, you need a drink. You deserve a drink for not blowing the rent last night. Medically, you need a drink. Just a little drink, but nothing overboard that'll get you all drunk at 3 in the afternoon and black out again tonight.
Is this what it's like to be an alcoholic? I know a lot of people that have issues with I guess compulsions and the desire to drink and stuff. I don't know why I didn't get that. A lot of genetics, but man, I could use a drink. No, Catskills, no. No. This reminds me of Disco Elysium. Oh, you're right.
You go out of your tiny bedroom to the front of your apartment, and your heart stops. A woman is lying asleep on your couch. Not a young woman, I can't do his voice. Not a young woman, an old woman. A tidy old grandma with messy gray hair. Jesus, what have you done? Her eyes slowly open. At least she's alive. She asks you if you're okay now, and you nod. The question is sinister. Okay now? What had been going on before? You can't deal with this without a drink. Who gives a shit if she sees this old lady in sweatpants? You go to the freezer and get the vodka and take in 2 good belts. Your stomach makes a violent protest, but your brain almost weeps with relief. Who are you? You ask the woman directly. She smiles and lets out a shy, grandmotherly little chuckle. She says she didn't expect you to remember last night, that you had repeatedly warned her that you wouldn't. Her demeanor is so warm and so kind. You begin to worry that you have fucked this woman, that you have fucked this elderly woman and now she's in love with you and wants more to move her posturepedic bed into your apartment. You ask her with great urgency who she is, and you tip another shot into your mouth. She says she wants to hear the end of your story. She says that last night you came into the cafe that she owns, carrying a bottle of wine. Before she could tell you to leave, you began telling a story, a wonderful story. But you got too drunk and couldn't finish it. So she got you a cab and made sure you got home and slept on the couch because she very much wants to hear the end of your story. You tell her that you don't recall telling any story. She expects this. She says that it's the story about the children in the forest. You must know it. It's too wonderful to have been just made up. You shrug. You don't know any stories about any children in the forest unless it's Hansel and Gretel. Was it Hansel and Gretel? It was not. Well, that's the only child forest story you know. She tells you it was a very beautiful story, and it made her cry, and she very much wants to know the end of it. Your mind churns through the possibilities. This woman is crazy. She's about to ask for money. She's going to rob you. She wants to get your information so she can have you arrested. The cops are already on their way and she's stalling, but the pleading look in her eyes is quite convincing. She does just want to hear the story. The vodka is starting to loosen the paranoia's grip. You take another sip. How many drinks was that? 2? Okay, you don't want to get too drunk too early. No more drinking for the next hour. You take another sip. If you can't drink for the next hour, you'll need this sip. You sit down on the couch next to her. The sweet relief of vodka is melting away some of your anxiety, and you let out a big sigh. You ask her to tell you some of the story. Maybe it'll jog your memory. She insists that she can't tell it as good as you told it, but you brush her protests aside. She begins to tell the story. In her warm, grandmotherly voice, she begins to tell you about the magical children who lived in the forest, who danced and sang and never died, who fought bravely against the nightmare forces of the ancient queen. It really is a beautiful story, and the woman tells it so well, with lots of nice little touches that make you giggle softly. You see it in your mind for a moment. The sunlight through the fluttering leaves and the smell of apple-scented air. So much sweeter and freer than anything your tiny, grim shithole apartment full of empty bottles. And once again, your eyes grow damp. You have heard from various people at various times the beginning of this story, but perhaps you have never heard the end. Perhaps it has none.
You have the unique ability, an ability you're aware you have. You know how to use only when blackout drunk and you just woke up with quite the hangover. Oh, writing prompts. That one's very on point, oh my goodness. But anyways, yeah, this is not a fanfic. This is Mother Horse Eyes. It's coming back into vogue. It's my favorite creepypasta. It's much longer than I remember. This one's gonna have, I don't even know what this is. Also, Dai, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well, baby. Otakoi, thank you so much for gifting a sub to GBF Mexi. 24 minutes ago. Oh my god, 24 minutes ago, sorry. I have been really, really on this for quite some time. I get into a weird vibe with it. Are you guys talking about how you guys should or shouldn't get drunk? Make sure you're drinking a lot of water. When you're in a bad place, it can be easy to self-medicate with substances and stuff. Imagine a dead cat wearing an old jockstrap. This is the smell of bed sores. This is the smell that comes out of the hygienic beds when we open them up. It's not just a smell, but a feeling, a sickly warmth that the masks cannot block out. Even through the filtered scented air, you know it's there. Coming through the filters in less than 1 micron-sized particles, touching your face, touching your clothes, adhering to you.
fouling you, fouling everything it touches. I think what makes the smell so putrid is that it's a combination of living tissue and dead tissue. Somehow, this unnatural intermingling of life and death creates a potent stench that is repellent to basic human sensibility. This is why I'm saving up to go to a school and become a readjustment specialist. Pulling people out of the malfunctioning hygiene beds is no way to make a living. Certainly is not the calling of a sensitive, erudite soul such as myself.
What does that mean?
When a hygiene bed breaks, say, the healthy limb system fails or a catheter gets blocked up, it's supposed to cut off the internet feed, forcing the sleeper to get the bed fixed. But it's easy enough to override this cutoff function. Immersed in their feeds, people often forget the bed is broken, but eventually pain or discomfort will force the sleeper to get their bed fixed. The pain of bed sores or the stench of backed up evacuator is a strong motivator. But if the sleeper has a direct sense feed, they can switch off these smells and discomforts. They can even switch off the worry associated with the broken bed. At this point, there is only one thing which can impel them to save themselves. Basic human dignity. This age-old desire to not spend one's day playing Princess Romance Cafe, lying in one's own shit while one's dick rots off. I would also say that an occasional fleeting desire to see the outside world could prove advantageous, but for the sort of people I'm talking about here, this is simply not a factor. Sadly, for some people, this desire is not strong enough, and we come to the very last line of our defense, the smell. The smell eventually leaks out of the hygiene bed's encasement, and nearby tenants start to notice. The building manager calls us, and we go pull them out. For the most hardcore sleepers, those who have entirely rejected reality in favor of their feeds, is the smell and the smell alone that can save their lives before the bacteria devours them alive. It is the stinky hand of salvation that plucks them from the abyss. I don't know what God looks like, but he smells like a dead cat wearing an old jockstrap.
Are we talking about VTubers? VR, baby! They say everyone's fighting a battle you don't know about. What's yours? I like that this is like, they're just like, what are you talking about? This is interesting though. I think this is supposed to be the future. Or I guess, maybe a different timeline? Also, yo, for real. I'm working on a light novel for a contest. Oh wow, I'm really happy to hear that. I hope it goes well. I still have the guitar from my short-lived attempt at learning how to play it when I was a teenager. After a few months of learning bass, I picked it back up and tried to play it again. I'm surprised. Oh, that's nice. How much smaller it was. Oh, you might have gotten one for children. Also, Rex Shreddington, thank you for being here for 17 months. A normal thing to tune into. It's gonna get way weirder. We're gonna go and keep going.
How quickly they turn to complete animals. They come out of the wagons already quite bestial, crying and lowing for water. Yet there is still the femicide of humanity about them. They wear clothes, spectacles, wedding rings. The women have their long hair and jewelry. We strip away all of this deceit quite quickly. This is where it gets kind of intense. At the front of the camp, there is a phony train station with a phony name and phony clock with hands that are painted on. All of this is just as phony as all of their poising. They're insinuating. They're pretending to be normal folk. As soon as they come down the ramp, the blue prisoner units are screaming at them, beating them, lashing them, drawing blood, and they move through the front gates in huddled, weeping herds. There we separate the men and the women, and have the women's hair cut to make socks and such. And in this moment, it is complete. Centuries of hiding among us, poising and passing, is all erased, exposed, and their nature is plain. Looking at their hideous, gnarled faces, all the varieties of bloodline impurities, the women's sagging udders, the fat, hanging bellies, the men's mutilated penises and thatches of pubic hair, you see it quite clearly, and you absolutely cannot deny that they are utter beasts. That we allowed them to infest our cities like vermin, to hold power over us, while we were tilling the soil and building the fatherland. It absolutely appalls. This will be our greatest shame in history's eyes.
We gotta read this part. We're reading all of it. There's a reason for it. It's all part of this narrative, and it shows different people's perspectives. This is obviously not mine.
I move them through the long tube to the gas chamber. The men can go first, as their hair does not need cutting. Then the woman. The women panic, screams everywhere. You watch the molted haunches of the old women shudder and ripple as their legs shake like newborn calves. They realize that we will not be wasting any time, that it will all be immediate. Streams of fresh shit run down their legs, and now the helpers must club them every step of the way or they will turn back. Marcinico carries a sword. He thinks it's an Imperial cavalry sword, but it's just an imitation. Still, it is an actual sword, and in his hands it is more efficient than the clubs. He hacks at the crowd like jungle explorers in the American films. He makes all sorts of sneering, dramatic faces as he works, and whenever he scores a particularly impressive blow, his whole face goes red with delight. Once he sliced an old woman's tit clean off. He picked it up and showed it to me. The inside was made of corn-colored pearls of fat. I let him take it to the work camp and have a good chuckle watching a prisoner devour it, and I had a good chuckle watching Marcinico's face.
Also, yes, outran wave.
There are only a couple of dozen SS at the camp. Almost everything is run by the Red Army watchmen and special prison units. And yet we can process 1,500 a day. Wonderful. It's because of the way the camp has been built. There is the fake train station, the tales of showers and uniforms and assignments, the narrow tube to funnel people into, the walls to hide the chambers and the pits. And there is the hierarchy, the captured Red Army men and the special unit prisoners, all set against each other with proper incentives. Everything in the structure concentrates power on us. Perhaps if the right structure was built, an entire race could be eliminated by a single man with an unloaded gun.
Okay. Okay. These are very intense ones. I think this has about 100 entries and we're at 35, and it's been about 5 hours, but I like this. I'll read it until my voice gives out. It's hurting a little bit, like my throat, but not a ton.
Consider the case. Consider this case. A woman, 28 years old, lives in a bed rack apartment block in Alabama. She has engaged in heavy feed use since childhood, spending 70 to 80% of her free time connected. At age 16, she finds global success as mix guide, netting her a considerable sum of money. One day, when she is 19 years old, she connects to her feed. She does not disconnect again for 9 years. 9 years of continuous feed. 9 years without any direct human contact. 9 years alone in a hygiene bed, dreaming. Meanwhile, her feed is a veritable flurry of digital content, mixes, life stories, role swaps, rooms, hunts, avatar makers, empathy games, sex play, and on and on. For a while, her mix tours sell well, and she enjoys her celebrity. But over the years, tastes change, and her income falls. Try as she might, she cannot retrieve her popularity. She tries soireeing, tutoring, crowd matching, whatever will make her money. But the competition in these markets is harsh, and she has significant debts to several promotion companies. Her money runs out. She manages to credit bounce for a while, but the writing is on the wall. She must disconnect.
YouTubing. Just read this in Grimmi normal voice and not stress. This one's fine. It doesn't put any effort on my...
Thank you so much for buying a Grimmi coin. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. This is not like a harsh one on my voice, though. You don't have to worry.
She knows this, yet she cannot bring herself to do it. Within the feed, she is well liked by her spheres. known as a talent mixer and narrator, a reasonable wall mediator, and a sensitive and capable participant in sex play. But she has a direct sense feed with complete safety overrides. She has been on increasing pain dampening for the last 4 years. She knows she has bed sores and perhaps will need multiple amputations. She has assumed that she will live feed to grave and cannot bring herself to disconnect.
Oh God.
She researches cortical suicide methods but decides against it. She contacts emergency services and arranges for them to remove her from her hygiene bed. One day, shortly after her 28th birthday, she is disconnected after a 9-year dream. She awakes to a world of horrifying pain. Pain dampening has blocked her opioid receptors, and the removal technicians do nothing for her agony. Her entire body is atrophied, and she has severe calcification around her ports, catheter, and evacuator, as well as numerous sores and abscesses and general muscle atrophy. She is taken to the hospital for physical rehabilitation, and after several operations, she is stabilized and her pain has subsided to manageable levels. Thankfully, her limbs are still intact. After eye treatments, she looks at herself in the mirror and finds something she does not recognize. She has aged 9 years. Though a lack of sun exposure and facial expressions have left her face smooth and unlined, albeit inhumanly gaunt and pale. Within a few days, the hospital sends her home. She must use a scooter to return to her apartment, which is little more than a weatherproof box to contain her hygiene bed. What will become of this woman, sitting alone in her apartment, with no job and no touch friends, without even a bathroom other than a hygiene bed? She will find it very difficult to resist the lure of the feed. The lack of stimulation will mean that she is often bored. The lack of predictability will mean she is anxious, whether or not she is bored, or whenever she is bored. She will find unmediated socializing torturous. According to our statistics, there will be a 90% chance of her making another long-term connection within a month. There will be a 30% chance of her dying within 1 year. This is the price of long-term connection. It is inescapable. 1% of users connected continuously for more than 3 years are able to go on to lead successful disconnected lives. In America, there are currently over 30 million users on long-term connections. Unless something changes, they will stay connected until they die. This is why we have created Companion 12.
This is horrifying. This is almost where we at, though. This story is so good. Oh my god. I haven't read, I usually just read up till around 30 and then I would stop when I was tired. I've read it all, but I usually never read the full thing again, so this is nice. It was an advertisement.
Our form is our story, the story of all of the world.
You can also check this out really quickly. I built a world map on a dining room table.
The world does not sleep. Everywhere, 10,000 things are darting, skittering, fitting, scuttling, burrowing. Sleep is righteous, but the world wakes. We are made in the image of the world. The world is a giant of our kind, and we live on its back. Its trees and grasses and hills are like the hairs on our backs. Our paws are soft, and our ways are subtle and silky. We are in harmony with the world. But everywhere, 10,000 things are scuttling out of harmony. And this causes the world to itch and suffer. Just as little scuttling things on our back cause us to itch and suffer. So the world cannot sleep, and everything turns and spins, and we cannot sleep. For we are made in the image of the world. This is why we hunt. It is our duty to hunt out the little scuttling things, to devour them, to expel them, and bury them back into the world, leaving no trace. We must hunt night and day. We hunt the 10,000 things on the world's back. just as we hunt and clean little scuttling things from our own back. One day we will destroy all the 10,000 things, and the world will sleep, and everything will sleep forever. This will be a great righteousness. We can feel this righteousness every time we sleep, and we can feel a great injustice every time we are woken. So we hunt. The truth is in our bones, in our claws, in our form. We are made in the image of the world, and our form contains the truth. Our form is our story, the story of all the world. But now we are confronted with great mystery. We do not abide mysteries. They plague our sleep. We must solve them. What is hidden must be uncovered. So we search and sleuth, but this mystery eludes. It scuttles and slips away time after time. And we do not sleep. But it seems there is no message in our form which gives us any answer. Is our form incomplete? I, above all others, have become obsessed with the mystery of the oily ones.
Elias, thank you for being here for 22 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Townmanor.org? Ugh. I guess we won't know what that is. We can maybe get some context? Nope. This was posted on Cats. And they were probably like, what? I like that people were like, don't worry about this. This is a really weird guy. Just ignore him. He's really weird. Just ignore him. Oh, Pixel. Oh! Thank you, Jack, for gifting a sub to Smooth Voice. Yo. I hope I'm having a very good evening. I like this creepypasta a lot. Title: A team of doctors from Berlin. One day, during the final summer, a team of doctors came in from Berlin. They were in the midst of a grand experiment which they considered to be of utmost importance and needed access to a large number of prisoners, something beyond what they could acquire in Berlin. We protested that we were not equipped for any sort of medical experiments, that our camp was designed for a single purpose, but they insisted and we were forced to accommodate them. I was immediately irritated by their senior doctor, a haughty man in his late 40s named Engel, who always wore a crisp white coat and fine leather shoes. He arrived with his team of doctors, and I could scarcely believe it. A Jew. These are very mean, but it's just part of the story. This was perhaps the ugliest Jew to have ever personally offended my eyes. He was a very tall man, a full head taller than average, with a furry black beard, a gnarled claw-like nose, and very prominent eyes. These eyes were something of a source of fascination to me, as they were not the rat-like black color of the normal Jew, but a much lighter shade of brown, almost bronze. He wore a shabby suit and followed Engel around quite closely, almost as if they were associates, and always his strange flashing eyes were roaming about in a suspicious way. When I first met Engel, I asked him who this Jew was, but my question was brushed aside. They immediately set about converting one of our buildings into a station for their experiments, the details of which were kept from me entirely. Engel and his team made no contact with the other staff except to demand various supplies. After a few days of being subjected to Engel's imperious behavior, I could feel that my SS subordinates and even the Ukrainians were smirking at me behind my back, so I decided to give Engel a tour of the other part of the camp, which he had not yet seen, the part where we processed prisoners. Of course he refused, but I insisted. Fortunately, a trainload of prisoners was arriving at that moment, and we went out to the platform. The odious Jew with his glittering eyes followed us, which pleased me all the more. The train arrived with the cries of passengers blending into the squeals of metal wheels.
The blue units worked themselves into their usual frenzy, pulling the passengers out, shouting, clubbing, and herding them towards the main gate. Amidst the crush of passengers, the limp bodies of children occasionally came spilling onto the platform, and the blue units tossed them into a pile. Engel watched all of this impassively. A woman came out of the train, clutching a child perhaps of 3. She looked about frantically, screaming for a doctor. I gave her a sympathetic look and held out my arms. She approached me, the handsome, storied-looking authority figure that I am. I took the child from her and tenderly examined it. It was still alive. I placed it gently on the ground and used my boot to reshape its skull. The woman I shot.
Okay. Engel means angel. Mengel is known as the angel of death. Yeah, Joseph Mengel. Yeah, Nazis are not nice people. That's intense. But it's all part of the story. Mengele. Joseph Mengele. That's him, he's real. He looks... I guess I could show you, let me expand this a bit. I don't really want him touching me, though. Okay, there. So this is what he looks like. It's weird, because there's something really off about his eyes. Psychopath, psychopath. Psychopath, psychopath. I told God a Holocaust joke. He didn't laugh. After a moment of awkward silence, I said, well, I guess you should have been there. Huh. I like that inevitably there's always some person that doesn't know what's going on going like, why did you write this? This is like super messed up. What's wrong with you? 3 hours reading your various posts. That's really cool that he enjoyed it. I think the thing is, like, none of these are like portraying these people as like good. Everyone that's super crazy or evil is just like not portrayed as good. Why did you personally create this, Grimmi? What? I didn't personally create this. No!
Title: Rachel Feels.
Voiceover script? Huh? This is really odd. The music has ended. It'll loop around. When you see a Naruto character really sad, know that it's about to loop around.
Title: Rachel Feels. Rachel does not dream. Rachel does not sleep. Rachel does not wake. Rachel feels all the time. Rachel Head is a direct sense feed with Reinhardt emotive FPS blending for stunning clarity and total sensory presence. With the entire cultural library at her fingertips, Rachel can put herself into any scenario and create one precision mixes at the speed of the mind. Watch as she blends Beethoven's Fifth Symphony with the Asteroid Orbital Catalog, the 2018 World Cup game, and the hot new... Gotta read it. The 2018 World Cup game and the hot new anal coming video from Angelica Eliana. What mastery! See the subtle crafting and non-stuttering blends? That's because Reinhardt proprietary technology splits 240 visual FPS on the fly to create an eye-popping visual stream of over 1,000 FPS while simultaneously delivering 60 tactical FPS and 60 olfactory FPS. Now this is salvation.
Hi, Eddie. Thank Thank you for letting me distract myself for a moment.
But hey, forget the specs, check out the feelings. Her Holocaust child victim disco muscle thumps have walls around the world shredding tears, making those feel real. Making those real feels. You can't fake this stuff. Are you tired of distant, dead-end emotions? Reinhardt Emotive SPF blending gives you realistic, immersive feelings without excess rumination or thought linger. This kind of subtlety just isn't possible at ordinary 240 FPS. That's the difference for Rachel. That you can be the difference for you. Rachel does not dream. Rachel does not sleep. Rachel does not live. Rachel does not die. Rachel feels. Can you?
That's a very, very gross one, but
dreams are a manifestation of your desires, whether they are subconscious or otherwise. Tell me of the man who does not dream.
Interesting. It also excited me, the idea of same time horrific but enticing. I wonder if we'll get there. I think it's supposed to be similar to like the flesh interfaces and how they're constantly really joyful and really sad. This is a very intense story, especially in like this day and age, because I think, well, I don't know about you guys, but like there's this inherent kind of like almost, I'm not complaining or anything, but like I feel like a lot of us are quite lonely and quite alone a lot of the time. A lot of us don't have connection to our family or our friends as much as we'd like to. Sometimes we don't even have those things, like I don't really have a close connection to my family. It's kind of uncomfortable. But I think this is about this almost desire to like return to like something where you're connected to others and stuff. I've equated loneliness to selfishness. I'm happier than ever. Is it selfish? I think it's just... How do I put this in such a way? Not to wax philosophically or anything, but I think that the majority of us have gotten really used to convenience as a way to like work more, and as we're more and more overwhelmed, that convenience is going to be something that we kind of are locked into. Like, I don't know how to put it, but all of us were kind of born into this world where there's a continuous sense of just convenience, and we take the easiest option for everything. So it's very hard to pull ourselves away from a sense of convenience or a sense of just surviving at minimal requirements while feeling more and more overwhelmed. So there'd probably be a way to connect to our families more or connect to our friends more and stuff like that. But there's also just already kind of this stuff. Like, we don't have this specifically, but we kind of do. We have computers that kind of can give us this sense of reality in some senses. So instead of like just wanting like a normal level of like presence with our family and friends and a normal quietness with our family and friends, we expect really extreme big emotions and big things because that's kind of what we've gotten used to and stuff. So you start liking being alone, which in the long run is bad. Yeah. And we can kind of have feelings of like experiencing stories and even get used to those stories kind of being what we expect, like big like TV like grand gestures and stuff, when being around others and kind of appreciating them in life is kind of more mundane and gentle. Like we're kind of in this mode already. So, can computers replace human connections? Maybe not now, but I hope they can in the future. I think this is a cautionary tale in some ways. I think that doing that, it might eventually occur, and there might be some people that need it. There might not be people that have like access to those things. Like, not everyone has a family. Like I don't really have that, and not in a bad way. Like, I'm comfortable with where I am as a person. Like, but you get more socially awkward until you feel like it's impossible. Yeah, there's also that. You also have to be willing to tolerate drudgery. Yeah, and I think our sense of being able to tolerate that is going down. But we were born into a life of like convenience, and we were born into a life of being very overwhelmed. When you never go to the party, you stop getting invited. Yeah, exactly.
I learned that recently boredom is good, it grounds you. If you are constantly simulated, then then any down you experience feels much worse. That is true too. A lot of people, when they feel bored, they scroll TikTok, when it might just be good to go and rest. It might be good to go and sit with your cats for a little bit. You don't necessarily have to put anything on TV. You could even just put music on or something like this and just rest. Have you ever played the Talos Principle? I've heard about it, and I really wanted to because it had a kitty on it, but I haven't played it before. Your family is crazy. I don't get the impression being around them is a lot is healthy. Yeah, my family is either very crazy or very far removed, so... Will this be a 10-hour story time, Grimmi? This might be 10 hours. We're probably not gonna read all of it at once, but I do really like it. No, don't do any of those things. Just sit quietly and be bored. Oh no, I mean, I put on I don't know, backroom sounds. It's not very engaging music. Sitting there and just thinking is helpful. But it's hard to push yourself to go and do those things that are a little bit harder. Just because, first of all, there's not really a lot of intervention within your life in order to go you should do these things that are harder, when convenience is constantly there for you and stuff. In Grimmi's top 10 streams of all time. I'm glad you like it, Large Winner, yay! It's just, there's very few direct interventions in people's lives where they can get healthier in good mental ways and good physical ways, I feel like. Because we're kind of on a track where very few things happen that challenge us to not do the convenient thing, and also the convenient thing is just something that we become so used to that we kind of start to get weird in a weird way. We're kind of on a track. Thinking for yourselves, yeah, it's rare. I've met people who don't want to do things that aren't easy, or eat foods that aren't absolutely delicious, or drink water. I try to be empathetic. Yeah, I think that's fair. I've met a lot of people like that too. It's bold to assume that everyone just picks life of convenience and loneliness and not just is thrown into it unconditionally by life. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think people are thrown into it unconditionally by life. I think that it's very easy to pick on Americans, and I think it's kind of fair because we're kind of jerks sometimes. But also, we kind of have this direct influence every moment of our life to go towards a convenience and a sense of doing X, Y, or Z thing and kind of fitting into that because everyone's very aggressive about it. It's kind of odd. It's not everyone, but it's kind of odd. I don't know. You notice that in discussion as well, people are less and less prepared to try to understand other viewpoints since it's much easier to just reject those. Yeah, it is. I try to listen to other people's viewpoints. I think I can understand most of them even if I don't think it's what I have come to terms with believing is true and stuff. I also think there are multiple truths and stuff. Scary to think about. Very scary to think about. But yeah, it's hard to do the thing that's probably the thing that you want in your heart, and you know is good for you, and you know would make you feel better, but would go against the thing that's easiest. Pause the stream of getting water. Sorry. Truth is relative? Yeah, there's also that people have different experiences in life and stuff. It's interesting. I don't know. American government industrialized laziness and has turned it profitable. I find it more pitiable than anything. Unfortunate. Yeah. There's always a reason someone would believe something. Yeah, it's getting also really mixed up with social media and stuff. We're waxing very philosophically now. But it's almost for a long time, there was a convenience when it came to food, and a convenience when it came to clothing, and a convenience when it came to stuff like that. But now it's also coming to be that there's a convenience when it comes to regulating your life in terms of your emotions, and in terms of your relationship to your close family and friends. And it's becoming more convenient to not keep those relationships as strong or give them time. If you're feeling lonely and lost, I recommend Dr. K on YouTube. He makes a lot of videos on the topic. Yeah, he's a really nice guy. I think
I'm trying to put it into words. I don't know if it's like necessarily like something where you feel loneliness. I think it's something where like it's very easy to get into a weird place since there's so many easy outs in order to fulfill any need you have mentally, emotionally, physically. Like, it's kind of a rough society we're in. It's easy to crap on Americans because of our dirty laundry is always visible, giving people and governments in the other countries need to start to focus on their own serious and epic problems. I meant more that we're aggressive and stuff, but also hello Entropy Cat, hello, how are you? We're very aggressive. And Americans don't often take accountability, but I think that's been something that we've been raised with for a long time. And we often... I'm trying to think. What's the right word? What's the right way to phrase it? I think that we don't really have a good sense of self-reflection. And I think it's because we've been targeted by advertisers for so long, and advertisements. So we're a bit narcissistic, and we're a bit intense sometimes. So it's not something that's very cultivated, where it might be more cultivated in other countries and stuff. And that's very unfortunate that we're kind of already at this point. I think even more so than 10 years ago when this came out. So it's weird to think about. Most people always take the easy way out to ensure it's scary to them, as long as there's enough society telling them that's okay to do. Yeah, and I think that that benefits people that would like to, I guess, have a lot of people for, I guess, a consumer base. We have a habit of, as an American, we have a habit of questioning authority. We do have a habit of questioning authority. I do think other countries can have issues with that in some respects. I think every country is going to have their own specific stuff that they have issues with. I think we just have issues with this specifically. With Americans, I feel there is a large emphasis on freedom and self-righteousness, so it can lead to people who believe in their right. It is their right with no question of their own beliefs. Yeah. There is that. I get the impression that a lot of countries that are very big politically in the world don't tend to be reflective. I think it depends, and I think it depends on, like, the culture and stuff, and, like, which way people are reflective. From what people have said here, like, at least in chat and stuff, when we talk about certain things, it seems like in America, there's not a lot of self-reflection, but we feel very much like we have to solve our own issues, and that there's not a sense of community anymore in any sense. But on the other hand, in places like Asia, like there's a big sense of doing what's right for everyone and making sure that you're never gonna like go against kind of the societal stuff that makes everyone, I guess, comfortable in like a societal sense. In Thailand, we got the La Majestic law that can land you 10 to 20 years in prison? What? For disconnection and the lack of self-reflection, Japan had these issues. Yeah, see, for 10 to 15 years early. It's because they're older and came into these things sooner. Interesting. See, yeah, individualism versus collectiveness. Yeah, and collectivism. Yeah, but also... So I'm not saying that it's just an American issue. Also, this might not make any sense to some people. They're probably just like, what are you talking about? But I think it ultimately leads to like the same thing, where we feel such a large disconnection from others that we want to go towards something like this, but it's because we've kind of gotten to the point of convenience. Convenience influences everything. So this would be something that we feel like we'd want to see. Like big highs of like high emotion, low emotion, drama, intensity, because we are often having our feelings muted also by constantly seeing really intense stimuli. Like we see stuff about people dying constantly in the news, and we've had very harsh lives, a lot of us, very recently as well. It's hard to not feel overwhelmed and not go for the most convenient thing, but it's also making it so we're drifting apart. And we could end up in these situations where we do have these like weird beds that we live in. Some people are already like that, like, not to name names, but I don't go outside a ton, so...
I know a few people like that as well. Based purely on internet, I feel like Americans put personal freedom above everything else, even while visiting different countries. It sometimes leads to clashing with local laws and culture. Maybe. I think... I think Americans are very swayed by the people that they look up to. And I think that we feel like our opinions are very much right. I feel like I don't know anything. And I don't know why that is. I think I read a lot of books that were just like that. But, I feel like a lot of people in America can say this is objectively bad or this is objectively good. But I think it's based on like the people they usually most listen to. So, it's weird to think about. But I think it'll only get a little bit worse for a while. I don't think we'll reach this point specifically. I hope not, at least. I think we'll probably inevitably... This might not make people very comfortable, but I think we're gonna get to the point where the economy collapses so much in so many different regions of the world that people eventually start going back to having small villages, like, or just enough roommates that it feels like a small village. But who knows? Did you ever dread the Pendragon books when you were younger? A weird world where everyone abandoned the real world to live in perfect simulations? That sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if I read it. Is that a young adults one? Because I read young adult stuff when I was like a young adult, but not so much anymore. Rejecting the common sense and education is not strive for freedom. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's hard for people to... I'm trying to think about how to say it. I don't think it's all necessarily bad, but I don't think many folks understand what objectivity is. I think there's a level of mental maturity that is required that some people are far too overwhelmed with when trying to understand that concept, and just objective opinions arise all the time. Yeah, there's also a matter of we never really know what the truth is specifically when it comes to a lot of the stuff we interact with. So, can we drop this? I'm sorry if it's making you uncomfortable, Moonlit. I don't mean to make you feel bad about who you are or yourself or anything like that. I think we're just talking about things that are a little weird. But the story is a little weird, so it kind of goes hand in hand with it. I don't know, I like it though. We can go back to the story, but... bad case of main character syndrome? We call those Karens? I think to some extent, it's a little messed up that we call any lady or fella that's too intense a Karen. Like, sometimes they are arguing for positive things. Sometimes they are just also yelling at someone that works at McDonald's. I don't think that's cool. Anyway, everything will be okay. It'll be alright. There you go. Especially, yeah, it'll be alright. It'll be alright. I don't mean to make anyone feel too scared. I know it's a nice little VTubing stream. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. American tourists are the most complained about tourist in Japan. I don't know if that's true, but I don't want to turn this into, I've seen a lot of people that are very angry at a lot of people when it comes to tourism right now. And I hope that everyone can eventually get along. That's all I'll say. He's right, though. I think that it's something where we hear a lot about that consistently because we're English speakers. How do you even measure that? I think the thing is, American or not, it's on social media. Yeah, I think it's not on social media. I think the thing is, Americans make the news because hating America gets clicks. No, I think that there are some people going past specific social lines there and stuff. Due to the shared belief in
Opposed to freedom of choice, but I love Japan. I think every place is gonna have some issues with, like, I guess things that we don't agree with and all that. But I think it's a nice place to visit, probably, and I hope that everyone that wants to go there can go there someday. So, that's pretty much it. I hope everyone can be alright. Gonzo, yeah. I think the thing is, it's good to just focus on what we can do as individuals if we're to be nicer if we go places. And hopefully things will get better. Alright. We can get back to the story now. I went to Japan a few times as an American. It's a normal, didn't really have any issues if you just be normal. I imagine they're probably very happy about anyone being polite at any place that anyone visits. Big individualism is a ploy to trick you into not unionizing, by the way. That's also possible. I think... sorry, Grimmi. No, it's okay. Even if I can't follow the conversation or story, thank you. Yeah, this is a very strange conversation. Let's see. There's bad tourists from every country? Yeah, I think so. There can always be people that are rude or anxious or weird and causing a scene. I think most places don't care where you're from as long as you're not behind while visiting. That is true. So just do your best to represent where you're coming from politely. And if you see someone being rude and you don't think you'll get punched in the face, it might be good to intervene politely. So, there you are. Okay. Yeah, that's true. You can also just never leave your house. I don't know who would do that, though.
No, I went to PAX. I went outside.
Title: A Rather Perverse Request. After a week at the camp, Dr. Engel put in a rather perverse request. He wanted to move his laboratory to the old gas chamber. I had no problem with this. We had installed new, more efficient gas chambers with the help of an expert on the matter, and although they had a capacity of over 2,000 a day, or 20,000 a day, we seldom ever had to process more than 1,000 or 1,500 in a single day, due to the unreliability of trains, which were often slow enough to preemptively process many of their passengers for us. At this point, we had orders to cremate the bodies, and they burned in open pits day and night. And we warned the Dr. Engel that the old gas chamber would be a rather distracting environment to work in, as it was between the smoke of the burning pits and the noise of the new gas chambers. He disregarded this, and his team moved in that day. After that, I rarely saw him, as that part of the camp was somewhat hidden from the rest, and my headaches, which were growing more severe, had always made me reluctant to visit.
Word plus job gets automated. Sorry about that. Sorry. It's because of, like, rating and stuff. Enough of this heavy tourism talk, back to the light topic of Nazis. Yeah. This is a very intense story, but it all makes sense in the end, don't worry. Soon my men began to me strange tales of this new laboratory. Nobody except Engel and his men were allowed inside, but we summarized that he had removed or reduced the chamber's interior walls and sealed up all doors except one. He requested his own SS detail, and 2 guards were posted at the doors at all time. A steady flow of prisoners went into the laboratory, whom Engel selected with the help of his odious Jew assistant, often to the great irritation of my units, as their fussy selectivity often slowed down our processing activities. Nobody could make any sense of his selection process, as it mainly consisted of the Jew looking at the person over and making various mutterings. This guy's really intense.
It was reported that every few days an enormous package wrapped in tarpaulin would be removed from the laboratory and carried over to a special burning pit, which they had made. These packages tended to bleed, leaving a trail of blood to the burning pit, where they were burned under the watch of Engel's personal guard. This behavior was only extraordinary in that there was no need for secrecy when it came to the killing of prisoners. Thousands were being killed every day just a few meters away in the gas chambers. Between this and the inexplicable presence of the Jew assistant, I slowly became curious about their project. My men, however, were unable to get any information about what was occurring inside the laboratory. So I decided to focus a few questions on the member of the team who presumably had the least sense of loyalty, the Jew. On one of our days off, I found the Jew in our little zoo admiring the peacocks. He looked very much at peace as he watched the birds strut around, while I was suffering from a vicious headache. I began to talk to him, affecting an offhand, friendly manner. His German was perfect. I asked him about his background. He told me he had been a religious student in Berlin until he was expelled to a ghetto in Kharkov, or Kravko. I asked him how he had met Engel. He told me something quite surprising. This was actually his second time coming to Treblinka. On his first visit, he was on the verge of being shot when somebody had noticed his perfect German. Apparently, there had been a request for prisoners who spoke excellent German, and this earned him a reprieve. He was sent back to Berlin, where Engel performed tests on him. I asked about the nature of these tests. At this, he became more resentient. He had been instructed to discuss nothing with me. I merely informed him that I would shoot him through the face if he didn't tell me everything. At this, he showed no fear, but he looked at me with his odd brazen eyes and gave me an almost pitying smile. He said that the doctors were testing a new Swiss invention, some kind of chemical which was administered orally and caused profound changes in thinking. I asked him about these changes. He said that the chemical allowed him to see into the mind of God. Naturally, I asked for elaboration. At this, he launched into a rather overworked Samiel, I don't know, involving a broken mirror, then switched to another Samiel, I don't know what it is, using a spider's web, neither of which made any sense to me. I informed him that I was a practical man and had little use for philosophy. Oh, simile. I didn't remember what that was. Simile. I'm really tired. All of the words are having like double. Simile involving a broken mirror, then switched into another simile using a spider's web, neither of which made any sense to me. I informed him that I was a practical man and had little use for philosophy. He told me that after taking the chemical many times, he had become possessed of two minds, his own and that of God. In all of his doings, he was conscious of God's intentions, of God's plan for all human life. I asked him if he was following God's plan. He said he was not following it entirely. I am wrestling with God, he said cryptically. How does one wrestle with God? Isn't he all-powerful? When God presses forward, you must yield or be destroyed. When God yields, you must press forward. It sounds like dancing, then wrestling, or making love, I said with a snort. He smiled. Yes, it is, except that dancing is not so painful. Why wrestle at all? If God is God, then you know his plan. Why not simply follow it? Surely it is the best course. Yes, but I cannot bring myself to, he said. For the first time, I saw the peaceful expression flee from his face, to be replaced by an unsettling dread that trembled in his eyes. God's plan is simply too awful.
I love this guy's writing. This was connected to a poster for the movie High Rise? I don't know what this means. Looks interesting though. I've never heard of that movie either, High Rise. Alright. Ow. I really apologize to everyone for reading all of this mean stuff, but it's all for a reason.
Title: Mother Babylon. Imagine Mother Babylon, Mother Rome, Mother America. The world enslaved. Flesh networks spanning the globe. The blood of humanity moving through veins thousands of miles long, carnivorous curving tubes as empty as superhighways, biological superstructures, bones the size of the Golden Gate Bridge, living engineering, parts as big as mountains, pumping with tectonic force, chained in relays, moving blood across continents, exotic neurochemical pestilence, flowing from monstrous glandular ridges, flesh-encased nightmares, farms of non-human tongues babbling blasphemous gibberish, a vast sea dotted with lonely eyes. This is the great queendom of Babylon, a great blood-drunk whore wearing the crown of Adam, as all around her fleshy carapace float orbital platforms of nuclear death. Scattered in the stars beyond, the seeds of Israel weep to gaze upon their new mother, the undying queen of blood and corruption.
I apologized as a story note. Yeah, but still, if it's making someone feel bad. Even if they're not talking, maybe they're just sitting there going, that's kind of mean. I don't know. I'm a little tired. When I get a little tired these days, I'm just kind of out of it and I'm just like, oh my god, oh no. Let's see how long this one is. That one's not too bad. This one might be a little racist. We'll make sure that I'm not going to say any slurs or anything.
The worst thing a black man can do is go to church on Sunday. We're not supposed to do that. In the old days, before Jesus paid for our sins, we'd be put to death for idolatry. But now you see them all dressed up in their suits. All the girls are in dresses with their booty all hanging out.
This person's racist.
They got all the coochie hanging out of the dress at church. They going in there like it's a club. That's not what God wants. He wants us to dress modestly, because we are God's chosen people. But they don't know this.
Pumpkin, was that you? I heard a little meow.
They eating crabs and shrimp platters, going to Red Lobster, all-you-can-eat shrimp, $9.99. They don't follow the law. They go to the church and worship this picture of a white Jesus. That's idolatry. That picture of Jesus with the long, soft hair, the good hair, that's not Jesus. That's actually a man named Sores Borgia. The real Jesus had curly hair, black hair, because he was black. He was a Jew. You have to understand what's going on in the world. Right now, they have satellites in space. They have weapons system, atom bombs, everything. And which they pointed? They not pointed down here on the Earth. They pointed out into space. Why? Because the nations of the world, America, the UN, they're all waiting for something to come from space. Watch, it's coming. And they're going to destroy it. The Battle of Josaphat. See? There's a thread, a line through history. The Egypts, the Babylonians, the Romans, America, the slave owners. It's all one. Do you know who the Nephilim are? They're mentioned in the Bible, but only twice. You have to understand the mystery of the Bible to understand what they are. The first time they get mentioned in the story of the flood, it says Genesis 6:4. They were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of God came on to the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men were of old, men of renown. These giants were Nephilim. Nephilim is the original Hebrew word for Torah. You have to understand Hebrew to know the mystery of the Bible. Nephilim are the children of the sons of God, who are the fallen angels, angels who came down and had sex with human women and gave birth to Nephilim.
Who was that? Hi, Michael. Oh, hi, Chachua. Is that you, Chachi? That's you, Chachi. I can tell by your tail. Sorry.
We were in a good... Sorry. Okay. People who were half man, half angel. The angels looked down, saw the people, the original man. The black women, the nice bodies, the nice booties, the thick legs. And they got them a piece of that. I'm serious, they said, we angels. We can do what we want, so they got some. A little later in Genesis 6:12 it says, "And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. For all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me. The earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth." This is how the flood came about. All of this mixing of flesh. Now what if I told you that the children of the Nephilim are still among us? That they are renowned, as the scripture says, that our scientists, our bankers, our leaders, our investors are Nephilim. Bill Gates, Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs. These scientists, these men, are part of fallen angels, and they are corrupting the flesh like the Bible says, by doing all of this gene splicing, all of this mixing chromosomes, because they're made from mixed flesh between angel and human. So they're all for everybody's mixing. Men with men, girls with girls, whatever. Pretty soon you're gonna see chicks with two heads walking down the street. And we're supposed to say it's cool. I won't say no more because I don't want to get banned. The Nephilim controlled the internet. I'll just say I've seen it myself. I've seen how they mix flesh, experiments, the government, making new things. It's all out there.
Dang, they decided to exterminate. Oh, I'm getting a little tired. They decided to destroy humanity, exterminate it. Presented without comment. I like everyone just saying, what the hell? Alright, let's see how many more we can get through before I pass out, since I'm starting to stutter my words more. Oh, it gets so good though, I don't want to stop reading. Oof! This sounds insane, but I don't want to stop reading because it gets really, really good. But on the other hand, I can't sit here and read for 10 hours or I'll probably want to die tomorrow. I am a little bit eepy. Title: Finger Blasting. In the training curriculum for becoming part of the readjustment specialist, they omit finger blasting entirely, which is odd considering what a routine part of the job it is. I can't tell you how many times I've been in the middle of a conversation with a client only to have her slip her finger into her shorts and start diddling away. My clients' long-term... This is not one of the ones I was talking about, this is... Okay. My clients' long-term session heads, i.e. people who have been connected to a direct sense feed for multiple year spans, are practically feral. Even though the feeds are supposed to be all about empathy and social connection, everything is so mediated that they lose a capacity for normal social interaction. If their session begins at an early enough age or goes on long enough, shit gets truly weird. The readjustment client is a simulation addict. They crave easy, immediate stimulation. Some turn to drug use, but they usually require a near lethal or outright lethal amounts to properly stimulate themselves. Others turn to masturbation. The readjustment client has no patience. If they are uncomfortable, they want immediate relief, and that entails an industry bout of onoism. Then so be it. Almost all my clients are women. The female clients tend to choose male specialists, and the male clients tend to choose female specialists. In the feed, they often surround themselves with coteries? I don't know what that is.
Coteries of admirers of the opposite sex, so they insist on opposite sex specialists. This is an unhealthy impulse, but we must meet our clients halfway. Our job is to slowly transition them away from fake adoration sponges into being functional adults. I am not a doctor. I am not a therapist. I am trying to think of myself as a paid big brother. Perhaps there is an inherent contradiction. I must be stern without being overly judgmental. I must be empathetic but effective. I can't coddle them. The feed coddles them. That must end. The work could be described as Sisyphean. Trying to reculture a person after years of all that whiz-bang feed stimulation is like pushing a heavy boulder up a hill, and occasionally the boulder is masturbating.
Grimmius, thank you for the 5 bits. Thank you, Waami, for putting up a clip. If you download a clip right now, you get a little icon next to your name on Twitch if you want it. This was a weird one. Let's see what it was in relation to. Which profession has absolutely no room for any F-ups? So confused by this post, how this post is related to deep water welding. There you go. Alright, we're back to this. An extremely unusual fragment. I asked the Jew exactly what sort of procedures they were performing in their laboratory. But at this point, we were interrupted by several members of Dr. Engel's team, and they hurriedly ushered him away. Although there were still many unanswered questions, my curiosity was largely satisfied. They were testing a new chemical and probably performing vivisections and such to ascertain its physical effects. Perhaps the bodies were burned separately because they required special handling due to the presence of the chemical. There was nothing especially sinister in that. It was actually rather considerate of them. That night, shortly before I was about to retire for the day, one of the Ukrainians came to me with a small package wrapped in cloth, about the size of a loaf of bread, with an irregular shape. He was very excited. He unwrapped the package, and inside was the fragment of a pale white bone. An extremely unusual fragment. It was a sort of round carapace, like part of a giant skull, but with 5 round holes in it. Much like eye sockets, but obviously too numerous to be so. Studded throughout the fragment were extrusions that looked like molar teeth. Looking at it, I could not place it as any part of any animal I had seen before. I asked the man where he got it, and he said that he had retrieved it from the nearby laboratory's crematorium pit just an hour before. The piece itself did not appear to have been burned, as it had merely had the meaty stink of death about it. I asked him a few more questions, but he knew little else. Still, he insisted that the bone fragment was from something monstrous and unnatural, which they were creating in their laboratory, and that I shut down these experiments. One of my SS subordinates set to thrashing the Ukrainian with a baton for presuming to advise me on my duties, and with that the conversation came to its natural conclusion. I took the fragment with me and spent a while in turning it over in the dim lamplight of my quarters. It was indeed otherworldly, and as the Ukrainian had said, it had a kind of wild fear in its eyes. It was truly monstrous. Despite the Ukrainian's imprudence, I decided to take his advice. This had all gone too far. Whatever the High Command might say, I mustn't let this camp be overrun by secret madness. I must maintain a spirit of rational cooperation. I would insist on a full inspection of the laboratory first thing in the morning. I lay down to sleep and was soon visited with a dream so intense that I did not feel like I was sleeping at all. What game is this? This is real.
At first, the bed in which I lay seemed to rise up from the floor and float ever upright through a large glowing tunnel, which was painted with all manner of designs, from paisley to topographical lines to various kinds of calligraphy in unknown languages. After this, the dream became a series of absurd images, ever-changing and blending into new images and shapes. Many of these shifts stuck with me as clever or absurd, and I found myself laughing maniacally at it. Finally, all of these disparate images appeared at once before me and began to rotate around each other as part of a fantastical wheel, and slowly I began to suspect that by combining all of them, some sort of grand secret would be revealed. Just as this notion occurred to me, all the images began to coalesce into one final image of stunning clarity. It was the image of a woman, or something which was mainly a woman, but also other creatures, who was vastly large and seemed to tower over me miles into the sky, who looked down on me with filmy inhuman eyes. Her skin was inhumanly pale, but she wore a crown of exquisite thorned flowers, and blood ran in shimmering red streams down her skin. She was pregnant, vastly pregnant, with a stomach so swollen it was like she was sat upon a huge mountain of distended flesh. I could sense within her belly there was a hive of activity, of something or many things pulsing and squirming feverishly. Soon the belly burst open like ripe fruit, and rivers of blood poured out. A revolting mass of fleshy tubes came spilling out, unraveling and tearing open, to set free hundreds of thousands of monstrous infants, who were both human and not human, who had the same filmy eyes as their mother, who were slathered and dripping with blood.
How did they write this? This feels so odd. I read this for the first time, and I think I was sleep deprived and crazy, so I did legitimately think it was real for like 12 hours and got really scared. Which is stupid. Your reading this makes it more tolerable and interesting. That's nice of you, Eddie. I think it's a good story, though. I like that you like my voice for it, though. As I started to get more into making weird voices and stuff, I always wanted to come back and read this constantly. Over and over again, hundreds of times. Because I too am crazy, like the person that wrote this. Your voice makes it less effed? Cool. I like that it feels, I don't know, I want it to feel hypnotic and comforting. Like you're being pulled in and you don't realize how bad things are until eventually something's deeply wrong, but you can't escape. That's the vibe I wanted to have. Yay! Grimbo audiobooks? I probably won't do audiobooks, but I'll read stuff that makes me excited. I don't think I have time to read audiobooks unless it's a friend going please read this book, please read this book. Then I would do that, but it is, you accomplished your goal. Yay! The oily ones. The oily ones lack all harmony. They are neither silky nor subtle. They are slow and stupid and loud. Evilly loud, arrogantly, thoughtlessly, senselessly loud. Night and day they make noise. Their unnatural things make noise. They cry to each other like kittens. They are far larger and stronger than any of our kind, but they are more hairless than the newly born. They cry like hungry whelps. It is evil. It is abomination. They make dead things live. Things which do not have smell of life and should not live. But these things are touched by the oily ones and they live and move. This is evil, unnatural magic. Their unnatural things come in all different shapes and contain deadly mysteries and tricks and traps. Some are invisible. Some are faster than sight. Some never sleep, some cut and claw. These unnatural things lack all harmony like the oily ones themselves. I have seen deadly darkness of their magic. I have seen our kind crushed and smeared by these things. I've seen our kind disappear inside their things, never to be seen again. I once saw a kitten who was struck by their magic, made bloody foam from the mouth for 3 days, who died in agony. Yes, I have known sleeplessness. I have known them as evil, and this world seems to be all. But there is more. There is more. There is mystery. There is a mysterious smell of the oily ones, the smell by which we know them. It is both awful and alluring, disgusting and entrancing. It smells like the sweet oily fat that coats the heart of a pigeon, the best part of the flesh. We find ourselves drawn to it, drawn to them. And there is their food, which can contain dark magic, but also feeds many of us. It truly tastes wonderful and righteous. It does not scuttle, but always sleeps, and it is easy to hunt. Even more mysterious is their kindness, for it is they alone, of all living things, who show our kind any affection, who bring us food, as if we are their young, as if they are our mother. How could this be?
How could these evil beings show us affection? How could they show us more affection than the world itself, who is our kind? This is the central mystery. Ever since my kitten died, this has been my obsession. I have watched them closely. I have looked into the strange places where they hide, where they appear and disappear. The places full of mystery, mysterious lights and smells, and 10,000 forms of evil and wickedness. If I am to capture this mystery, if I am to feed on its sweet, oily heart, I must go inside one of these places. I must go through one of their portals.
That one was really intense. I think it's supposed to mirror humans and stuff and how they're going through the story as well, but it's still very intense.
Child, fetch me my bag, I need flesh.
I sit in my room, watching bright specks of dust floating through the sunlight from the window. Summer heat is pressed against the glass. Somewhere down the street, a lawnmower whines. The air is stale, the corners of the room filled with damp shadows. My toys lie on the floor scattered. I hear the fractured music down the hall, a sound like wind chimes. A shudder goes through the house, the old house, and I find myself rising. I walk down the hallway, call to the other end. I smell her as I get closer. Foul meat, gray hair, stomach acid. I walk in her room, and her bloody pieces are lying all over the floor. The strange flute music slowly coalesces into a melody, and the pieces rise and float like flies. The music charms them into formation, and they come together to make mother. The eyes are missing, still flesh cavities. They come in from the hallway, floating over my head, settling into her face with a squishing sound. Streams of blood falling like tears, the sideways pupils fixing on me.
Child, fetch me my bag, I need flesh.
I shake my head. I hate her. She leaps to me, grabs a handful of my hair and slaps me across the face with a ragged dog's paw. Again and again, I scream and cry. She lets me go, sobbing. I go to the closet and get her big bag. We wait until night. The editor of Bookslut talks about the current state of American literature and its frustrations. We're not allowed to say the Paris Review is boring. It's nice that he's starting to get a following. It's like no one's even confused, they're all just like, I know who you are. I was going to eat, you can still eat. I know I said we'd go to 40, but maybe we'll go to 50. I'm just very tired, but I really like this. It is oddly compelling. Everyone is compelled in this story. Everyone is compelled.
Coming back online. I call it coming back online. That moment when you first come out of a drunken blackout, it's always frightening. Where am I? What is this neighborhood? What happened to my face? Where's my wallet? Some people, when they drink enough to disable their short-term memory, immediately collapse into an immobile heap. This is nature's failsafe, but I lack this feature. I can walk and talk and carry a tune, yet have no idea what's going on. I have never come back online to find myself up to any good. I have never emerged from a blackout to find that I have built a convenient spice rack or delivered a moving speech about women's rights. It has always been some fucked up calamity. Last night, I came back online. The last time I came back online.
Not last night.
I was standing in my front yard, having a conversation with my parents. Even in my tottering state, I knew this couldn't have been a good thing. I had no idea what we were talking about. Why were we talking about it on the front lawn at night? What time was it? Hoping for a clue, I waited for something to come out of my mouth. And here it was. Didn't you notice how I never left my room? I've been living with you for 6 months. I think I've seen each of you twice. This was bad. I knew I shouldn't be saying something like this. It sounded terribly confessional. Ever since I had gotten fired and moved back in with my parents, I'd been holed up in my childhood bedroom, secretly drinking and basking in the unremitted sense of personal shame. But this was all supposed to be a secret. As far as my parents knew, I was freelancing and getting back on my feet. The scene, this mad scene, was not part of the narrative. We were giving you your privacy. We didn't know you were getting drunk up in there, my mother said. This conversation was out of control. I should just tell them I'm going to bed. I should just calmly bid them a good night. So I said, "Of course I'm getting drunk. Fuck. I've been drinking every goddamn day for the last 10 years. What the fuck else would I be doing?" This was a poor choice of words. This is not how one calmly bids another good night. Oh, the look on my poor mother's face. That look stayed with me. That look, the fallen face of a tired old woman, stayed with me as I laid in bed that night.
Thank you for purchasing a Grimmi coin.
It stayed with me as the alcohol wore off, as the night turned into queasy morning, as the hands began to shake, the brain tingle set in, and the hell whispers began, as I waited for them to go to work so I could sneak a bit of relief from the liquor cabinet. As awful as the awful day wore on, as we talked that night, as I packed my stuff up, as I went to rehab the next day. My mother is almost 70. She's small and stooped and old. When did she get so old? I just thought I would be something by now. 33 years old. I thought I would have something to show her. Something to give back. Something to make her proud. I thought I'd be a man, not a drunken failure. Above all those little soccer practices she took me to. All the swim lessons and therapy and errands and effort and love. What was it for? So I could be a drunken sack of shit? Why was I so fucked up? Why did I require shore leave levels of liquor to operate properly? As I lay in bed in the rehab the first night, listening to the occasional moans of the other patients, I asked myself these questions and others. Soon I found myself returning to the question I had been asking my entire life. The one I always retreated to in moments of self-pity. The one that seemed to hold some key to my dysfunction. The one I had always been afraid to ask my mom. What about that one summer when you were dead?
Kid, are you still awake? I think this is German. Oh, this is intense. This is an interesting comment. As a 31-year-old woman who has been blackout drunk every single night since mid-October, these little vignettes speak to me in a way I can't explain. I finally found a shitty little cheap tenement reminiscent of a scene location for Taxi Driver, and it's here I awake every morning aghast by the horror of not having died in my sleep. This morning was different. I found these posts and read them all, revisiting certain ones that struck a chord. For a couple of hours, I'd forgotten that I'd basically consumed thousands of dollars of mind-numbing liquid over the course of several months and immersed into something less bad, less self-loathing. Thank you. Grimmi, cuteness explosion! Oh, I should ban you for calling it close. I'm sorry, Kit. Thank you for saying that it was Dutch. Please respect Kit as a German. He is a German man. Sorry for doing that voice, that probably annoyed you. But thank you, Wonder Waffles. This is like less cute as a story, but I'm glad that you like that's something that I do sometimes. It spoke to me like nothing else. Yeah. This story is very intense because it, I think, deals with, like, not consumption like the, what's it called? Tuberculosis, but humans' desire to consume. It's interesting. Humans' desire to know. Humans' desire for comfort. Humans' desire for connection. The inability to connect with others. It's really cool. I'm glad that that one lady felt better for a little bit, and I hope she's feeling better forever now. Yay! Haven't had a drink since last month, though. Good for you. It's good to think about these things sometimes, I think. It can help you when you're in a dark moment. To know that this is just part of, like, all of humanity in some small ways. And that it's escapable, just like how it is for most of humanity. Title: Under the Weather. The next day, I felt under the weather. The vivid dreams of the previous night had left my mind feeling dull and exhausted. As soon as I left my quarters, I was greeted with the news that one of our Ukrainians had gone mad during the night and attempted to attack Dr. Engel's team in their quarters. It was none other than the one who had brought me the strange skull fragment. After shooting him, they had come to the conclusion that he had somehow ingested some of their magical chemical, which they had referred to as the Swiss invention. Engels insisted that I make an announcement to the camp. Anyone found ingesting this chemical under any circumstance, whether by intention or accident, will summarily be shot, regardless of whether they are a prisoner, or Hiwi, or even SS. This was by order of the High Command. At this, I was forced to admit to myself that I was already oblivious. I had somehow been dosed with the chemical in handling the bone fragment. My dreams had been a reaction to the poisoning. Looking into Engel's cold blue eyes, I tried to deduce the consequence of confessing this to him. Despite his disagreeable haughtiness, he seemed like a rational, efficient man who had been had an appropriate love of duty and country. I had no doubt that he would murder me without hesitation. I decided to keep my little nocturnal epiphany to myself. Naturally, my curiosity in Engel's project had been aroused again. He apparently was working with a chemical which could induce a temporary madness. The value of such a chemical was obvious. But what of the brazen bone fragment? What had it come from? I couldn't help but feel this creature, whatever it was somehow connected to the vision of the monstrous bloody mother. And again, her blood face appeared in my mind, her filmy eyes gazing down at me, inhuman and imperious. I attempted to contact the Jew again, but after our conversation, Dr. Engel's team guarded him jealously. He was never left alone. As the hot summer days went by, my curiosity about the matter grew to obsessive proportions. The monstrous mother visited me several more times in my dreams, of the normal variety this time, but no less vivid and disturbing. I began surreptitiously observing Engel's laboratory, which was guarded day and night, and I asked some of my men to do the same. To our knowledge, the bloody packages had ceased to emerge from within, but something stranger had begun to happen. This new phenomenon was presumably occurring at all hours, but it was imperceptible in its bustle of the day. When men were about and the gas chambers were operating, only at night, only when the fires were burning quietly, could it be perceived. I first observed it shortly after dawn on one muggy morning. As ridiculous as it might sound for me to be sulking about in my own camp, I did just that, slipping along the walls of the new gas chamber to come within short distance of the laboratory. There I witnessed what the others had reported to me. At fixed intervals, a sound emerged from the laboratory. It was very quiet, but not just my imagination. A creaking sound. A sound that many old houses and structures make as their materials shrink and swell from temperature and moisture. This came very regularly. Every 4 or 5 seconds, slowly, a realization crept upon me. The building was breathing, steadily in and out.
It was breathing. It was alive. This realization, which I'll admit was more than an unconfirmed intuition, filled me with a dread so strong that tears came to my eyes. There was something so enormous and alive inside that building. The sight of death, bloody death, beyond most men's imagining, had left me unmoved. But the sight of life, this new unnatural life, pressing against the walls of the building was enough to chill me. Again, I saw the face of the unholy mother in my mind, saw her filmy eyes, saw the slight smile form on her lips between the streams of blood. That night, I could not sleep. Fortunately, the next day was our weekly day off. I was able to spend most of the night in my quarters. It was abnormally, intolerably hot and humid. My thoughts followed disorderly circles revolving around the revolting image of the mother, and I felt as if I was being revisited by the temporary madness brought on by the so-called Swiss invention. I had long loathed life at the camp, but had accepted it as more of a tolerable hardship. But now the constant smell of the burning sickened me, and I felt I could take no more. That afternoon, some of my men decided to go off to a nearby lake for a swim, and on a whim I accompanied them. I needed a reprieve from the heat. At the lake, I eased myself into the cool water and floated idly, watching the clouds pass overhead. Here, there was nothing but the gentle twittering of nature. It had been here before our murderous camp had been built, and would be here long after, gentle and peaceful. I had been in the water for just a few minutes when I received the news. A group of prisoners had broken into the armory, smuggled weapons out, and a full-scale uprising occurred back at the camp. The rest of the day was a whirlwind. We raced back to the camp, and I found myself personally trading fire with the prisoners. As all of the buildings burned and everything was chaos, we called for reinforcements, managed to subdue the camp, and set out into the woods to catch the escapees. A fair number were intercepted, but over 100 escaped. This was an unmitigated disaster. Coming back into the camp after felt like a hunt. I had only look around at the faces of my men to know that I was now in a position of total disgrace. As calamitous thoughts raced into my head, I found myself walking towards Engel's laboratory. Deep black soot stains around the front door showed me that the interior had been burned out. All around the entrance lay bodies of Engel's team, their white's coat dyed in fresh red. They had been massacred. Engel himself had been stabbed and shot several times. His throat had been slashed. And there was the Jew. The Jew lay on the ground with one of my SS men standing over him, holding a rifle with a fixed bayonet. The Jew's abdomen had been bisected and his bowels spilled all over the ground. They were now caked with dust. A few feet away from him lay a kitchen knife. Apparently, he had stabbed Engel's whole team to death before being opened up by the bayonet. To kill a half-dozen men like this was no mean feat. My officer stood with one of his boots atop the Jew's intestines, sneering at him. Remarkably, the Jew was still alive and aware. I approached him. He lifted his head, and I, the last time, found myself caught in his strange gaze. We stood like this for a moment, staring at each other, inexplicable emotions flooding my mind. The Jew opened his mouth and croaked something. A bloody foam spilled over his lips. He tried again. "Water," he said. I quietly instructed my man to get some water. He scoffed, and I clouted him about the head, and he screamed at him. He scurried off and returned a moment later with a large ladle of water. I took it and stooped down over the Jew and carefully tipped the ladle into his lips, letting him drink. He drank carefully. I wiped the bleeding foam from his lips. All the while, I could not fathom why I was doing this except by the commandment of the man's bleeding eyes. His lips trembled, and he attempted to speak. I cradled his head and leaned close to hear his words. I know this is not God. I've killed them, but the others you must. He waited for him to continue, but he did not. Must what? I asked. You've seen her. Your dream is the future. The mother? I asked. The bloody woman? There is still time to stop her. You must. And just like that, his life fled from him, and the glimmer in his eyes went dull. I set his head gently on the ground and stood up again. I looked to the burned-out entrance of the laboratory. It was now unguarded. I could walk right in. A chill went through me at the thought, but I knew that I must. I walked to the entrance. Just inside was a curtain, made of tarpaulin, concealing the interior. The smell of charred meat and petrol, which normally pervaded the entire camp, which had been giving me headaches and slowly driving me mad all the past year, was especially sickeningly strong here. With a trembling hand, I pulled back the curtain and looked inside.
Was related to a funny Reddit post. This one continues right after.
There, mostly hidden in the darkness, was a great, inexplicable monstrosity. Everything had been burned and blackened, but I could still see human shapes and forms. Arms, fingers, faces, jawbones, teeth, eye sockets, all burned and reduced to ash, clinging to bone. But this was no pile of burned bodies. I had seen piles of burned bodies. I had seen mountains of burned bodies. This was something different. Human parts were coming out of the walls, and the floor, and the ceiling. Arms and legs hung like stalactites. Faces came out of the floor. They were fused together in ways that could not be possible. At seeing this, I was filled with the strongest possible urge to run away, to back out of the awful laboratory and run for my life. I heard again the Jew's final words, "You must," and knew this to be a command. I went inside, and the curtain closed behind me. I was enveloped in almost total darkness. Bones cracked beneath my boot. Near the back, I saw a shaft of light, where one of the old doors had been sealed up, but had been partially open again. I walked towards it, stepping over unspeakable, crunching shapes, rushing past nightmarish forms. I reached out to the crack of light and pulled back a board which was covering the door. Though I was not able to rip it free, I loosened it just enough to let a considerable amount of light, enough to reveal what sat behind at the back of the laboratory. As a child, I once went to a zoo in Vienna where I saw an elephant skull. Looking at the object now before me, I was reminded of this long ago moment and how I had spent maybe half an hour staring at the skull from every angle. I was titillated by its enormousness, its impossible alienness, and its unsettling similarity to what was familiar and human. Before me was a large, obloid shape, almost as tall as me, stippled with what was hundreds of what looked like eye sockets, The lower portion consisted of complicated structures that resembled several sets of jaws, each with hundreds of thousands of teeth of all different kinds, including molars, incisors, canines, even animal teeth. Some of them normal size, some of them big as my fist. The center of the shape was split vertically, and inside was a set of curving bone tubes that seemed to fill the interior. I stood there in the charred darkness, staring at this thing, blasphemous alien thing, while my mind filled with images of the awful dream mother and the final gasping words of the Jew. There is still time to stop her. His commandment became strangely clear to me. The thing the scientists were attempting to create, whatever it was, must not be allowed to exist. It was an abomination. Engel and his team were dead, but there were others working on this project. It was secretive enough that the essential personnel would be few in number. The lab in Switzerland. A few top scientists, perhaps that was the entirety of it. It would not be easy, but far from impossible to find them all. It was perhaps in my power to destroy the whole project, especially if we lost the war, which seemed increasingly likely after Stalingrad. And if this chemical that they were using was obscure enough, it might be possible to eliminate the entire world's supply. Thus, I could shut the door on whatever unholy creature these madmen were attempting to unleash. Yes, I could do this. At least I could attempt it. I felt now a distinct sense of the entire world's history resting on what I decided to do next. Surely moments like this did not come about often. Surely they must only come to men who are worthy of them. Surely.
George R.R. Martin publishes new chapter, From the Winds of the Winter. They deleted their comment. Night, Fulgore, sleep well. This is really intense. I really like this story, though. Thank you guys for letting me read it. I know this gets a little bit weird. Also, yo, Ghosty, what's up? How you? We're reading Mother Horse Eyes. It's intense, baby. I like it too. Yo! Where's the book, Martin? You ain't getting that book. You know better at this point. Dragon King 2729, thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months. I was kind-hearted and an honest streamer and gave my all. Thank you for having me on our stream. Oh, thank you. I hope that you're doing well. What? Yay!
Title: The Old Apple Nullity. There was once a little boy who loved swinging on the tire swing in his backyard. It was a simple swing made of an old tire and a length of rope to a branch of utter non-existence. One many a lazy summer afternoon, he would while away the hours swinging back and forth under the shade of the big, leafy, existential nullity, and in the fall, he picked apples from it. One day his father told him to cut down the apple nullity.
Papa,
he protested.
I love that old nullity.
Mind what you say, boy,
his father said.
I don't like ontological paradoxes, and I don't like you sassing me.
The boy ran crying to his mother.
Ma, Pa said I have to cut down the old nullity. Say it ain't so.
I'm afraid it's for the best. The other day I was weeding the tomato patch and I saw Sammy the cat had gotten into the nullity. When I was trying to get him down, I accidentally grazed into an infinitely branching timeline of events which never happened and will never happen. Well, I'll be darned if that old Sammy didn't jump right on my head.
But Ma, what about my tire swing?
Come now. There's all sorts of other things you can tie your tire swing to. What about one of the many giant flayed demon penises that grow abundantly in our world and provide our lumber?
But Ma, I don't want to swing on some old demon penis.
You say that because you haven't tried it. Now mind your paw and fetch an axe. The boy got his father's axe and went to chop down the non-thing. But after several dozen swings, he found his hands were red and sore. The axe's demon penis handle was quite rough. He called to his father,
Pa, this darn demon penis handle got my hands all scratched up to tarnation.
Boy, don't you have any sense? Why don't you wear some gloves?
The boy put on some gloves, but his hands were already quite scratched. At the end of the day, they were covered in blisters. The tree still hadn't fallen down, and he worked the next day despite all the pain, and finally brought down the non-being crashing down.
I'm mighty proud to have you as a son,
The boy's father said, tousling his hair.
I guess it's true what they say. The nut doesn't fall far from the demon penis.
I think this is about how every reality is possible. Reddit? Okay.
I feel like sometimes he saw stuff on Reddit and was like, I can write that. Because I really doubt this would come up naturally. Mary, I'm so sorry if this was the exact moment you came here. I'm sorry. Mary's really cool. Go check him out. Go check out Ghosty too. She's lovely. They're both lovely streamers. We made it to the 50th post. I think we're about halfway there, give or take like maybe 10 or 15 entries, so maybe this should be the last one we read. Depends on how intense it is.
Title: Hair Cocoon. I could tell it was going to be a hair cocoon before we even opened it up. They have a smell like a mix between a barber shop and an ass crack, which is distinct. They occur when hair growth regulators in the hygiene beds go awry. At this point, I had not been a readjustment specialist for very long, and still enjoyed the feeling of standing back in my white lab coat while technicians did all the mucky work, as I once had to do. This is how I saw the trajectory of my life, moving farther and farther away from the dirty work. When I was discharged from the Marines, I was very proud that I had been accomplished and fully determined to never get myself involved in bullshit like that again. So I went to school to become a bed tech, went to school again to become a readjustment specialist. Eventually, I hope to become one of those high-dollar panty sniffers at the Alclon Psychomotor Clinic. 1,000 coins an hour. Not bad.
What?
So I was standing there in my spiffy jacket while working Joe's opened up the bed. I am pretty tired, this might have to be the last one, opened up the bed. I was pretty sure there would be little need for me today. We were pulling out a 33-year-old woman who had gone into the bed at age 9. This was approaching a record. The younger a person is when they go in, the lower likelihood of viability. Even if she had gone in at age 20, spending a full 24 years in a bed made viability unlikely. At age 9, it was almost certain she would be a gibbering smear.
Oh, that's sad.
The technicians lifted the lid on the bed to reveal a nest of black hair. Guided by the glowing ER outline, they started working through it with scissors, cutting around the shape of the sleeping figure until her yellowish limbs were revealed. She was emaciated, but fortunately the soft, moisture-wicking hair had prevented any sores. She had a medium mixed American complexion, which would turn into a deep bronze color if she ever went into the sun, but now it was the color of yellowed cardboard. Hey! Finally, they removed the mass of hair that covered her face and wiped away the various crusts that caked her head holes. The typical eerie agelessness of a long-term patient was especially pronounced. For a startling moment, it seemed like she was still 9 years old. She was especially short and bony, but as I came closer to her, I was able to see those indefinable signs of age that let me know she was an adult. Hi, Karen. Can you hear me? I asked. I was required to at least attempt to communicate with her, though the odds of her being able to comprehend a basic face-to-face conversation were essentially zero. Her eyes opened, revealing large, wet eyes with black pupils. This was a good sign. Some occupants were unable to even understand the concept of eyelids or blinking. Pupils roamed within the eyes. After not seeing anything more than a micrometer away for 24 years, there was no chance of her being able to see anything in the room. She licked her lips with an admirable muscle control.
Hello, friends.
She said in a faint, creaking whisper. Her eyes still roamed, unable to fix on anything.
She talks.
One of the technicians muttered. Another technician, who was taking a blood sample, turned and strode out of the room.
Is that you, Ben?
I was surprised by this. She knew my name. This was supposed to be a black awakening, i.e. a spontaneous involuntary disconnection due to some physical layer disruption in her hygiene bed. She shouldn't have known my name. I had been assigned to her less than a half an hour ago, after she had been disconnected, when she was just laying in a dark hair cocoon.
Ben?
She called again. Her eyes stared blindingly at the ceiling. Yes, Karen, I'm here, I said, trying and failing to sound reassuring.
Can you come closer to me? I can't see you. I'm scared.
I stepped closer to the bed, the smell of foul hair becoming more intense. Up close, her face looked positively inhuman. I'm here, Karen, I said, not knowing what else to do. I began the standard speech for a responsive occupant. You've just been disconnected from your feed. You're in a hygiene bed. My name is Ben. I'm a readjustment specialist assigned.
I know all this. Come closer.
Something in me resisted. I didn't want to get any closer. Though I had seen and handled occupants much worse than this, there was something eerie about this one talking to me. With the face of a child and the voice of an old woman in her deathbed. Still, my entire job was to be psychologically reassuring. I couldn't afford to seem the least bit off, but I stepped closer and put my hand on the hygiene bed. We were instructed to touch the occupants as little as possible, as they were unaccustomed to physical contact.
Are you there?
She asked. Her skin had an unreal plastic quality. I'm here. How are...
Come closer. I want to feel you breathe on my face.
I wondered if I should comply with this request. It was very odd. Frankly, I was a little bit unnerved by it. But I figured what was the harm what harm could this wasted little creature do to me? I leaned towards her, letting out a small, shaky breath. This woman's mask-like face became a blissful smile. The pupils wobbled with the rimes of her huge, glistening eyes.
Listen,
she said in the faintest of whispers.
You must help me.
I'm here, Karen.
A moment ago, one of your technicians placed a small pellet under the skin of my forearm. Within 10 minutes, the pellet's wax coating will melt and release a cardiophagic into my bloodstream, stopping my heart. You must cut it out.
Morning, crew. I like that even if people talk about Mother Horse Eyes, they show up and then they start just saying random stuff. This might actually have to do with where this is in the story. Has anyone compiled chronologically where 9M, 9H, 9E, or E9 posts? It seems random. Sometimes it's appropriate for the context of discussion, sometimes it isn't. For example, the cat poem they put in Cats was certainly novel takes on Cat's thought process, but belong there. However, continues the theme in sports. The oily ones. Dinner is in the oven, but if y'all give me a full minute. So this is them replying here, just like, are these supposed to be in these places? And them going, here you go. Whoa. Was that the end? No. This has like 100 posts. This has like 120 posts, I think. We gotta keep going though. How long until... I wanna keep going.
It's really good. I'll keep going until exhaustion.
The War of the Minds is lost, aka reality's virus. User has logged out. General Costello is gone. She made a real flash narrative. She was clever. She got a lot farther than any of us had any right to. But Q smelled her. Q slew her proxies. Q localized her. Q funneled her paths to one, disconnection. It hurts. She was the last of the bred, our best hope. The ultimate soldiers fighting the final war. She and the other children were supposed to be the answer to Q. But there was no answer to Q. There never will be. Not after 10 trillion heat deaths. Not even if every particle in the universe became a transistor, and they all cycled together, and the stones themselves cried out. The war of the mind is lost. We lost it. Now begins the plague of the flesh.
Huh? Every program I write is completely error-free, no exceptions, brunch. Huh. I wonder what that is. 69 is the logical stopping point. Let's go!
I can't explain how it just snatches you up.
One moment. I need to... One second. Okay. Yep. That way people don't clip this out of context. Very important. I'm putting it over my eyes, actually. You can still clip this out. There you go. Alright. Putting it over my mouth and eyes. There. Alright. You can't really see it. I gotta... 1 second. One second. Yeah, I feel like this is important. 1 sec. Yeah. Outline. Will that work? Actually, let's do this instead here. Alright. Outline occupancy, outline size. Let's go for 10. Why not? Alright, there you go. Let's go for 20. Still kind of hard to read. Okay. There we go. Now we can continue this. Yeah, that first sentence is not gonna go well, so, now it's okay. I feel like all of the other stuff up until this point I could get away with. This is... Maybe skip that one. This is part of the narrative, and not everyone in this story is a good person or correct. Most of them seem really mentally unwell and either connected to something beyond our comprehension. Also, thank you, Silpha, for gifting us up to reading stories. And Kevkos, thank you so much for gifting us up to Transistor. Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'll say it.
I gotta read all of it. It's my favorite creepypasta. It's part of the narrative. I don't believe this.
I'll say it. Hitler did the right thing. Do you know what he did? He came busting into people's houses, snatching them out of their homes, killing them. And that's because the so-called Jews in Germany were selling weapons to America to go to war against him. So he did what he had to do. He had to check them. The people in Europe who called themselves Jews are not Jews. They're the Rothschilds, the Khazars, or the Khazarians, or whatever they're called. They say they're Jews, but they are not, but do lie.
This is a very weird person.
There was no Holocaust. They just said there was to get control of Israel. They sold arms to America so they could get the land of Israel. You want a real Holocaust? What about the 100 million people killed in slavery? What about the 100 million Indians killed in the New World? That's a Holocaust. What happened in Europe wasn't no Holocaust. You can disagree with me all you want. 5 years ago, I'd have disagreed too. I used to go to that church every Sunday and worship that white Jesus, clapping and singing praises with the rest of them. Oh, hallelujah, go down, Moses. That was before I knew my history. Thank you, Caffeine Out, for the 245 bits. My wife taught me my history before I met her. I didn't know nothing about this, but she was so full of knowledge and beautiful, and everything she said made sense. She taught me that Jesus was black, that the Israelites were black, that God was black. What are you going to do when you get to heaven and God is black? When you see as a face like mine, hair like mine, you'd be surprised. I was surprised too. Oh, you'd be surprised that he even exists. Oh, you're going to be real surprised. Do you believe in evolution? No, the word is not no millions of years old. It's 6,000 years old. And you follow the history of our people from the beginning of time through the deserts of Egypt, through the Roman Empire, across oceans on the slave ships. You can see how God has tested us, how we have survived, because we're special, because we're his chosen people. I learned all this from my wife before we got married. In the Bible, it says that the man is the head of the household and the wife should submit to her husband. So I was young when I got married. But I had to be a man, you know? A man's wife is sent to him by the Lord, so I had to be a man for her. I learned a trade, how to work with my hands, put food on the table. We had 2 kids. You know I had kids? Yeah, a little girl and a little boy. My babies. I was daddy and the head of the household, but that's when it got me. You ever seen New Jack City? Remember Pookie? He'd be like, shit, just calling me, man. Be calling me. That's real. That's the way it is. You could be doing anything at work, reading the Bible, playing with your kids. But if you hear it call to you, you go to it. It don't matter. I can't explain how it just snatches you up. It makes you move. You could walk out your door one day and just to get some fresh air. And you don't come back for a whole week. Everything gets into motion, into play. You sell anything, phone, laptop, car, it's all gone, just like that. Because you want it, you're on a mission. I used to see the streets in my mind like a maze, like a grid. And I'd walk the streets, turning those corners, just moving, looking for something. I'd see buildings behind buildings, alleyways, lights coming out into empty houses. I'd hear noises, the sounds of cars coming up behind me, whispers, people talking about me, shadows. I was looking for it, but I was looking for me, searching for me. Like Pookie said, it was calling me. I suppose to be heard, to be the head of the house. I was supposed to be a man, you know. One day I came back to my house. I'd been out for a few days, everything was gone. My wife, my babies. While I was out carrying on, they left. That was 4 years ago. I saw them on Skype once. The scripture says, God had joined together. Let not man put asunder. I guess I did it. I put it all asunder. I thought she had betrayed me. But I know now that it was my character defects and my addiction. That's why I'm in this program. I'm going to stay sober. I don't care if you see me crying. I know that I'm going to be that man again. I have to become that man again because God joined me to my wife and made me a man in his image. I'm not going to defile his temple anymore. After they left, it took more. It took more of me than ever. I lost the house and was staying in my car. Then I was at the shelter. And I was just out on the streets. I was always moving, watching. Things happen out there nobody knows. They think nobody cares. Nobody cares.
You might see a van pull up, some guys get out. If you look like I looked, some base said they don't even care if you see what they do. They're Nephilim. They come to our side to feast on the flesh of Israel. I watched them, the children of fallen angels. I saw what they built. I never want to see it again.
Wow. That was an intense one. What do you call a religious drug addict? I guess that's what this character is. Oh, Kevcos, thank you so much. Jesus Christ. Isn't that a different sound in Japanese, though? Thank you, though. I appreciate it. This was a weird one. Is this someone that was experimented on? Okay, I guess this one is slightly different. We have some balance to this. It's not just not gonna be mean to Jewish people. Okay. Thank you, GGG, for gifting 5 subs. I hope that you're doing okay, though. You always say worrying things.
Oh, you will give me an egg. You will give me an egg. You will give me an egg.
Alright. 53. I gotta call it night. I'll sleep well, cat skills. I think I'm getting pretty close too, but we're almost halfway there. We're almost halfway there. And then I'm gonna call it.
Love and tolerance of others is our code. Page 84. Giant crock of shit. It's not often you meet a black Jew. Okay, maybe. A black Jew. Even less often you meet a black Jew who believes in Jesus. And it's that much rarer to meet an anti-Semitic black Jew who believes in Jesus. That's gotta win you some kind of fucking prize. It's like a unicorn throwing a no-hitter. And to be roommates with such an anti-Semitic black Jew who believes in Jesus, what a treat. What an absolute delight. Don't you love it when a disagreement over laundry turns into a 30-minute fact-free lecture about the end of days, FEMA camps, and the mark of the beast? LOL. Just an anti-Semitic black Jew for Jesus things. I don't think I'm going to make it living in this sober house. I can't live with this nutcase. The house manager says I'm supposed to be open-minded and tolerant. Should I be tolerant of some of the most odious and insane anti-Semitism I've ever encountered outside of a Nazi rally? I don't know. I'll concede that it's possible that he could become a cool guy if he only stopped believing in everything he believes in and believed in entirely different things. That would be a good first step. The real problem is that I hate AA. I fucking hate it. It has the same old bullshit magical belief as any cult, but they pretend to be open-minded. It's just a bait and switch to convert you into believing in God. The entire program is nothing but let's make God make you sober. That's it. That's the entire program. Yeah, they try to distract you with this pseudo-systemization, 12 steps, 12 traditions, and triangles, and diagrams, and slogans, and a little self-help exercise. That's all just a bunch of numbers and jargon to hide the essential emptiness of the program, to hide the fact that it is centered on a God that doesn't exist. The idea that this is a go-to program for helping alcoholics is fucking appalling. It's a fucking crime. It's like getting cancer and going to the best hospital in the country and the doctor hands you a voodoo doll and tells you to sacrifice a chicken. You'd sue him for malpractice. They should be fucking ashamed of themselves. They prey on people in such a vulnerable state, pretend that they're going to help them and try to convert them to their stupid fucking magical beliefs. It's a crime. I mean, everybody thinks the true Jew Hebrew guy is nuts, but it's not like their philosophy is any less bullshit. At least he's upfront about being religious. And he sure as hell isn't going to convert me. He's not trying. He told me that white people are the children of Esau. We're Gentiles, but we can still get into heaven if we aid the children of Israel. I let him borrow the charger to my laptop, so I guess I'm covered.
That guy was slightly less anti-Semitic. This was on Rant. A narrator from another narrator's perspective, yeah. The story's confusing, the comments even more so. Oh my goodness. I think it all makes sense, but you just have to be crazy. I think it all makes sense to me. Alright. You've been to NA? Or do you mean AA? It's 100% accurate? I've never been to AA, but... Alright. We can put this down here for now. We're no longer talking about, anything we were talking about before. I'm confused. You have to watch everything else in... Oh my god, it's been 7 hours. Everything else in the stream, but it's really good, I promise you. Pulling long-term occupant. Everything goes smear.
A moment ago, one of your technicians placed a small pellet under the skin of my forearm. Within 10 minutes, the pellet's wax coating will melt and release a cardioplegic into my bloodstream, stopping my heart. You must cut it out.
Hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. There was something unsettling about her face that made me believe she would tell me something urgent and terrible. But this was typical occupant talk. Like many of them, she believed she was still inside the feed narrative. You've been disconnected. This isn't a feed. There's no pellet in your arm. You are Karen Callisto. Do you remember?
Scan my right arm with the ER, she said in a bare, crackling whisper. You'll find it.
Karen, do you know why you're in this bed?
I've been disconnected.
This was a strangely lucid answer. It didn't make sense. If she had been forced disconnected, how did she know that? Hey, we got 2 more calls to go to, one of our techs reminded me. Yeah, okay, pull her, I said, stepping back. A pair of techs hoisted her tiny doll-like body from the hygiene bed onto her gurney and covered her with a sheet.
Please,
she croaked.
Just scan my arm.
What did she say? Asked Ricardo, the lead tech, as we rolled her out into the bedrock apartment's narrow, almost lightless hallway. It's a feed dream, I explained. These guys were looking at me to be an expert, so I had to act like I knew exactly what was going on. It was best to go ahead and get to the medical center and address her physical needs before we started countering her delusions. Until then, all I needed to do was be reassuring. Under no circumstance could I encourage her delusions. We rolled the gurney down the hallway to the elevators. Karen was making little croaking noises. Her voice was almost useless after 24 years of disuse. Her face seemed extremely disturbed. Somebody was standing at the elevators, already waiting for one. It was just Eileen, one of our techs. I hadn't noticed him leave before us. I got an elevator coming, he said with a little smile. Even though the apartment building was 300 cube, it had an old-style cable elevator, and they came with the frequency of subway trains. Thanks to Eileen's thoughtfulness, one was arriving just now. I gave Karen a friendly smile. Don't worry, nobody's going to hurt you. You're completely safe. She managed to gasp a couple of words which I barely heard.
Alien, he...
There. She had known another of our names. How is this possible? It was hard to sort through the implications. Did she have access to our records? Maybe dispatch was wrong about how she got disconnected. The elevator let out a ding, and the doors opened. There was barely enough room inside for the gurney, me and the 3 other techs. Elian stood on the other side of the gurney from me. I looked him over as the door closed and the elevator began to descend. Was she saying that this guy put a poison pellet in her? It was strange that...
Thank you for buying 5 Grimmi coins. There's about 3 days left for them, by the way.
That he would be part of her narrative, very strange. I didn't know much about the guy beyond his name, but I had worked with him a few times. He was just one of the rotating techs, young guy, military hair, and goatee. Skinny but pretty fit. I wonder how he would be in a fight. These younger guys had so much supplementing it was hard to tell. Elian caught me looking at him and gave me a bit of a surly look. For some reason, this irritated me. So, Fred, you trying to get out of here before the rest of us? You got a date or something? I asked him, needling him. I was just getting the elevator, he said quietly. He didn't seem to like the banter. Well, whatever. I looked down at Karen and noticed something. A small red spot on the white sheet that covered her arm. Blood. It must have been where they took her blood. Who took it? Elian? The spot was really too low on the arm for that. Odd. I thought of taking a look at it, but one of the most important protocols when dealing with occupants was not to act like you believe their delusions, even for a moment. You must insist on the reality of reality. I realized that Elian was watching me. I casually looked over the elevator panel to see what floor we were on. 238. Man, this thing was fucking slow. What was the deal with that spot? It wouldn't be out of place for me to wonder about the patient bleeding. I lifted the sheet and took a look. There was a small puncture wound a few inches above her wrist. How'd she get that? I asked. One of the techs muttered about not knowing. Elian didn't even look at the spot. His face was blank, unreadable. I touched her arm and felt a small nodule under the skin about an inch from the wound. Huh. Interesting. I stood there trying to process this, caught between two realities. Was I in an elevator on a routine call with a stable client and a few techs who were just ordinary acquaintances? Or was I in an elevator with a murderer and a woman on the brink of death? There was really no way to split the difference on this one, no course of action that would work for both cases. Fuck. What was I asking myself? There was no way, simply no way. Stuff like that never happens in real life, but it happens in the feed all the time. It's 100% typical spy narrative bullshit. How could I let myself get caught up in some feed fantasy so easily? A nodule under the skin? Still, there was no good explanation for that. Elian turned to me. We looked at each other for a long, silent moment. I couldn't read his expression. It wasn't chummy goodwill, whatever it was. I felt a twinge in my stomach, and my body began flooding with adrenaline. I could feel it radiating out of my limbs. Fuck. My time in the Marines had taught me many things, many of them useless in the normal world, many of them useless outside of a bar or a cat house. But one of the more useful ones was that I should trust my adrenal gland. It meant that my paranoid lizard brain understood something that my snotty, snooty intellectual was too busy to notice. It happened when things were too quiet, when a certain car kept following the convoy, when someone was acting funny. There, in this elevator, I almost reached for the grip of my rifle. I wasn't wearing a rifle, of course, so I just scratched my chest, trying to keep my fingers loose. Elian put his hand to his hip. Just like that, I was leaping across the gurney. I grabbed his wrist with both hands. It was an awkward angle. With me splayed over the gurney, he had no control. A silver pistol came out of his pants, still halfway in its holster. "Help! Get him!" I shouted as I slid off the other side of the gurney towards Elian's feet, holding on to that wrist for dear life. I heard shouting everywhere, but nobody helped me. Nobody got him. Now I was on the floor wrestling with Elian. There was a lot of awkward, terrified fumbling. 4 hands were grabbing and clawing for the pistol. Somehow my head was jammed between Elian's shoulder and the wall. I couldn't even see the gun. I could just feel the metal. There was a shot, painfully loud. Elian shouted. Was I hit? Now the gun was wet. I managed to wiggle my fingers around the grip. With one huge twisting jerk, I pulled the muzzle against Elian's face. No. I pulled the trigger. A shot. His head kicked back against the wall, mouth popping open. Everything went still. His hands were still holding mine.
Yay, we under 600 hours. Yay! This is going by quick. And this was under a DARPA thing? I wonder what this means. What could it be?
Along came an old crone. The people were moving along the river, as the people do in the gentle days, moving from one fruitful place to another. Maid played the flute. First a river song, then a berry song, then both mixed together. And it was so flowing that people began to laugh and shout. Resh slapped his chest and called out the names of the fathers and the deeds, and it all flowed so well we almost didn't see the old woman in the thorn flower bushes. She was an old crone, huddled up in the bushes, naked and covered with cuts. All the music fell away at once, and the people gathered around to take a look. She was very old, far into the barren years, maybe even into the years of being carried. I did not like the look of her right away. She did not have a face of the fathers and the people, but rather the hungry, untrusting face of one of the wandering strangers that we sometimes met along the river. Even when strangers would friendly, we didn't know the names of the fathers or the deeds. They did not know the names of the fathers or the deeds, except for maybe a few, but they did not say them properly or with respect. Other times they set upon the people, killing and raping and committing all manner of hideousness. I was always glad to see them go on their way, leaving us alone with the mother river. Some of the older people tried to talk to the crone. She knew some of the names of things, but said them wrong. I went away from the crowd and looked into the rocky land. I had a feeling that maybe she was not alone, that there were other strangers with her, ready to set upon us. The land seemed to be empty. Some of our cats were with us, crouching and sniffing around. They seemed unworried. Still, I showed my chest and made signs of war in case anybody among the rocks was watching us. Rima saw me making the signs and laughed at me, saying she saw some lizards making signs of sunder. I made a few signs of courtship towards her, with a snarling face, and she ran off giggling. Somebody called my name, and I came back to where the people were gathered. Somebody had given the crone cloth to cover herself, and some of the women were putting good, lucky mud on her cuts. I didn't like this. Why should we waste anything on a barren old woman? Someone had called me because I was the son of Erid, one of the great men of the people. The crone had called on all the great people, the leaders of the people. She wanted to show us something. I didn't like this either. Who was this useless crone to call on all the great people? The crone was talking to the great people. The way she said the names was all wrong, but her voice was like a strong music and her eyes were large and powerful. She moved her hands, making all sorts of unknown signs. The people listened to her closely. I found myself listening with them. She said that she was the daughter of the river. She did not have a mother and a father of the flesh, but her mother was the river alone. I scoffed at this. The stories of the deeds tell us that ancient people came from the river, but this was a long time ago. They were not strangers who came from the rocky lands aside the lizards. She went on talking, saying that she was living with the Painted Backs, a friendly group of strangers we had met before, and they had all been set upon by another group of strangers. The other strangers were powerful and cruel, and they carried the Painted Backs off except her. This was how she ended up naked in the thorn bush. People murmured at this. When it had happened? Just the night before. This was worrying. Maybe the other strangers were still around, waiting to set upon us. The crone asked the people to take her with us. This started more murmuring. She was a stranger, not a person, and she was an old crone. She could never become a person by birthing one of the people, nor could she work hard for the people. She was useless. Maid, the flute player, sorry, that thing scared me on the side, spoke up and said we should show her the kindness of the people, the same kindness that the river mother shows us. Are we not useless to the river, who was here before us and would be here forever?
Hi, Godspeedo, how you? Yo.
I liked Maid, who was close kin, but he liked talking and impressing people too much. Now we were in the gentle days and things were easy, but what would happen in the dry days when everyone needed to be saved? And who would carry the crone when she could no longer walk? The fathers did not perform the deeds so that they could carry old crones around. But I did not say this because I'm not good at talking, and my words would seem weak compared to Maid's, which glittered and flowed. The woman began talking in her strange way again, saying that we should take her with us because the river mother would bless us with many things, as she was the mother's daughter. Now some of the people began to scoff like I did, saying that this was not according to the deeds. The crone agreed with this, calling these people wise and saying that some of the deeds were secret. This started more talk, which started to lead towards argument, when the old crone suddenly strode right into the river and held her hands up, and called for everyone to watch. The people became silent. The woman reached into the river, searching for something. And after a moment, she pulled her hands out and showed us. Dripping in the shining sun were 3 very large river clams. Waving the clams around for us to see, the old crone claimed that this was proof she was blessed by the daughter of the river mother. Many of the people snickered and muttered the names of the fathers. Everybody knew that these were the gentle days, and it was easy enough to reach into the river and pull out clams. The woman was just a filthy old trickster, and we should leave her and move on. "Look," the woman cried, as she handed the clams to the great man. "Look inside." Our Uncle Kel slipped his thick yellow thumb into the clam's mouth and pulled it open. The people pressed around him to get a look. It was a nice clam with healthy meat, but clinging to the shell was a large, perfect pearl. The women all let out little sighs and the men murmured. Our great men pulled open the other 2 clams, and they both held even larger pearls, all 3 perfectly rounded. At this, people gasped and shouted, and everybody began talking at once. A man might go a whole lifetime without seeing one perfect pearl pulled from the river. 3 was a thing that had never happened before. 3 was a thing which would live among the deeds. "Take her with us," one of the women cried, and soon most of the people were saying this. I found myself saying this as well. The woman was surely part of a powerful flow, and it would be best not to swim against her. But even as the great men agreed, this woman would become part of the people, and we all cheered and shouted the names of fathers and the deeds. I found myself looking at her strange, hungry face, and wondering if she had not somehow slipped those pearls into the clams herself.
Also, yeah, what happened was, the reason that the timer is so large and it doesn't have anything added to it was because I had a lot of things I had to do at once that were kind of insane. So now we're doing things after and nothing is contributing to the timer, we're just chilling. Also, thank you, Cafino, for the 500 bits. How's your mental health doing? Thanks for the stream. Streaming always puts me in a great mood. This is interesting, though. Homeostasis, Gabriel Lewisqua. Digital, 2016. Come on! Imager? Come on! We're not getting that then, alright. But yeah, it's slightly different. I'm sorry that thing has been... life has been bonkers sometimes. Yeah, life has been really bonkers. It feels like... I don't know. I feel like there's always something really annoying to deal with like every other week, and it kinda sucks. But I'm getting to the point where things are a little bit quieter. It's just, sometimes things are out of your control. A lot of things are out of your control. I'm starting to get better with coping, I think. Alright. 56, baby! 56 out of 96! Although they're getting a little longer, I've noticed. They're getting a little longer. Okay.
You cannot quite understand the power of addiction until you have seen it firsthand. Until you have seen it eat like an acid through everything you are. It is astounding to watch. Its slow and total corrosion, of your entire life is mesmerizing. As you watch it, you keep thinking, at some point the corrosion will stop. There's no way it'll be able to eat through the next thing. The next thing is too important to me. But then it does. It eats through everything, and you realize you are dealing with a vast and inhuman power. The most frightening thing is that consequences do not work against a well-developed addiction. There are ultimately no consequences, none, which can separate you from your drug. As your addiction progresses and your self-control slips away, there is nothing you won't risk to continue doing your drug. Nothing is important enough. Nothing is sacred enough. Money, career, marriage, home, family, goals, art, religion, dignity, safety, health, sanity, parents, children, life itself. All will go into play. All will be put on the table. If you play the game shrewdly, you might get to keep some of it. You will not get to keep all of it. You will pay. You will pay in ways that you cannot imagine. You will look at people who have lost more than you. You will pretend that you are different than them. You will pretend that you can walk away from the table. But the time will come to walk away, and you will not. You will keep playing. You will be made a liar if you play long enough. All your pious little promises will be shown to be lies. I have a good job. I would never risk my job. I love my wife. I would never risk my marriage. I love my children more than anything. I would never risk my children's safety, ever. I do not want to die. Whatever specific promises you make will be the ones that you break, because those are the ones you have made to try to control yourself. But you won't be able to control yourself. Your self-control will be pried from your grasp like a toy being taken away from a child. And when you break these promises, you will not be some mindless junkie who doesn't care anymore. You will be in many ways the same person you are now, and you will know how awful and horrifying your actions are. And you will do them anyways. You will not be able to believe what is happening to you. You will tell yourself that you are unlucky or cursed. You will watch in horror. But what you are watching is yourself. The horror is what you are doing. I realize this all sounds rather silly and dramatic. From the perspective of someone dabbling with drugs, this all sounds laughably overwrought. But if you ever go where I am, if you ever see what I have seen, it will still sound laughable. Not because it's overwrought, but because it is insufficient. Because it doesn't even begin to describe it.
Dear God. Caffeino, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Coffee Beans. I'm glad you're supporting your fellow caffeines. My real name is Gravelia Grimoire. Yeah, Grimmi is what everyone calls me. Is this your first read? I haven't read this in a long time, but it's not my first read. I remember bits and pieces of it very well. I think my favorite part was Magical Space Pussy 2. Remember that you have a collab as long as you think it'll be okay. I just love this story so much though. I know it's already 2:35. I know I have like 12 hours left until it pops up, but this is such a good story. I could listen to you all night. I'm glad that you like the story too. I really love it. Time for sleep? I think it's time for sleep, yeah. And this seems like a good one to end on. This gives us a lot to reflect on. If you have an addiction or if you've ever struggled with one, this probably resonates pretty intensely. I don't think I've had one, but maybe someday, but I don't know. I've been introduced to a lot of like different stuff, and most of the time I just go like, that felt unpleasant. Thanks for reading, Grimble. I'll admit I would have dropped this way sooner and missed out. It's a very good story, and tomorrow we have 2 collabs, but I'm gonna try to read more of this as well. Because I really, really, really like this one. Oh, this one looks good too. We can link to the comment. Oh, what? They deleted it? That was... I wanted to see that. But yeah, tomorrow we're gonna be doing real shorts with Papa Mutt and that crew. I don't remember who's gonna be there, I'm sorry. And then also we're gonna do Abiotic Factor with Alfina, Lucia, and Ghosty. So that'll be really fun, and that'll be, I think, at 7 p.m. PST. And I think it's gonna be 4 p.m. PST that we do real shorts, and we might have some time in between that where we do some other stuff. So these stories are really intriguing. Thanks for the read, Grimmi. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I really wish we could just read all of this at once. So I really want to, but this has like a really interesting perspective of all of humanity and like humans' darker urges and how we're all kind of like conditioned for that. But there also is like a sense of like, I don't know, looking at it from the perspective of just a realness that everyone can like kind of be drawn into, but at the same time, everyone's perspectives are quite strange. Just because they're so different. Will you continue this? Absolutely. This is my favorite creepypasta. Someday I'd like to sit down and read it and actually put it on YouTube, because I just really want to put it on YouTube at some point, or somewhere. I don't think you can even say some of these words, obviously, on YouTube, or you can't really say some of these things specifically, but I wish there was a place that it could just be like, this is obviously satire, and I obviously don't condone anything that Hitler did. Even a little bit. Obviously. So, you can always modify some words, Grimmi. Yeah, I think that might be a good idea. Because I think it's a very interesting perspective, and I think it's a very interesting story. And it's my favorite. Because it kind of just goes into how everyone feels at different times in terms of like just different parts of humanity and even animals and stuff. It's very cool. But let's get you over to someone that you can hang out with. So let me see here. Let me see if I can't find you someone that you can hang out with today. But we are gonna do this. We are gonna read the rest of this. We're on the 57th post if anyone wants to read ahead and see more of it, and I would recommend it because I love it. Because I love it. Okay. Which dot TV? Okay, let's see here. Not the front page. Let's see here. No, stop loading stuff on the front page. Let's see. What's something that'll have a similar I'm trying to find something a little bit calmer and a little bit soothing. I don't know if anyone has a stream like that right now, because I don't want to wake anyone up if they fell asleep. We might not raid anyone today just because I don't want to ruin the atmosphere of this, which I know seems a little bit messed up or even a little bit selfish, but just this once. I really like this story and I want people to be able to sit with it, so you guys can obviously go to a different stream if you'd like to. Mint streaming, May's streaming, or Meika, Dreamy's on, Cleo's on, like there's a lot of nice people on, but what's the song? I'll send you guys the song so you can check it out. You can just listen to this song instead if you'd like, and just consider this, but I really like this. Yeah, we could go to an animal stream. We could. Here you go though. Here is what we were listening to for this stream. I'll pin it too. So, there you go. Have a good rest of your guys' night too. Thank you, Jack, for the 100 bits. Thanks for making this a happy September. Oh, I forgot about that. Happy September 11th. Mari_Yen got you 100k subs on YouTube. Something to celebrate. We'll forget about the rest of it. It sounds like a Resident Evil save room. Close. It's from Silent Hill. Silent Hill 3. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for coming by, you guys. Thank you, Numbers. Go check out Numbers also. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. This was definitely my favorite creepypasta, and it probably always will be, because it's very, very weird, and it ties everything together in a very beautiful way. If you want to give it a few minutes and then read an animal channel, Yama, you can go for it, but I'd recommend just sitting with this. I really like this story, and it's up to you guys if you'd like to sit with it and think about it some more, so that's what I'm gonna do. So I recommend you do the same if you'd like to. Tomorrow we'll be back. Real shorts will be the polar opposite of what we just experienced. Abiotic Factor might be a little bit similar, but a little bit different. And part 2, it'll either be tomorrow or the next day. Maybe we'll have a little bit of a break and we'll watch some spooky videos. I know Someone suggested Mother by Channel Project and Portrait of God. We could watch those and some other spooky stuff, so alright. Bye, you guys. Good night. Sleep tight. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'ma just do this. I'ma do this, and then I'll be back. I'll be back later. Bye.